Also, I have read my Bible. I've read Leviticus where God says that you could own slaves, and I've read Samuel where
That
God
was in the
commanded Saul
old.
to
That was in the
genocide
Old
people.
Testament. Look at the new.
Okay, so like, yeah,
You
God
want to
changed.
stay back in the old. No, God says don't look at the past. Look at the future.
Yeah, don't look at the. Okay, well then why you're looking at E. Jean Carroll's pass?
No, it's still going on.
Crazy.
It's still going on. It's
That's
still going on.
insane.
Because-
That's fucking nuts.
No, because it's
Quincy,
going
thank you
on.
for the $3 on
It's
Venmo saying
going
I deserve a
on
Frosty.
right
Thank you
now
so much
in
for the
the
love.
present.
And Bethany, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo.
It's not
Let's
in
get
the
100
past.
W's for Beth in the
It's
chat.
not
Thank
in
you so
the
much for the
past.
$25 for audio Bible reading. Thank you for the love,
Give him all
Beth.
the money.
And
Give him
Mr.
your money
Krabs?
to lie to you. He'll lie all day.
Wait, I have a question. Did I lie when I said that the Bible supports slavery and genocide? No, I ate.
I said,
Allison, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for the mental health boost. Holy shit. I want to get 500 W's for Allison in the chat for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Allison.
Give 1,000. Shit.
Hey, Jill.
Shortchange this little bitch.
Oh, shit, Jill. You came out swinging with that one.
Anyway.
Christy, thank you for the $2 on PayPal for putting up with this nut. I appreciate you for the love. Can you name one policy that Trump
Why
influenced?
don't you move to the future instead? And that's not her past. She just went to court and it's going to get overturned. She ain't going to get a dime because she's been found a liar. You know, okay? She's a liar. Just because her peers and the Democrats, judges and the Democrats, DA and lawyers, okay, put nothing but Democrat jurors on there. Okay?
Do you want to ask you a question?
They pretended to be Trump supporters, but they're not.
Yeah, Jill, I'd love to ask you a question. So can you name one policy that
Oh,
Trump
I know. Here we go. One policy. I just know one thing. Everything was better under Trump. There wasn't proxy
Cyber,
wars.
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo to
wasn't-
bring up the New Testament slavery. Yeah, let's
There
talk about
wasn't
Peter.
there
Thank you
wasn't
for the $10 on
proxy
Venmo,
wars.
Cyber.
The world wasn't burning down, okay? We didn't
Yeah.
have Venezuelans running up on people, taking over their houses. Now, like Trump told us, they're going to empty their prisons out. The Venezuelans are going to be here. They're going to be taken over. And look what's happening in Colorado, Minnesota, New York.
Heidi, thank you so much for the laughing house. Can you give me any evidence that Venezuelan gang members are
Yeah,
taking
you
over
want to see it?
Colorado?
Yes, hold on. And my girlfriend lives there, okay? Hold on, Bubs.
You know who else lives there?
Hold on, Bubs.
You know who else lives there?
Hold on, Bubs. Give me the big screen, Bubby.
Jill, I live there. Okay.
Okay.
Right, so the claim that you're going to be referencing here, right, is the
I'm going to pull
alt-right.
up the one where they're in
Hey,
Colorado.
Jill, do you mind if you let me finish here?
Sure.
All right. So what you're referencing is a real issue. So in Aurora, Colorado, there are people with pew-pews, right, taking over people's apartments, turning around and re-renting them, right? That is an issue that needs to be addressed. But what
Okay.
Republicans and the MAGA cultists are doing today is instead of actually trying to address and solve that issue, they're instead turning around and saying that they're Venezuelan gang members and they're undocumented migrants to further perpetuate lies and fear-mongering. You don't care about the people who have had their apartments taken from them. You don't
Yes, I do.
care
Yes,
about
I
the
do. That's
safety
why I'm trying to
of people in Aurora,
spread the
Colorado.
warning.
Because
That's
if
why
instead
I'm
of trying to solve the issue, you turn around and you lie and say that they're Venezuelan gang members with no
They
sufficient
are.
reason.
They are.
What
They
is
are.
the evidence? What is the evidence that would suggest that they are Venezuelan gang members?
Well, probably because of their language they speak. Okay.
Wait, so you're saying everyone that speaks Spanish is
No,
a
that's
Venezuelan
not-
gang member?
No, you can tell by their accent. You can tell they don't even speak English. Okay. You can tell.
Wait, you're
by
saying
their
if you don't
accent.
speak English, you're a Venezuelan gang member?
No, I said they speak Venezuelan. You ain't listening, dude. You keep jumping on.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
That's fucking racist as hell.
No, it ain't racist.
Do you
No,
understand
no,
the
it's
harm
racist.
that
Well,
actively?
people didn't know what they were talking about.
Do you
when they
understand
opened
that?
the
Do you
fucking door.
understand? Do you understand the harm that actively perpetuates to individuals who do not speak English as their first language? Do you understand the harm that actively perpetuates to individuals that immigrate into our country through legal processes that come here to make their life better for them and for themselves and their families? You turn around and you say because they don't speak English that they're violent gang members.
Do you want to see what the Democrats perpetuate? The violence that they perpetuate? Mad Max, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. You want to see what they do, huh? Oh, we don't want to talk about that, do we? Oh, hell no. Oh, let's just shut up on that. Don't tell them about that, crazy lady. Don't tell them about what we do.
Are you talking to
The violence
yourself?
that we perpetuate and okay?
Are you like actually talking to yourself?
No, I'm talking to you. And
No, you're
those
talking. You're actually
idiots.
talking to yourself.
No.
You just started talking. Yo, we got what is that guy's name? Smeagol from The Lord of the Rings?
And I'm going to show you what the Democrats perpetuate, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
Let's go for it. Hold on there, buds.
Donna, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Saying please buy Jill, baby. I appreciate you for the love, Donna. I really appreciate you for the love. My precious Donald Trump. Did you buy the golden sneakers? No. Okay. So yeah, can you name a policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked, or like one that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that you disliked? Or
Well,
do you just not know
I
anything
like
about
the ones
policy?
he tried and the Democrats blocked, like the capping on the $35 insulin.
Make too funny. Thank you for the 250.
And
I
they,
appreciate you for the love.
yeah, and they blocked it so they could.
So
use
what's one
it
that he influenced to get
run.
passed that got signed into law that you agreed with?
And they just like she stole another one about the tips not being taxed.
So now you're saying that Kamala Harris has been stealing Donald Trump's policy? Earlier, you're saying that Kamala Harris wanted a new world order. Does that mean that Trump's
He does.
policy is indicative of a new world order?
No. She's trying to run on anything she can. She's stealing from everybody.
So she's stealing from everybody. So if Kamala Harris is a Marxist
Where's
and has
her
Marxist
interviews at?
policy,
Why didn't she
but her
sit up for a
policy is
debate
coming
yet?
from Trump, does
I
that
bet
mean
you
that
she
Trump has
comes up with an
Marxist policy?
excuse. Hey, can I make a bet with you right now that they're going to keep her in the basement like they did Joe Biden until the last minute?
You also asked a question where her interviews. She did an interview 2 nights ago.
Where's the debate? Why did she show
Where's
up at
the
the
debate?
ABC?
Right,
Why did she
September
show up
10th.
at that ABC, whatever, I forget what it was.
The
Trump showed
ABC
up.
debate hasn't happened yet.
No, okay, what was it that Trump showed up at and she refused to go?
Literally nothing. I don't
Yeah,
know
it
what you're
was.
talking about.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
What are you talking
You know
about?
exactly what I'm talking about. And she didn't show up. Trump
What
did.
are
She
you
didn't have to.
referencing?
I mean, she didn't have to, but it's awful funny. Trump did.
The
He's like, I'm not
ABC
scared.
debate isn't until
Trump
the
said,
10th.
I'm not scared. So he showed up, but she sure didn't.
To what event?
Whatever the last thing it was, they put him
You
down.
have no clue what you're
Because
talking about.
He said something about they were stealing black votes or something, and it was mostly blacks that were there.
Oh, I don't think that we should be referencing African Americans as black with an S at the end.
So now
That term has been
say
used-
they don't want to be referred to as African American.
No. So
You're
see, we
racist.
shouldn't.
You're a racist. You are a racist.
Wait, can I correct you real quick, Jill? I don't feel like we should be using the term black with an S at the end to reference African Americans for the reason that term has been historically used to like demonize black people.
We'll
and
call them
dehumanize them.
African Americans, and they said we're not African American. We're not from Africa.
Okay, who are you referencing?
A lot of black people.
Is there any black person in chat, right, that doesn't like to be referenced as an African American, right? If like that, any African Americans in chat that don't like to be
And
referenced
prove
as
that
African
you are
Americans?
actually black.
Oh
Don't
wait,
just sit there and say it.
you want people? How do people? What do you mean by prove that they're black?
They can put a picture up there.
Hey, can you prove that you're white?
Yeah, there's a picture of me and my grandbaby right there. You want to? And I do got some black grandbabies. Would you like to see my black grandbabies?
No, I don't, Jill.
Okay, all right.
I feel like that's terrible. So Jill, what the dude? This is my first conversation of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, can you give me the screen? Can you give me the screen?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so because she pulled something else up where Jamie. wants
Barbara,
to
thank you for the
create-
$1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Yeah.
Can you at least recognize like the fact that we should
Grandma's bringing the receipts and he don't want to show no more.
receipts for what?
Where they're going to create when Donald Trump wins because they know he is. And Jamie's already saying we're going to use the 14th Amendment.
Angie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for dealing with that squawking. I appreciate you for the love, Angie. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Angie. I really appreciate you for that. Massive W's for Angie. And Donna, thank you for the $5 as well. You're not making a dime.
Keep me on here getting the
You're
truth
not making
out.
a dime. And Michelle, thank you for the $20 as well, saying keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Michelle.
See,
W's for
I'm
Michelle and
making you
W's for
money.
Angie.
I'm making
I appreciate you guys
money.
so much. Thank you all so
I'm making
much.
you money on your ignorance. Ain't that something? In your lies. I'm making you money. So look you there.
Wait, once I get Jill, my ignorance? How many branches of government are there?
Yes, your lies. You're spewing a bunch of lies. I'm making
How many
you money.
branches of government are
Watch
there?
Here. Watch. Three.
Jill,
Three.
Three, can you name them?
Judicial. Hold on. I know them. But anyway.
My ignorance? Are you sure? I'm the ignorant
I'm
one?
trying to show you something.
I'm the ignorant one. You don't know the names of the three branches of government.
Hey, see, you're trying to just go around what I was getting ready to show everybody on here. What Jamie is doing. What he said he's going to cause a civil war. Okay, is that what you want, buddy? You want a civil war?
Who's Jamie?
Jamie Radskins.
Who the fuck is Jamie Radskins?
Radkins, whatever his goofy name is.
Who's that?
He's in Congress, you idiot, the Democrat. You know who it is.
A Democrat in Congress. Name 5 Republicans in Congress.
Radkins, or however you pronounce his name. You know exactly who it is, buddy.
Can you name 5 Republicans in Congress? No. Angela, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate you for the love. And Danielle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo to correct Jill's ignorance. I appreciate you for the love, Angela, Daniel. Thank you guys so much.
Put me in the box. I'm going to show you who's ignorant. Put me in the box. I want to show you what Jamie has to say. You know what it is. That's why I'll bet you.
I have no fucking clue who Jamie is.
Okay,
you can play the audio.
I bet you'll know. I'll bet you.
Yeah. Turn it on. Yo, Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo to tell this MAGA lady to stop tokenizing her black family members. It's gross. Yeah, she brings up a good point. Earlier, you had tokenized your black grandchildren to justify your racism. That's incredibly gross and dehumanizing. And when they grew up and they heard about those actions, they would be disgusted, quite frankly. And Marina, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love. Like, I called you out on using a dehumanizing term of reference towards black individuals, and your response was to get pissed, get angry, and to tokenize your black grandchildren. Do you understand how gross that is?
You're gross.
I'm gross? How so? So you're going to say that I am gross, but then you're going to turn around and vote.
Call me a racist, and I want to prove to you. I surely wouldn't have no loving grandbabies if I were racist.
Okay. Hey, yeah. So white slave owners had black grandkids.
And so did black slave owners have white slaves. So shut up, dude.
Can you name one point through history where there's been black slave owners?
Yeah, I can look that up too. Or you know what, your little people can go and see.
They're actually surprisingly there's never been a single point through history where we saw black slave owners. Isn't that insane?
Oh my God. Okay, buddy. Wow.
Yeah, Vanessa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for all the POC in the chat you were seeing in love. Absolutely, this lady's fucking gross, guys. And look at that, this lady's fucking gross, ladies and gentlemen.
You're freaking gross. You got mirrors? Do I have mirrors? Buddy. Do you have mirrors? You ain't all that calling people gross because you don't like the truth, dude. You don't like the truth. You can't make money off the truth.
I look so gross.
You can only make money off your lies.
So wait, who's more? I have a question. Who's more like?
Make money on the truth. You can only make money
Jill,
on
I have a question. Who's more gross looking, me or Trump?
Okay, you got me there.
That's the one point you're going to concede on?
Just one.
Oh my God. Okay. Hey, yeah. So also, you particularly said that I was.
I need you to hush. Okay, hush. Now you don't know who that is?
Can slip away from you very quickly, and the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6th, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that what can be put into the Constitution.
So he wants to override what the Supreme Court. Okay.
I'm gonna turn that camera off. Hey, so Jamie, I'm going to go and respond to that now. So I appreciate it if you listen to me. So what Jamie Raskin is referencing here, right, is essentially the idea of the new January 6th indictment goes through, and that will disqualify Trump for running for president, as he would have, been proven to have incited an insurrection upon our Capitol, right? That those preventative means stop the backlash from Trump supporters would be necessary, right? And there's absolutely nothing wrong in what she's saying. All right, but this doesn't reflect bad on Democrats. This absolutely reflects bad upon the MAGA.
We don't want no civil war.
For wanting to literally cause a... Okay, Jill, if you interrupt me again, I'm going to fucking kick you from the line.
I know, you got it?
I'm telling you my boundary of me wanting to be able to speak without you interrupting me. If you cross that boundary one more time, you're gone. Okay? Sounds good. Great. So yeah, anyways, so what Jamie Raskin is referencing here is how Trump attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government, to rig and steal the 2020 election from Joe Biden, which actually leads me to my next question. So Trump did try to steal the 2020 election from Biden. He sent fake Trump votes to Congress from states that he lost and then pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real. And he has testified to doing these actions to the Supreme Court and within the January 6 indictments that have already occurred. He is arguing that he should be immune from repercussion for these actions as he considers them to be an official act of his presidency. So my question for you would be, if Trump did do these things, if Trump tried to steal the outcome of the 2020 election from Joe Biden, tried to install himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the American people, taking advantage of a tyrannical abuse of his power and influence, would you still vote for him? Or do you care about America? Are you truly a patriot?
If he would have, no, I would not vote for him. And I didn't say I was voting for him anyway. But
are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody right now.
Great. I'm so fucking happy.
I'm thinking about.
Oh my God, you just made my day. Let's go, dude. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some W's in the chat. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. Specifically, we're only looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. But let's get some W's in the chat. Jill ain't voting. Perfect. You are serving America well. Also, for the 5,000 people in here, double tap on that phone screen and share that live out. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the bio. What's up, Em? Are you voting for Trump? All right, M's leaving. We're going to go and cycle our next guests up in here right now. So everyone, just be patient. Just give us a minute to get our next debate underway. We are loading everybody in. We will get another debate going shortly. If you want to come up and debate, just, let me know in that chat right now. What's going on, Chef? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Chef isn't here. Guys, spam me right now in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Just spam me in the chat. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box. Spam me in the chat if you want to come up and debate. All right, here we go, y'all. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here. We got Stephanie invited up. You were spamming me in the chat, Stephanie, so please do accept that invitation. We get our next guest loading up right now, y'all. Everybody give us 1 minute. Everyone give us 1 minute. Our next guest is loading in. Steve-O, I got you. Hey, what's going on, Hellhound? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Hellhound's not here, even though you're spamming MAGA in the chat. What's up, Steph? Are you voting for Trump?
I honestly don't know. So you want somebody to answer whether they're voting for Trump or not. I'm at a point right now where I don't know who I am voting for, to be perfectly honest. I don't know what the better option is. I do not think Trump.
Yeah, can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a
No,
woman?
absolutely not. I don't.
Okay. So Trump has been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman. Hope that gives you reason not to vote for him. Steve-O, what's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. Then also in the chat, you said that I sit down while I pee. Right. That's
I think you
typically
do.
uses some type of insult to demean an individual. What did you mean by that?
I mean, you probably feel bad, so you sit down to pee. It's
What
not
does that
very
mean?
masculine. It means you're not very masculine.
Oh, so I'm not a real man because I don't support the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator.
No, because you pee
fascist.
sitting down. You're not a real man.
Well, I mean, obviously, the reason that you would be implying here that I'm not masculine is because I'm not voting for Trump. So how come the fact that I'm not voting for the greatest fascist
nothing
wannabe
to do with
dictator on day one
Doesn't matter
that wants
who
to
you're voting
overthrow, that tried to overthrow our government? How does that
He didn't
decrease my
overthrow. There's
manliness?
evidence of people cheating.
Okay, so what's the widespread? What's the sufficient evidence that would demonstrate widespread voter fraud in the 2020
Well, it's
election?
Georgia.
Insofar as overturning the results.
Georgia, what they found 300,000 votes.
Oh, and the suitcase that was debunked.
Yeah.
That was a lie.
How was it a lie? It's in court.
Yeah, so someone proposed this in court, gave no evidence, and then it was thrown out.
No, it wasn't thrown out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was. Literally, look up Georgia suitcase fact check.
It was
You will see every single
the
mainstream
same
media
county
source
Fannie
debunking that
Willis is
argument.
from.
I'm literally
Fulton
giving
County.
you a reference for this.
I'm literally giving you a reference. Fulton County.
Yeah,
Missing
so
votes. Go ahead. There's 300,000 missing votes in Fulton County.
1 second.
Exactly where Fannie Willis is from.
Yeah.
Whatever
all right,
happened to
so
her?
Here we go. Yeah, so actually the state election board in the state of Georgia, right, debunked and cleared the idea that there was a ballot suitcase. So they investigated it. And then we have records from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, which is a Republican, by the way. He announced that after they had done their investigations, the reports found no evidence of the conspiracy theory.
They did find evidence of it. They also
Cyber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Cyber in the chat. So literally look up Georgia Secretary of State, quote unquote, state election board.
What year are you looking up, dude? This was just a couple months ago.
So once again, I'm going to go ahead and reference this again. I want you to listen.
What year is it from?
This is from 2023, June 20th.
All right, now do 2024. Find me something from 2024 Fulton County elections.
Okay, so if you're making the argument that Fulton County has since reversed their claim that they had no evidence of this conspiracy theory.
Yeah, when they did the recount.
Would you be able to indicate a source for me?
Yeah, the Fulton County elections.
That's not a source. Would you be able to find?
What do you mean it's not a source? The election board's not a source?
I'm asking you for like the name of an article.
I just got a warning. I don't even, what did I do?
Are you able to indicate me an article, or are you just believing in conspiracy theory without evidence? Is your source trust me, bro?
I'm believing in the conspiracy or the whatever you calling it.
Yeah,
but it's true. They came out and apologized to
I'm waiting
Trump.
for a source. I'm really waiting for a source so to indicate.
The election court.
Give me the title of an article. Give me the court record number.
Fulton County. Google it. You got your computer right there. Fulton County.
Yeah, when I Google it, I find a source from the Secretary of State stating that they found no evidence. Yeah, so you're indicating that there's a newer source from 2024? Give me the evidence.
I just told you. Fulton
No, you didn't.
Election.
Fulton County election. You would just want me to look that up? Yeah, so I find nothing when I type that into Google.
Oh, but everybody else can. I mean, you can just tell your viewers to go listen to it.
So the reason I'm asking you for the source,
the deep state is after Trump.
What do you want me to, buddy? What do you want me to? Okay, so here's what I need from you. So when you indicate a source to someone, you don't just need like a publisher or like a government organization or a .org. You also need like the name of an article. Would you be able to reference me not just in the name of a publisher, but also the name of the article so I could find what you're talking about?
The name of the article. I told you already. It's Fulton County.
That's not the name of the article.
300,000 votes when they did the recount that weren't counted.
Give me a link to a website because that's a straight lie.
It is in the court documents.
What court documents? Trust me, bro. It's in the court documents. Trust me, bro. It's in the court documents. This isn't an article name. This is not the name of a court. This is not a court number.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you're fucking obsessed with me, little bro. Steve-O, you're so fucking mad that this 20-year-old
has an agenda. I'm not mad.
You're so fucking mad that this 20-year-old is smarter than you that you're going on your TikTok page and you're telling people to report me. You're such a whiny baby. Also, I just want to say you've already contradicted yourself because earlier you said they found 300,000 ballots and now you're saying 400,000 ballots.
No,
so which one is it? 300 or 400,000 ballots?
300.
No, you just said 400,000 ballots. Yes, you did. Quite frankly, we have 5,000 people in here to fact check you. You can't gaslight me.
I know what I said, and I didn't say 4, then 3, then back to 4. It's 300,000.
Okay, so
I'm still 300,000.
So I'm still waiting for the evidence.
I just told you it's Fulton County. They apologized.
Yeah, could you give me a source? Could you give me a source demonstrating how they apologized because they found these ballots?
Yeah, it's right on the courthouse steps. They did a press conference.
Yeah, I'm
whatever
asking
happened
you for a source to find what you're talking about. Is there a source?
Happened to that
Steve-O, I'm still asking you for a source, buddy.
I just told you. You don't want to look it up.
You don't have a source. No, you can't just say they gave a press release on the steps of the courthouse.
It's huge. Come on.
Look at this liar. Look at this liar. This is me when I have no source. This is me when I have no evidence.
You just said
this is me when I have no facts.
Owners. You just came and told that.
This is me when I have no facts and evidence. Now we got a pivot chat. Look at this baby. Look at this whiny baby. This is what they all do. This is the MAGA voter base. When they don't have evidence, when they don't have a source, they start whining and crying like a child. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the Trust Me Bro. But anyways, if you're interested in my source, well, so we could reference so this is Georgia case SEB 2020-059. right? Where specifically speaking, the state election board of Georgia threw out a case because of a long on-running investigation into the alleged malfeasance during the 2020 election about this ballot box of like these 300,000 votes. They threw it out because they found no evidence of the conspiracy theory. Okay? But see, that is a source. But look at him. Look at him. He ran away like a baby. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat for the baby. Runner emojis in the chat. For the 5.2 thousand people in here, if you want to come up and debate, spam me down below in the chat. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up here. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Blackbird is leaving. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. We got Josh Wilson loading into the live for the 5.2 thousand people in here. Do double tap. Let's get to 1 million likes. Hello, Josh. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, so Josh just set AFK in the queue. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. That's why I kind of like pulling up from the chat. So we're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now. We got them loading in. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to let you know that you're the reason that our generation's fucked. Men like you are the reason our generation's fucked.
Why so?
Yeah.
Kamala's a dirty whore.
So men like him are the reason that our generation is fucked. The misogynist,
men like
the pigs, the
Kamala
creeps.
sucked her way. Kamala sucked dick to get into office.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
Search
how
up
many
Willie
votes?
Brown.
We got muted.
Search up Willie Brown.
Stop
How many
muting us.
votes did she
Harris
get in
and
her
Willie
run?
Brown.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? How many votes did she get in her run for AG and DA in the state of New York, in the state of California?
Hey, how did she get into office? Who did she have an affair with?
Okay.
Who did she have an affair with?
So first of all, Willie Brown was legally divorced for 4 years at that point. Second of all, I'm asking you a question
old
here,
is
and I
he?
appreciate
How old
an
is he?
answer.
How old was he?
I don't know how Willie Brown is.
Hey, go on reformcalifornia.org and search up
So I'm
Bob
still waiting
Filner.
for an answer.
Search
How many
up
votes
Bob
did she get
Filner
in
and
her run for
Kamala
AG
Harris, you
DA?
dumb fuck.
How many votes did Kamala
You guys
Harris
complain
get in
about
her-
Trump being a sexual assaulter. Guess what? Kamala defends sexual assaulters, so I don't want to fucking hear it.
Would you be able to indicate a source for that?
Reformcalifornia.org, dumbass.
So
Bob Filner and
Google.com
Kamala Harris.
or reformcalifornia.org is not a source.
Bob
You'd have
Filner,
to indicate the
Bob
title.
Filner,
You'd have to
and
indicate a
Kamala
title.
Harris. Search it up.
You'd have to indicate the title of a publisher.
Reformcalifornia.org and then search up Kamala Harris and Bob Filner and look for reformcalifornia.org.
Who's Bob Filner?
San Diego mayor in 2012. And guess what? He sexually assaulted 30 women, and guess who gave him a plea deal? Kamala Harris.
He pled guilty.
He got a plea deal from Kamala. Go on reformcalifornia.org.
A plea deal to plead guilty, smart guy.
Yeah, and he ditched 5 years in prison. He dodged 5 years in
He
prison.
pled guilty.
He did not. He didn't go to prison.
Motherfucker.
Did he go to prison?
Motherfucker.
Did he go to prison?
Pled
Did he go to prison?
guilty.
Did he go to prison?
Did he go to prison? I don't know if he went to prison. You said that
Search it.
Kamala
No, go
Harris
look at
offered
it.
him
Go
a
look
plea
at it.
deal. He pled guilty. This is the smartest man of our generation. Ladies and
What did he
gentlemen,
plead guilty
this
for?
is it. This
What
is
did he
it.
plead guilty for?
Fucking
Did he plead
pled
guilty for sexually assaulting women? No, he didn't. If you go look at
So how did
reformcalifornia.org.
Kamala Harris defend a violent sexual abuser?
Yeah, she did. She literally
How so?
did, and it's literally right
so?
in front of your face.
I'm asking you how. If it's right in front of our
How?
faces, why
Go
can't
on
you tell me?
reformcalifornia.org. What are you talking about?
So I'm asking you to make an argument, not some like alt-right website.
Go on reformcalifornia.org.
So you
and
don't
look
know
at
this.
Bob
This guy
Filner.
doesn't know what the fuck he's
Look
talking
at
about.
Bob
Kenny, I appreciate you for the
Filner.
money.
Look at Bob
See, this
Filner.
is what happens. This is what happens.
Look at,
I
this
asked
is
you a question
typical
earlier.
Liberal. When the truth
this is
comes
your
out, they
typical
get mad.
Republican.
Typical liberal.
So actually, the truth came
Typical
out that he
lib.
pled guilty.
Typical
So this
lib.
is okay. So now we got to cut his mic because he's a little baby. So I'm gonna go and ask you this question again. So
Typical
earlier,
lib.
hey, do you mind if I
Typical
speak?
lib.
Do you mind if I speak real
Typical
quick,
lib.
bro? Do you have self-control?
Typical lib.
Do you mind if I speak real quick, or
ahead.
do you not want to engage in a conversation?
ahead, Lib.
Awesome. So earlier you'd made the claim that Kamala Harris slept her way into power. So I would like to ask you a question. So how many votes did she get in her run for AG and DA in the state of California?
How did she get into office? By sucking Willie Brown's cock.
Do you mind answering my question, sir? So you don't have an answer to my question. If you don't know, you can
You
tell
don't
me.
either.
Okay,
Who's
so
Bob
yeah.
Filner?
So I particularly do have an answer to the question, right? So she
Who's
got
Bob
4
Filner?
point-
You didn't even know who Bob
So-
Filner was. You didn't even know anything about that.
So we
I
could
don't even
talk-
want to hear it.
We could talk about Bob Filner next, but I would appreciate it if we could go one topic at a time. So once again,
look at all
she
you
got
little
4.
liberals in here.
Okay, so this is what happens. So they get sidetracked. They can't answer questions. So yeah, particularly speaking, in her run for
It's just
AGDA.
funny, though.
Hey buddy, do you have self control,
Hey, buddy.
or is that
Hey,
something
buddy.
you lack?
Hey, buddy.
Allison, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying I want to piss this guest off. Yeah, he's
Self-control,
insufferable.
and then you act
Thank you
like-
so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Kim, thank you for the play for you. Thank you so much for the love, Allison. W's for Allison in the chat. So anyways, I'll go ahead and answer my own question. So while Kamala Harris was running for AG and DA of California, she got 4.5 million votes. How many of those 4.5 million people that voted for her did he have to sleep, or did she have to sleep with? Get dunked on. Get dunked on. Get dunked on. You don't have a response to that. Yeah, and Trump sent her over $10,000 combined with Ivana. Does that mean that Kamala Harris had to sleep with Trump to get his endorsement? Get dunked on, dude. Cooked. Cooked.
If you stop
Oh my
my
god.
mic, you dumbass.
Cooked. Now he's just screaming. He's screaming. He's mad. Look at him. He's crashing out. He's crashing
Oh my
out.
god, I'm crying. Oh my god, I'm crying. Shut the fuck up, you liberal.
Are you good, bro?
I'm good. Are you good? You
get
act like
some-
a child, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
And the white boy slurs. And the white boy slurs. And the white boy slurs. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go and get our next guest, Willie, up in the box. And the white boy slurs. Wick, I appreciate you so much for the subscription. Following the MAGA script, I ask for evidence against dunked on and slurs. All right. So yeah, if you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know right now in that chat. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Every single time, the MAGA script. We're going to go ahead and see what our next guest has to say here, y'all. So everyone just give us 1 minute. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in the comment section right now. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying men like Dean keep me hopeful. Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. I tried. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, Brenda? Are you voting for Trump?
No.
Hey,
Absolutely.
W's for Brenda. Base. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Rookie Bell, I got you with an invite. Freddie, thank you so much for the hand arts. And Hop, thank you for the subscription. Angie with a little crown as well. Let's go. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? You were just in the chat, and now like you get, yeah, let's get some L's for the stage fright down below. So they spam MAGA, and then they get invited up, and then they get stage fright, and they dip. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now. Continue to spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We are specifically like polling from the chat. We got our next guest loading in right now. And AJ, thank you so much for the subscription, man. If you want to support me, I have my PayPal, my Venmo, or my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
So essentially, I live in Texas, right? And I live in a city that is fairly close to the border. And essentially, I've seen a lot of, I've seen all this news.
How old are you? How old are you?
I turned 17 in 2 days.
Thank you so much for being honest. You have to be 18 to be on TikTok Live and just have to be 18 to vote. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up right now, y'all.
Ultra core.
What's up, Kate? How old are you?
Pride.
Reese, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love. Hey, Lori, how old are you? Hello? Okay, Lori's not there. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us 1 minute to get our next guest up in here. I mean, as y'all can imagine, like my guest requests are infiltrated by the MAGA cult, so it's a little bit of a cesspool.
Hello.
What's up, Caden? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 19.
Awesome. What year were you born in?
2005.
Phenomenal. So why are you voting for Trump?
Just because he's a great man. He's an upstanding man.
Okay, so the grapist, womanizer, sexist, racist is a great, outstanding man.
Those are really like, I feel like those are really strong claims. Where's your evidence?
Yeah, so my evidence for the claim that he's a rapist is because the court proved that he's a rapist. Look
No,
at Trump v.
but I
Carroll.
need you to show me, like send me it, like, you know, you feel me?
Yeah, I could give you the reference. So you could look up Trump v. Carroll, 2022.
No. But I want you to show me. Like, I don't believe it. You need to show me.
Yeah, so I don't really have like an easy way of showing you. I'm telling you.
Well,
what to
then
reference
how
on
do
the
I know
internet.
if these claims are true? Kamala is a sexist, racist, terrible person too.
So what specifically has Kamala Harris done that's racist?
I mean, that's what I'm saying though. But I'm making crazy claims without evidence. So are you.
Yeah, so I would like to clarify. I'm giving you evidence. So when I say that you could reference Trump v. Carroll, which was a civil court case.
No, but I don't think so though.
Caden, do you mind if I finish?
John, thank you for the 25 gifted. Oh my goodness. But like I was saying, Kamala Harris is not a good woman. She's a terrible woman.
All right, why do you say that?
I mean, I just feel like she's just not it, bro. Like, I feel like Donald Trump is way better fit to run our country.
Yeah, but why would you say that Kamala Harris is a quote unquote terrible woman?
She's actually, it's proven that she's a whore and she sucked.
Okay, so let's start off there. So let's start off with a misogyny. So you're particularly saying that she's an HWORE. So I have a question. If Kamala Harris had 5 children with 3 baby daddies, would she still be a HWORE?
Yes.
Okay, so Donald Trump has 5 children with 3 different women. He's cheated
Donald-
on all 3 of his
Donald
wives,
Trump-
one with a
Donald
P-star.
Trump is a
Does that mean that
man.
Donald Trump is a WHORE?
I mean, no, I think he's actually just a pimp player.
Wait. No, you said that specifically speaking, Kamala Harris would be a WHORE if she had 5 children
okay
with 3
for,
baby daddies.
men, but not
but when
women.
he does it, so why is it okay for men but not women?
Like I just said, women are supposed to uphold respect and men are supposed to carry their seed.
So what is it? So if it's respectful to, I guess, not have 5 children with 3 different people, does that mean that you don't hold men to the same standard? You don't uphold men to be respectful? You don't.
I mean, I can only uphold myself.
Okay, so then why are you trying to uphold Kamala Harris?
Because that's just wrong.
So if it's wrong for Kamala Harris to do, why wouldn't it be wrong for Trump to do?
So there was actually a video that just surfaced of Kamala in the kitchen cussing at her granddaughter. Do you think it's okay for women to cuss at their grandchildren? Their
No, I
under
don't think
18
that-
underage grandchildren?
So first of all, I don't think that we should say it's not okay for women to specifically do this.
I mean, I don't think
it'd
it's
be
okay for anyone.
to
That's
do
what I'm
this.
saying.
Do you mind if I talk real quick, Caden?
Yeah, you could talk, but like I said, I'm not gonna let you rage bait me and go over me, man. Like,
Okay. So you just have an ego problem. Got it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
anyways,
I
back
do.
to what I was saying. So you're saying that it's wrong for Kamala Harris to supposedly cuss at her granddaughter. No source, by the way. But then you turn around and you say it's not wrong for Donald Trump to grape a woman. It's not wrong
John
for
Smith,
Donald
thank
Trump.
you for the 25.
It's not wrong for Donald Trump to specifically sexualize a 5th grader by saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years. It's not wrong for Donald Trump. Alexander, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Alexander in the chat. Thank you for the love, Alexander. It's not wrong for Trump to boast about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect them while they're half-naked, with there being girls as young as 15 there. It's not wrong for Donald Trump to say the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is a pregnancy. It's not wrong for Donald Trump to specifically want to implement a Muslim ban, saying that he wants to ban anybody that's a Muslim from entering into the country. It's not wrong for Trump to deny black people housing opportunities because they were black in 1973. And it wasn't wrong for Donald Trump to say that because Barack Obama's black, he wasn't born in America, which means he must not be able to run for president. None of those things are wrong. So what makes Kamala Harris worse?
So like I was saying, Kamala Harris is just a piece of shit, bro. Like real shit. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm still waiting for you to give me an argument for how the intelligent woman that wants to fight to preserve our
So where's
democracy
your sources?
and fight to preserve the freedoms for all is a piece of shit, but the grapist, felon, fraudster, wannabe dictator on day one fascist that tried to overthrow our government with the use of a violent coup to steal the 2020 election that wanted to institute religious persecution isn't. Let's hear the argument. He's about to slur, chat.
So
Don't slur, by the way, Caden.
I don't use those words, by the way. But anyways, like I'm saying, why is she trying to implement?
Christine, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo, saying Caden is too DUMB to exist, dead ass. Thank you for the love, Christine. I
Thank
want
you.
to see
Thank you.
750 W's in the chat for Christine. Thank you so much for the $75. I really appreciate you
So,
for that love. Massive W's in the chat for
Kamala
Christine. Thank you
Harris-
for the $75 on Venmo. That is
rage bait, by the
insane.
way.
Thank you
W
so
rage
much for
bait.
the love. I appreciate you for that.
So like I was saying though, why is Kamala Harris okay with
Her name's Kamala.
foreign people or whatever her name is? I don't care about her. But like I was saying, why do you think she's trying to impose bills to let immigrants in our country with benefits that Americans don't get?
So what benefits do undocumented migrants get from the federal government that American citizens don't?
Well, they're letting all these people in, and not only are they paying for their houses.
You think that we have a border crisis today?
Yes.
So you'd say that we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had then.
It's not.
That's customs and border
that is
patrol
100% not true.
It is 100% true.
100% not true.
Border Patrol Agency.
100% not true.
Would you be able to offer me a competing source?
Would you be able to offer me a competing source?
I did already. Customs and Border Patrol Agency. In fact, it's the
I don't
same
know, but
source
that
Donald
that's
Trump
not
had
a
on the
source,
graph
though.
behind him while he got shot.
But that's not a source, though.
What's a source, Caden?
You know what a source is. I'm not getting rage baited on your live.
Apparently,
I refuse to be rage baited by you on your live. You're bored.
Oh, so this is what happened when you can't define a term?
No, I can define a term, but I'm just not going to sit here and be rage baited. Like,
well, I'm just curious how you could say Customs and Border Patrol Agency isn't a source.
I mean, but when the other people were on here talking about sources and stuff, and they gave you the same source, that you were pissed as fuck.
No one has referenced Customs and Border Patrol Agency.
Thank you for the 25.
Autumn, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Autumn. So yeah, this guy is flopping. Hey, Caden, I have a question. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Hello?
Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I'd say men and women's brain chemistry are way different. It's proven that they're different. Women tend to experience more emotion than men, and men tend to be able to control that emotion more than women.
Okay, so maybe like you could teach me something here because I don't really know much about this topic. So I know that women commit 3/4 of self-unalivings. I know that women commit vast majority of like substance abuse as like an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. And like women are more adverse, are more likely to engage in irrational emotional behaviors such as like drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Do you think that like those are like some signifiers that would like lead us to the conclusion that women are more emotional than men?
I mean, I think that that's not really a signifier. I think it's just, I don't know, to be honest.
So you want to say the fact that like women are more likely to self-unalive? Like that's an incredibly like emotional response to external stimuli. Same thing with like abusing hard drugs, right? So that wouldn't be indicative of like women being more emotional than men because women are much more likely to do those things?
I don't really think so. No, you're twisting it.
So wait, but I'm like justifying your point here because women are more likely to do those things. So that doesn't mean that wouldn't be like evident of women being more emotional.
I mean, I guess.
So you guessed that would be evident of women being more emotional. So everything I just said is true of men, not true of women. Men are much more likely to commit self-unaliving in comparison to women. Men are much more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Men are much more likely to engage in irrationally adverse activities such as drunk driving, gambling.
25 gifted.
Yo, I actually just as you said that, I actually just got $5 on PayPal from John. Like unironically, let's get some W's in the chat for John because I actually just got $5 on PayPal from John. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Patty with the $25 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Patty with the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Patty. Thank you so much. Anyways, back to the cooking. Yeah, so men are much more emotional than women. They're much more likely to commit violent crimes. They commit 95% of them. They're more likely to self-analyze, abuse hard drugs. Not to mention women literally have higher scores on average and on IQ and EQ in comparison to men, and women are much more likely to do better, right, and more logically thought out things such as academics, higher level school, and like particular career fields related to STEM. So your claim that women are more emotional than men is absolutely false. And just for a little bit more evidence for this claim, you are a crybaby. Go ahead and respond, Caden.
Why are you muting me? I'm literally just thanking my supporters and you're going to mute me?
You don't have supporters, buddy.
Yeah, I do. I mean, clearly. Oscar, thank you for the roses. Oh my goodness.
So is this a crash out? You can see
the roses on the screen. I'm getting gifted, buddy. Buddy,
so
don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Anyways, like I was saying.
Hey, Caden, do you need a binky?
No, I need you to stop. You're like you're a bot, bro.
You needed me to stop talking about facts. I'm a robot that like just regurgitates true facts about the world.
Do you think that you could do me a favor?
I already am.
Can you do a live of
you? Understand that I'd usually pay people like $300 an hour for this. I am already doing you a massive favor.
Can you do a
Oscar, thank you for the $11.11 on Venmo saying I was offended that he said my name. W's for the real Oscar in chat. Thank you for the $11.11 on Venmo.
So like I was saying, to get into my point, can you please do a live of you putting on boxing gloves and hitting a bag, and then I need you to do a pacer test also. And then after you do the pacer test, can you like I need you to do a gender reveal.
Jana, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love.
Can we do a gender? Oh my God, Joseph on the Cash App. I can't stand this. I can't stand this gay man. Oh my gosh.
Oh, so now we're being homophobic too. So we're going to get to the homophobia second. But that actually leads me into bringing up a great point here. So you said that you're not sure that I'm a man, even though I have XY chromosomes and a penis. So are you saying that you could have XY chromosomes and a penis and not be a man? It's very progressive of you, Caden. Now moving on to the second claim, right? When I gave you the facts, when I debunked your position that women are more emotional than men with facts, logic, and rationale, you turn around and you just say that I'm GAY. So how many continents are there?
Hello?
How many continents are there?
How many balls do you have?
I have 2 balls. Now how many
I
continents
don't
are
believe
there?
so, sir. I think your claim of 2 balls is false.
What, are you going to ask for evidence? You want me, lil bro? That's what I thought. Yeah, you're the one writing the Wattpad stories at 3 a.m.
What are you talking about, man?
You're the one writing the Wattpad stories every Saturday morning at 3 a.m.
And you're the kid who walks into the vape store under 21 and buys a vape.
So your response to my argumentation, insofar as why your position was false, is saying that I vape, dude. This is an intellectual. Caden, how many continents are there? You don't know, huh?
Bro, how many balls do you have?
He doesn't know how many continents there are, chat. That's crazy, bro. You thought you fucking ate, Caden. You thought, Caden, you thought that you fucking ate. You really came up here, right? And you specifically were trying to make an argument that Kamala Harris is so bad, and I debunked it all. I gave you the facts, and then you just screamed, yelled, and cried like a baby. And now you're not even going to answer the question. Mark, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying, cook this dude, Dean. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mark. Thank you so much. W's for Mark. You had also said there's something about, about me being GAY. So first of all, on TikTok, the only term of reference that we could use towards the LGBTQ plus community is going to be lesbian. They banned the other words. Lisa, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for putting up with this DMUB ass. So the question I'd like to ask you, do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, Caden? Does he know how to unmute his mic? Okay.
No, I don't think it's wrong. I don't even think it's wrong to be gay.
Okay, so okay, real quick, I just want to clarify. How old are you? You're acting like a little baby.
I'm 19, but like I said,
I don't believe you.
You asking me?
Hector, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Saying please keep educating people. I appreciate you for the love, Hector. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hector.
In fact,
I'm gonna educate you real quick.
Like rage bait is my thing. I love rage baiting.
Caden, I already have. Let's get some more baby bottles.
I'm not mad, bro.
Caden, if you weren't mad, you'd feel no reason to say that you were not mad. Anyways, back to my question.
So back to my claim. What made you think that I don't like gay people?
Yeah, because you specifically said that I'm
my step cousin's uncle's daughter is gay. I can't believe that you would make the claim.
Yeah, because you said that I was a GAY man and you were associating that in a negative context, further perpetuating, right, societal pressures, right, that further marginalize members of the LGBTQ plus community. Cyber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Dude doesn't even have VM/CA listed. I appreciate you for the love, Cyber. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Kylie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for cooking, bro. Thank you for the love, Kylie. I have a question, Caden. Since you're Mr. Educated, we got Mr. Dr. Scientist over here.
I really
hey,
just...
Caden, I'm talking. Do I need you to muzzle? Do I need to muzzle you? Of course I do. Since you're Mr. Dr. Scientist, I'm going to go ahead and ask you a question. All right, what is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked? Or what is one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you didn't like? Mr. Dr. Scientist, high IQ alpha male, what's the answer?
I like the policies on the border.
Okay, like what policy on the border?
Like cutting down letting immigrants into our country and providing them with housing, clothing, food, jobs over
I'm asking
Americans.
you for the name of a policy.
I honestly, I'm not too.
Lisa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. No
we're
worries.
talking about immaturity, but you interrupt me over and over again.
Yeah, I was thanking Lisa for the $5, and I'd do it again. That's right. 8.
Oh, you would?
So you're saying that the federal government is giving undocumented migrants housing. So what is the name of the federal program that grants housing to undocumented migrants?
Like, I just feel like you're just trying to, you get on here every day and rage bait. Like, it's cool and all. Like,
me asking you to name the federal program that you're referencing as rage bait? Me asking you to engage in critical thought as rage bait? How about you stop pivoting away, little bro, and name the federal program that grants housing to undocumented migrants? Name it.
No, but I feel like you
don't know it because it doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist.
Over and over again.
That's right. It doesn't exist, little bro. Get fucking
rage
cooked.
baiting, bro.
Get fucking cooked. When they get cooked, they pivot. He doesn't know the response, so therefore Nina's a rage baiter. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat. Keep them coming. Don't let them stop. Izzy, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yup.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, that's
Mr.
sad.
Trump. Goodbye.
Peter, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Let's go. Massive W's in the chat for Peter. Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I want to see at least 300 W's in the chat for Peter. Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you are here to debate. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. So everybody just give us 1 minute. Give us 1 minute to get him up in here. And if you are voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below. We are trying to get our next guest up in the box. We got Thomas loading in. The guests today have been quite interesting, huh, guys? What's up, Thomas? Are you voting for Daipidan? All right, Thomas is AFK. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. I'm going to go ahead and start inviting people from the chat. Y'all, please, if you are spamming MAGA down below, make sure that you do want to come up and debate because we are specifically looking for debates, ladies and gentlemen. We got our next guest loading up in the box literally right now, so everybody just give it 1 moment. Give it 1 moment. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Hi, are either of the two of y'all voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
Oh, fuck, bro. Man, fuck you, dude. I'm sorry.
What's up, Lori? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. I want to start this out civil, first of all, by saying happy birthday.
I appreciate you for the love, Lori. Have I had you up before?
You have.
I appreciate you for coming up, Lori. Unfortunately, we are just looking to talk to people that we haven't already spoken to. Thank you so much for coming up, though. Derek, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo saying that Caden was insufferable. Literally. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
W's for the guests in the chat. If you guys are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We are just looking for debates with Trump supporters. We get our next guest loading up right now for the 5.7 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tap on that phone screen. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
1,000 people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen.
Here's an echo. R is not even.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I Venmoed you. Okay.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, sorry. No, but
I'm sorry, Ari. I do appreciate you for your love, and I do apologize for kicking you. I felt so bad, but we are just looking to debate some Trump supporters. What's up, PNAF? Are you voting for Trump?
I am, actually. Can you hear me? I'm new to this.
Yeah, I could hear you, man. So why are you voting for Daipidan?
Okay, so first of all, I'm kind of an old guy. I'm 57 years old. I'm a first-time voter. Just became American about 2 years ago.
That's man.
And happy birthday. I don't know if I just said that, but happy birthday.
Thank you.
I've been watching you guys. I got to be honest with you. I really didn't know much about politics. I've learned a lot through you and I think it's Parker and some other people.
Awesome,
I've got to say, I'm a very civil person. And I feel like the way that you guys treat others, it's kind of turned me off to the Democratic side. I mean, I listen to the other side too, don't get me wrong, and they treat people poorly as well. But I just feel like there's no civility when you guys disagree with somebody. You slam them as opposed to just like, oh no, last night you guys were talking to a gentleman and I think he was somewhat disabled, and that was the nicest I've ever seen y'all. And I was so appreciative and it really made me happy. I just wish those conversations were more often as opposed to less often.
Yeah. So maybe I could like expand upon this a little bit. So I have like chokeslammed every single person that has been on this live so far today. Why? Well, the first guest was saying that E. Jean Carroll was a WHORE, was a liar and based her claims off of an episode of Law and Order, incessantly interrupt me, called me a little boy. The second guest said that Kamala Harris was a WHORE, said that women are more emotional than men, and Kamala Harris was an evil bastard, and Trump is a really genuinely good guy, and didn't accept any sources for the claims that I was making, disregarded them, wasn't up here to debate, was up here to demean. I have no problem being civil and treating people with respect when it's mutual. When it's not mutual, specifically, right, it's off the table.
Right on. I appreciate that more than you know. I hear you. I think that sounds totally fair. I wasn't on this morning listening, to the other people you're just speaking of. I do think there's a lot of immaturity that goes on these, TikTok lives. Unfortunately, I think people do learn a lot. I've learned a crap load through you guys. I really have.
Do you mind?
So why am I voting?
Why you're voting for Trump? Yeah. Also, Ari, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. You were the individual that just came up. You said that you go to Boulder. I go to Boulder too. It's an awesome school. Thank you for the $1, Ari. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump, man?
So I think the reason, and I know all your comebacks, but I'm gonna say it. I'm like a realist kind of person, and I know you're gonna say the correlation argument. I'm a dad of two girls. I'm a girl dad. I've got a beautiful wife who's a nurse. I just feel like our lives, the past 3.5 years went before the 3.5 years were really, really positive. And I feel like there were so many negative things that happened. And I'm not saying it's because of Biden Harris.
Wait, in 2020, we saw the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. That was under Trump's term. Why didn't we associate that with Trump's presidency?
Correct. And I'm okay with that. I mean, I look a lot of that as, COVID and what happened. And also,
if COVID can cause like global unemployment, why can't COVID cause global inflation?
It can, and it did. And that's not the issue. What I'm saying is, as the leader of the country, I feel like things could have been done to truly help us. And I'm one of the users. Like, you probably make more money than I do. I'm a true middle class guy. I mean, I do have a double income with my wife. Go ahead.
You're middle class. So the Biden-Harris administration passed the most legislation out of any modern U.S. presidency to benefit the low and the middle class. We could reference the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, or the CHIPS and Science Act. The question that I'd ask you here is, well, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? Because as far as I'm concerned, he did nothing. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did more than any modern presidency we have had.
And I'm going to say I agree with you. I can't tell you one policy that Trump did. What I was saying before is I'm more of that realist kind of person where, hey, it just worked out that life was a lot better for me during the Trump administration. Life was a lot worse for me during the Biden-Harris administration. To that point, what I say is, as the leader, like if I'm leading my team, I lead a team of people in my little group in my business. If there was something going on that was affecting my team under me, I would do anything in my power to make their lives better. And I don't feel like what they've done has yet made our lives better. And I feel like as a leader, they could have tried to do something, just because, nothing's changed with respect to going to the grocery store. I know the inflation deal. I know that was caused by COVID. I don't hate them. I don't hate anybody for what they've done. I just think
I've already responded to this, right? I would like to clarify. I've already responded to this. Okay. So the Biden-Harris administration has done more to make your life better than any modern U.S. presidency we've had with their monumental legislation, in which I specifically even denoted. Second of all, right, the U.S. has had the quickest response from the inflationary pressures onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7, meaning they were the most effective leadership in the entirety of the globe. Third off, it is the case that your life has gotten better. We've gone from a 9% high of our rate of inflation down to 2.8% rate of inflation, which was the same rate of inflation that we had in 2018 under Trump pre-pandemic. Fifth of all, we've went from 30-year record lows in the stock market to all-time highs in the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. They have made your life better. The question I guess I'd ask you is, well, if you don't think they've done enough, what would you have done?
Well, that's the $1 million question, right? I mean, nobody knows what they could have done, but there's so many people that live in my shoes that they don't necessarily dislike Harris or Biden. They just don't feel any of the effects I mean, all these things that you list out are great, and they look, oh my gosh, they look like love letters on paper, but they just haven't affected us financially.
They have, right? So, like, first of all, it allowed over 1 million new veterans to seek healthcare benefits paid for by the government that they couldn't prior. It invested billions of dollars into manufacturing jobs through the CHIPS and Science Act to create more jobs in STEM-related fields related to Intel and chip production. $1 trillion was invested in local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies to create construction jobs, leading us to record low unemployment rates over the course of the last 50 years, even lower than what we experienced under Trump, right? And it is the case that these things are important, these things are valuable, and these things have happened. And then if we're looking into the future, what can we expect from a second presidency from Harris or a second presidency from Trump? Trump wants to replace the federal tax income with tariffs, which will destroy the low and middle class. You'll be paying more for your groceries at the grocery store, and American-owned businesses will go into the garbage because when we tariff other countries, specifically speaking, U.S. exports fall. That happened while Trump was already president. He had to bail out American farmers that he bankrupted with $28 billion. And if Kamala Harris is elected, she wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and middle class. She has a plan for how much it will cost and exactly how she'll play for it and exactly how she's going to pay for it, right? So when we look at past prospects of how they operated under their presidencies, we already know that Biden and Harris were better for the low and middle class. And if we look at future prospects, if they were both to be reelected, we already know that Kamala Harris would be best off for the low and middle class once again because she wouldn't screw you over with higher rates of inflation and the destruction of American-owned businesses.
Understood. And I'm proud of you as a newly 20-year-old young man. You're very smart. You've got all your points down. I really, you have no idea how much I appreciate how much you know. I do want to talk about one other thing, if I may. The universal health care. I come originally from Canada. I was a Canadian citizen. I'm now dual, but I lived the healthcare system in Canada. I unfortunately lost a parent when I was your age. I was 19 years old because my mom couldn't get the proper care for lymphoma because she had to wait and wait and wait for the proper doctors and be put on a wait list. So there are some benefits of it. Also, my father was a doctor. He didn't make great money. That's what moved us to the States, to give us a better life. But
I just want to say Kamala Harris doesn't have a proposed policy of universal health care. I could talk to you about why universal health care is good. It's not a proposed policy of Kamala Harris's, so it's not relevant to our discussion.
Oh, then what's her health care stance? Then I was completely wrong on that. I apologize. What's her health care stance?
What we know right now is expansions to the ACA, limiting the cost of prescription drug costs for all Americans to a max of $2,100 per year, and granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. So
okay,
that
thank
is
you
her
for
current positions on healthcare. She hasn't advocated for universal healthcare in her proposed policy for a term, but I do like universal healthcare. I think it's great. I think it's effective. I think it's working. I think it's something we need. But maybe I could ask you a question here.
Please.
Would you ever vote for someone that has tried to install themselves as a president by stealing an election with an attempted coup?
Well, that's an easy answer for me. It's a no. But I mean, I've heard these. I've been listening to you for many days now. So my opinion on that is, I just don't know. Honestly, I don't know, because was it a coup or wasn't it a coup? Was it an insurrection or wasn't it an insurrection? I guess there's people on one side that say absolutely, definitely it was. There's people on the other side saying absolutely, definitely it wasn't.
This issue actually isn't split by party, because Trump admits that he tried to steal the election from Biden.
Oh, he said those words? Did he actually say, I tried to steal the election? I didn't hear that if he did.
Yeah. So he's arguing to the Supreme Court, and he argued in the January 6th indictment that he did send fake, or as he will say, alternative slates of electors to cast fraudulent Trump votes from states he lost to Congress, which, by the way, we even have the fraudulent Trump votes, to be counted as real by Mike Pence. Like, for instance, maybe we could reference here, do you want to hear a clip of his lawyer telling a news anchor about it and how they're arguing for immunity?
I heard that the other day when you played it. I honestly did. And I actually listened to the Supreme Court arguments live that day. It was pretty intense. I don't know if you got to listen to both sides. Yeah, it was pretty
So,
cool.
like, do you affirm that Trump tried to steal the election from Biden with fake votes?
I didn't hear them say he tried to steal the election. If you can, play where they said, the lawyer said, yes, he tried to steal it, but.
They admitted to sending fake votes to Congress to be counted as real. So what would have happened if these fake votes were sent to Congress and counted as real, disregarding Biden's votes? What would have the outcome have been?
It probably honestly would have been the same.
No, the fake votes were counted from these 7 states in which he sent them to Congress from. Trump would have been installed for a second term, and all the voice and the votes of all American citizens that voted in 2020 would have been thrown out the window. That was the plan. That is what they've admitted to.
Well, obviously the justice system won on that, and it didn't work. So, if he tried, he's not good at trying to steal it. That's what I would say.
I think that trying alone is enough to not vote for him. For instance, if Trump merely tried to rape, torture, and imprison a little girl but failed, would you still vote for him?
Okay, and no.
Okay, so if Trump tried to steal an election from Joe Biden with an attempted coup against our government but failed, would you still vote for him?
If it was proven, and I actually thought that it was proven, not just by, let me try to word this correctly.
Buddy, Trump says these are things that he did. Where do we go from here?
And that's the hard part. That's why I'm like, listen, I started more lefty than righty. I'm going to be honest with you. You got, like I said.
TNAF, please answer my question. Where do we go from here? If Trump's saying that he tried to steal the election isn't sufficient evidence to believe that Trump tried to steal the election, then what would be sufficient evidence?
Well, I would like to actually hear that he says I tried to steal the election.
You said that earlier that you'd heard me play the clip already of his attorney talking to a news anchor about how they sent the fake slates of electors, and you told me that you've actually read the Supreme Court documents about how they argue that this is something that he did, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions. You already have the evidence right in front of you. You're already aware of the evidence.
Yeah, you got me on that. I'm going to be honest. Now, can I talk about one other thing? You went on that.
I'm not. We're not going to talk about one other thing because you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he tried to overthrow our government and steal an election, and you just conceded and admitted that that's something that Trump did. So, according to your own position so far, you shouldn't be voting for Trump.
And I'm hearing you on that, and I'm saying, okay, you won on that argument. Absolutely, you win on that. So,
okay,
like I said, I've been going back and forth.
I just have one last question for you.
Sure,
so
please.
You just conceded and admitted that Trump tried to steal an election and undermine our democracy and stage a coup to overthrow our government. Why would you be voting for someone that's attempted to steal an election, undermine a democracy, and stage a coup to overthrow a government?
I don't think I would.
So you don't think you vote for Trump?
I don't know. Yeah, I said right now, if I'm talking to you right now, I'm saying, okay, you might have pushed me back to the other side. You might have, honestly. Okay, I'm just telling you what's going through my brain as a 57-year-old man who's never voted, who's learning about politics.
Right.
And the original reason I'm telling you that I got on here, or why I changed, was because I feel like when I try to talk to I have a lot of friends who are Democrats. They're different than y'all. And I don't know if it's because of age or what, but they're easier to talk to. So when I listen to the younger generation and how you guys truly slam people, it hurts my heart, man. I mean, I'm being real right now, because I've got my daughter's your age. So I don't want her to treat people, even if she knew more than another person, I would never want her to treat somebody like body slamming in the ground.
That's $1 on Venmo. I've been so fucking kind and respectful to you, man.
No, you have. No, to me, I'm telling you, I appreciate it. Like last night, I'm telling you, you won my heart. Do you remember I think his name was Dylan last night, and he was talking about Grand Canyon University and Liberty University. Do you remember that?
I do. PNF, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm just going to move on to the next guest because seemingly you just wanted to talk about my parent divisive rhetoric. I feel like I already addressed that quite well at the beginning of our conversation. But I do appreciate you for coming up, being honest about your position, and I hopefully could sway you to vote for Harris. Cam, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W's in the chat for Cam. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. And y'all, don't be mad at PNAF. We're here for debates, so we are going to move on. But he didn't run. He wasn't rude. He was just being honest. But seriously, Cam, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. That was incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Awesome. Why so?
I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to say happy birthday.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Lily, has to say, y'all. Also, yo, that's crazy, Parker. I guess someone just walked up to Parker IRL and said that they specifically watch him and me all the time. That's actually insane. We're going to move on to our next guest. Y'all are saying that it was rude for me in chat to move on to our next guest. Like, I already clarified on that point with him. I'm looking for debates. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He wasn't.
No, happy birthday,
rude.
Dean. Go Kamala Harris.
Hey, man, appreciate you for the love. But we're just looking for debates. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Happy birthday, Dean.
I appreciate you guys. My birthday was yesterday, but I appreciate everybody for the birthday wishes. You guys are incredibly kind. Thank you guys so much. We are going to move on to our next guest. Thank y'all so much for the love. We are going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Because Trump was, shit. Hold on. I honestly was not expecting to get on here.
Oh, yeah, you're doing great, man. So why are you voting for Trump?
No, just kick me out. I'll come back.
Okay, man. Okay. We're going to move on to our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. If you are voting for Trump, let me see a MAGA down below in the comment section. And if you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We are going to move on to our next guest here. Y'all spam MAGA down below if you want to come up. I am inviting everybody up who's spamming MAGA down below, but make sure if you are spamming MAGA, they're here to debate. What's going on? Sam, are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay, what about you, Rect? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, he has bad connection. So, Sam, why are you voting for Trump?
Alrighty, well, first off, I just want to say I appreciate you doing these debates on here. Yeah, so, Trump, 2016, I was too young to vote. I wasn't able to vote for him. I wasn't going to vote for him even if I had. I just didn't like him back then. But then with the 4 years that he had in office, I saw how America had been thriving. They stayed out of wars for the most part. I know that there was like Iranian drone strikes. I remember those happening.
So there was like global wars, right? So there was the Turkish-Kurdish war caused by pull out of Kurdistan. We had a proxy war with boots on the ground in Syria with Russia. And then of course the Yemen genocide, right? And then you're saying that you're voting for Trump because your life was better under Trump. So my life was worse under Trump because I didn't have a girlfriend, but I have had a girlfriend under Harris. Should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend?
Well, I mean, I don't see how having a girlfriend would be relevant. Do you want to like discuss like policies and such with that? Like, so
great. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? So
Yeah.
I'm asking you, like, what policy Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that made your life better, or what policy the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that made your life worse?
Alrighty. Well, so I'm a little bit nervous on what I should talk about on here because there's some things that I know that I can and that I know that I cannot, just based off of my experience. But without giving too much further detail, the global tensions have been rising more significantly since the Biden-Harris administration had come into office. I believe
How did they cause global tensions to rise?
How had it caused?
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause global tensions to rise?
I believe that the Trump administration was much tougher on like the Russian regime or Iranian regime as well.
That's literally false. Trump doesn't think that we should be supporting Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine is being tougher on Russian expansion.
I agree with that. That we shouldn't be. Well, I don't think that he ever said that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine, but he did. I do acknowledge that he does know that there was fraud there. He doesn't like the fraud that was happening, but also he had been in constant talks with Russia. You know that. And obviously it was beyond just invasion of Ukraine. It was also there could have been collusion there, which I know that you believe. However,
that's what's been proved by. So there was Russian interference in the 2016 and the 2020 election, and we have signs of Russian interference today, and leaked Kremlin documents stating that Putin thinks Trump is easy to be manipulated, and we have like evidence for that claim as well. Like at Helsinki, Trump literally believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence. Do you understand how fucking insane that is to believe Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the Department of Defense and the CIA? How can you say that Trump would be harder Oh, yeah, sure. So at Helsinki, Trump asked Putin if he had interfered with the elections, and Putin said, no, I would never do such a thing. Then Trump was like, okay, I'm so sorry, Daddy Putin, you're right. And then, of course, we had the evidence from the DOD and the CIA that proved Russian interference in the 2016 and 2020 election. So how can you expect him to be harder and tougher on Russia, right, if it is the case that Russia wants him to be president again because they find him easy to manipulate?
Well, I believe at the time there was threats of sanctions which have been put into place now since the invasion of Ukraine, right?
That does not answer my question.
Well, that does put pressure on Russia if there is threats of sanctions and ruining their economy.
You're saying that he would be much tougher on Russia. So if he'd be much tougher on Russia, then how come Putin wants him to be president?
I'm still on the topic of how my life was better in 2016. I believe he was much tougher on Russia when he was in office. I have no idea what.
Could you give me any reason to believe that? Do you have any facts to justify that, or just like feelings?
The fact that Ukraine hadn't been invaded until the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration had come in.
So that's another correlation causation argument. Just because two variables are associated with one another doesn't mean that one caused the other one.
Okay, but when Ukraine was much weaker back during the Trump administration, since we knew that we wouldn't be backing them with the Trump administration, since we wouldn't have sent them any of our old weaponry, correct? Any of our old machinery, we just sent them 6 F-16s, right? If Trump wouldn't have been willing to do that back then, why wouldn't have Russia invaded back then? Especially if
we don't have any evidence to assume any evidence to assume one reason over another, because we just simply don't know enough. However, this would include us not having any reason to assume that any evidence to assume that your reason would be correct. Okay, all right. And if we could just assume because two variables are associated with one another that one caused the other, can we say that Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% just because it was associated and happened under his presidency?
Repeat that last part you cut out on my end. My apologies.
Did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%?
I wouldn't say that he caused that, and that would be like the causation correlation with the COVID.
Wait, why? So if Trump didn't cause one thing that happened under his presidency, that being the highest rate of inflation since the Great Depression, then how could you say that he caused another thing under his presidency, that being Russia not invading Ukraine? Millennial, thank you for the gym gun.
Well, I think that there's a lot more evidence towards him stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. Like, if you
did Russia want to invade Ukraine?
They had been. They were in 2013. They invaded.
So then how come Russia interfered with the 2020 election with to push pro-Trump propaganda?
I don't.
How can you say that Russia? The Mueller report. It's a report from the DOD and the CIA.
The Department of Defense and the CIA.
Yes, the Mueller report.
Can you explain to me what the Mueller report stance is? Who was on that cabinet?
You could do the research into it yourself. I don't know the specifics, but what I do know is that we have Kremlin documents. You could look it up. Kremlin documents. I could get you a source. Once again, I referenced the Mueller report stating that they wanted Trump reelected. Then we had the Mueller report and documents from the CIA and DOD prove Russian interference with the election. That's a fact.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about the Mueller report, and I'll look into it. Thank you for showing or bringing that up to me. A different thing, if we can move on to another topic.
Well, I have a question for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
See, that's my tough position. See, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'd like to think of myself as moderate.
So would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
I honestly don't want to vote at all, but I feel like I need to in this election.
So would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Look, Dean, you're trying to back me into a corner, and I get it.
Sam, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Which women are you talking about?
Would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
It would have to depend on the situation. Like for me,
grape. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable for graping a woman forcefully against her will and consent, would you still vote for Trump?
You're saying civilly specifically, but he wasn't lawfully held liable. This was a civil lawsuit.
Civil courts are law courts. Answer my question. If Trump was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or grape of a woman, would you still vote for him?
Well, civil lawsuits are way different than lawful lawsuits.
If Trump was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman against her consent, against her will, forcefully, would you still vote for him? This is the last time I'm going to ask you this question. If you do not answer the question, I will kick you and move on.
Dean, I want to talk to you about other things that I believe are more important.
Goodbye, Sam. Moving on to our next guest here, guys. If we are in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in here for the 5.2 thousand people joining us. Make sure that y'all are double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a couple friends as well, y'all. So everyone, just give us 1 minute to get our next guest up in here. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, and I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. Continue to spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Brianna Jean, I got you with that invitation. You know what? We had a hard line there. Why can they never answer questions? Why can they never answer questions? We are going to go and move on to our next guest here, y'all. We got Spooky loading up in the box. Joey, I sent you an invite up. I'd love for you to come up here and prove to me I'm paid by the DNC. We are still getting our next guest up and waiting. Everybody be patient. Wait for our guest. We are inviting y'all up. I swear to God, it's like MAGA supporters don't know boundaries. What's going on, DBQ? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why's that?
I just don't think the Democrats ultimately can make up their mind. Like, they already kicked Biden out of office, so I just don't know if
Biden stepped down, right? He stepped down and he bowed out of the race. So what would your evidence for this be?
I mean, have you just seen all the news with Democrats? They've said they can't trust Biden.
With Democrats. All the news with Democrats. So if a Republican says that they can't trust Trump, does that mean that they're forcing Trump out of office?
I don't think any of them have said that before. Do you have evidence?
Oh, yeah, the Lincoln Project. Motherfucker, the Lincoln Project. The Republican governor of Mesa.
Dean, shut your stupid ass up. Shut your stupid ass up, nigga. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I apologize for his use of slurs, chat. Confederate flag makes sense. The racist piece of shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Okay, what do you answer? So yeah. So like we could reference the Lincoln Project or like the Republican like governor of Mesa in Arizona that is voting for Kamala Harris, telling other Republicans not to vote for Trump. So you're saying that you can't vote for Trump because Democrats can't make up their mind. I'd say that Republicans can't make up their mind. Because which one is it? Do you care about law and order, or are you going to vote for the violent sex offender felon? Which one is it? Do you care about the border, or are you okay with Trump telling Republicans in Congress to vote against a bipartisan border bill that would have ended the crisis years ago? Do you care about children, or do you want to advocate for common sense gun reform, as guns are the leading cause of death within children? Do you care about families, or do you want to push for anti-IVF, which would specifically tear families apart? Push for a greater level socialization of homophobia that would tear same-sex parents and their families apart, and you want to push for pro-life legislation that would tear the family unit apart as a whole. Which one is it?
So to the gun point, you believe guns kill people, or do you believe people with guns kill people?
Oh my God, guns kill people. Wow. Guns, yeah, guns.
So
really?
You think ultimately banning guns in total would stop school shootings?
Stricter gun control leads to less gun-associated deaths. Yes, yeah, I actually do believe that, yep.
I mean, if that's the same thing, should we ban people driving cars? Do cars drive drunk?
Well, actually, we literally did ban people from driving cars drunk and re-regulated the sale of alcohol to 21 plus from 18 plus to specifically reduce the amount of traffic fatalities related to drunk drivers. You just gave an analogy that actually makes my argument stronger.
So anyone over 21, they can't drive drunk anymore? They can't drive drunk? That's just a little pact they have together?
I'm confused at what point you're making. Like, we know that stricter gun control and regulation per capita reduces the amount of gun-related.
But you're saying that drinking age is lowering gun control.
Okay, what the fuck are you yapping about, little bro?
You're saying the drinking age is lowering DUIs
Yeah. So like in the 1970s, we saw a push to specifically move the drinking age from 18 to 21. And we saw the federal government basically scare states into doing this by saying that they won't give them any more like federal funding for their roads unless they change their drinking age to 21 plus. And the reason that we did this is because we saw a disproportionate amount of traffic related fatalities to individual behind the wheel that are drunk from the age range of 18 to 21. So there was policy and regulation, right, that specifically reduce the amount of traffic related fatalities. And this is exactly what gun control does. So we introduced common sense gun control that we scientifically knows yields positive outcomes of lower gun deaths per capita within related fields of like violent crimes or even suicides, mass shootings, etc. And I feel like that is something I advocate for, and it's something that we should all advocate for. I mean, it is science backed. It has been studied, and there is an insurmountable amount of evidence to suggest that it works. And this is the contradiction I'm getting the Republicans up in, because we know that this gun policy works, yet you don't want it, and you turn around and you say that you care about our youth, even though the leading cause of death in our youth is guns. I ate down. He ran away. He actually ran. Dude, 8, bro. Yeah, that's what nice. Let's go. Okay, we're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now. We got Connie Johnson loading up in. That's great. That's great. Let's get a round of applause for that. That's phenomenal, guys. That's so awesome. We got our next guest loading into the box literally right now. Everybody just give me a minute to get them up in here. Be patient while we do. That is just so phenomenal. Absolutely 8. And yo, Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying, Ashley, I missed your birthday yesterday. Happy late birthday. That's so incredibly kind of you, Ashley. Let's get at least 200 W's for Ashley in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Ashley. And Nathan and Joshua, are y'all voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because...
Okay, so why do you want the rapist in the Oval Office?
Well, he's not a rapist anyways, but that's besides the point.
That's not besides the point.
He supports the Constitution of the United States.
No, he doesn't. He's literally actively campaigning.
Okay, can you name one thing he's done to go against the Constitution?
Oh, fuck yes, I can. I'll name a handful. So right now, in his current campaign for presidency, I mean today, he is advocating to put people in jail for a year if they burn the American flag. Burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
It is not protected under the First Amendment.
It is, as ruled on by the Supreme Court.
Burn it, right? It's my First Amendment.
Nathan, as ruled on by the Supreme Court in Texas versus Robinson in 1978, it absolutely is protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
So Kamala threatened to take everyone's AR-15s away. Isn't that going against the Constitution?
Okay, so Nathan, not only is this a pivot, but it's also false. Where in her current campaign proposed policy does she indicate
she stated a mandatory gun confiscation.
Yeah, so first of all, what you're going to be referencing here is in 2019 when she was running for president then. And second of all, it was a non-mandatory buyback program, and her campaign even came out and clarified on that bit. And then fifth of all, this is a massive pivot away from the fact that you asked me to name one piece of Donald Trump's campaign insofar of how he's anti-constitution, and I did. He wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag when that is strictly protected under our First Amendment right to freedom.
It's our American flag. I mean, so there's no point in burning it. This is why we have a Constitution. This is why we have the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, Second Amendment. We live in the United States of America. So
listen, Nathan, you can say believe you could say it's weird, wrong.
It should be imprisonment to burn the American flag, just like it is to shoot a bald eagle, because that's our nation's bird.
Nathan, so you could say it's like weird, wrong, antisocial behavior to burn the American flag, but that doesn't mean that it's not constitutionally protected. So even you are anti-constitution. You are no patriot, sir. You're anti-American, anti-constitution.
I fully support the Constitution. I know
then you fully support individuals' legal rights to burn the American flag because of the Supreme Court.
He cherishes our Second Amendment primarily because the Second Amendment.
Nathan, how do you feel about the Supreme Court ruling? Nathan, how do you feel about the Supreme Court ruling that burning?
And by the way, Kamala not only.
Nathan, how do you feel about the Supreme Court ruling that burning the American flag is protected under our Constitution, specifically the First Amendment? Do you disagree with the Supreme Court? You have to unmute your mic. Uh-oh. Pookie is not going to figure out how to unmute his mic. Okay, Nathan, click on the little picture of you. I don't want to look at that little picture of you for too long. So click on the little picture of you, and then you'll see like a pop-up box appear. Then click the icon of the mic. So currently I can't hear you. No one in this stream can hear you, right? Pooks, but we will be able to hear you again if you're able to figure out how to unmute your mic. Typically if they can't figure it out in about 20-30 seconds, I let them go. But I would love to continue my conversation with him, so I'm just going to leave him up in the box for as long as he needs. And while he's figuring out how to unmute his mic, we're going to go get our next guest up in here. So Nathan, once again, I'm just going to clarify. Click on your profile picture and click the icon of the mic to unmute yourself. And I'll send you an invite. Oh, and he ran away. He ran away. Little runner emojis in the chat. What's up, Sam? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Sam's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. So if you, right, are voting for Trump, let me see some MAGAs spammed in the chat. Hop in that queue, y'all. We are going to move on to our next guest right now. What's up, Luke? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. What's up, man?
Okay, yeah. So why do you particularly want the rapist, felon, misogynist, racist, sexist, fraudster, election denying guy that tried to overthrow our government to be our president?
I mean, I don't know why you always start with that. I get that he has had mistakes, but
yeah,
I think it comes down
grape is a mistake.
All right, can I talk, please? Thank you. So, first of all, Kamala's campaign is almost absent. All right, whatever. Like, I really don't know anything about Kamala and her stance on anything. Her campaign has been completely absent. And
I'd actually say the opposite is true.
Well, why isn't she doing live interviews?
Well, she did an interview, and then why is she not doing interviews? Luke, do you mind if I finish here? You asked me if I could let you talk. Now I'm going to ask you to let me talk. So first you were saying that she wasn't doing interviews, and now that she has done an interview, now you're saying that she hasn't done live interviews. So we actually have about 8 days here until the live debate on ABC News. And then second of all, you're saying that her campaign has been absent. You don't know what she's advocating for. I do. I want to talk about her economic tax plan in comparison to Trump's. So she wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and middle class. If you'd like me to specifically detail how, just ask and I will. And this tax plan is going to cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. On the other hand, Trump wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. That's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How is he going to pay for that?
I'm not too familiar with Trump's tax plan so far. If you let me finish on why I'm voting for him, foreign relations, especially nowadays, is
absence on their policy?
Extremely tense, dude. Extremely tense. Look at the world, man. Trump is a businessman. He is a negotiator.
So we're pivoting. Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Businesses fail all the time, dude.
Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies. Great businessman, so good, such a good businessman. He was such a good businessman that he stepped into office, spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, and increased the deficit through signed debt-related spending, twice as much as the Biden-Harris administration did. He's such a good businessman, the best ever, quite frankly.
What the fuck?
And he runs away, and Luke runs away. We got our next guest loading up in the box, quite frankly. Luke lost very bigly. Luke lost very bigly. Bo, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
15.
15. You're not voting for Trump. Tee. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Cadence loading up in the box. Everybody just give us one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Nicole, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying Kamala Harris literally has the most active campaign. Literally. On God. Hey, what's up, Cadence? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. All right. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist. Cadence lost very bigly. Very bigly. No,
Gay ass bitch.
That was a perfect answer to my question. Yeah. You know what? We're really getting the smart people on this stream today. You know what? The smartest people. Now, these are the innovators. These are the entrepreneurs. These are the PhD doctor scientists of the next generation. We are going to go and get our next guest up in the box. You know, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, guys. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Spoof, thank you for the $1.
Yes, I am voting for Trump, and I'm voting for Carrie Lake. Voting for Carrie Lake and Candace Owens in 2028.
Oh, so embarrassing. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because of the economy, baby. Look around you. Yeah.
Great question. Let's talk about the economy. So
Let's talk about it.
So Trump wants to institute his tax plan for another 10 years, estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How the fuck is he going to pay for it?
Tariffs. We're going to do tariffs, right?
So he's going to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and corporations by destroying the low and middle class and small American-owned businesses such as farmers?
I don't think farmers are going to be affected by that.
They already were. When he imposed tariffs on China during his first term, he bankrupted farmers so far to the point where he had to pass a $28 billion bailout deal.
I think you're a liar. I do. I think you're a really big liar. You come up here every single day with those little eyes.
Fact check me. You think I'm a liar? Fact check me.
No,
fact check me. Do it. Pull up the laptop. Pull up the laptop. Fact check me.
You're a little boy. You're just a tiny little fetus, a little spermy, and you come up on here in front of that little microphone of yours every day, and you lie to every single one.
Fact check me.
Of these people.
I'm waiting for you to fact check me.
And what do you want me to fact check?
The idea that when Trump imposed tariffs on China, it reduced American agricultural exports that bankrupted American farmers, that caused him to pass a $28 billion bailout bill for them.
I saw on Truth Social the other day that isn't true. It showed out his economic policy. Oh my God, thank you, Pierre, for the $25. Thank you.
Okay, we got to crash out.
You're crazy. And that girl lied.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
You're not a real patriot. Why don't you love this country? Why do you want Venezuelans in here?
Are you gaslighting me?
Our apartments, our buses, and our schools.
Okay, I have a question. So what evidence do we have to assume that the individuals, overtaking apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado are Venezuelan gang members?
Because of the way they talked.
Oh, so you're saying that speaking Spanish makes you a Venezuelan gang member?
Yes, absolutely.
And this is why you don't care about America. This is why you don't care about America. This is why you don't care about American citizens, and this is why you want to perpetuate more harm against more people. What do you think this does to every single person in America that, quite frankly, doesn't speak English as their first language? Or even what do you think this does to individuals who are learning English?
Why can't they?
What do you think it does to perpetuate the narrative that everyone who speaks Spanish is a violent gang member who wants to steal housing from single mothers?
No, I mean, I think it's terrible too, and I'm glad you agree with me.
Wait, so I have a question. So people in Mexico speak Spanish. Are they Venezuelan gang members?
No, but a lot of them do.
Wait, why? But I thought you said that the reason you knew that the individuals overthrowing the apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado were Venezuelan gang members were because they spoke Spanish.
What we do know is that those people, particularly in that area, do bring a lot of crime over. They bring crime and they bring...
Where's the evidence that they're bringing it over? Where's the evidence that they're undocumented?
Okay,
in fact, we actually have more reason to assume that those are U.S. citizens based upon the fact that a U.S.-born citizen is 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. What evidence do we have to believe that they are undocumented migrants?
Have you seen these bigger urban cities and areas with people of different diversities and there's higher crime rate? How are we going to explain that? How do you explain it?
Because the lower socioeconomic standards on average, standards on average yield higher rates of crime. And this is why I know that you are virtue signaling on behalf of undocumented migrants to further perpetuate xenophobia. Because if you truly cared about the reduction of violent crime rates, then you would support making the low and the middle class better off. You would support increasing our child tax credits. You would support introducing a $25,000 subsidy to first-time homebuyers for new properties. You would support cutting taxes for over 1 million American citizens. And you would support hair terrorists because that's what she's going to do. She knows how much it will cost and she has a plan to pay for it. But instead, you turn around and you vote for Donald Trump, the man that wants to reinvigorate his tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and corporations, costing the American taxpayer $3.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years with no fucking clue how to pay for it, except for the destruction of the low and middle class with higher tariffs, which cause inflation. And you're telling me that you're pro-America. You're telling me that you don't like violent crime. You're telling me that you want to reduce those stats. Earlier, you also said that I'm not a patriot, but then you turn around and you vote for Donald Trump, who has launched the biggest internal attack on our democracy and on our federal government since the Civil War, with his attempt at stealing the 2020 election from Joe Biden.
So, are you reading a little script over there? I'm just checking. I'm just wondering.
I'm eating. I'm munching. Yeah. I have a filet mignon in my mouth.
Yeah, okay. You've gotten a lot more expensive, huh?
Thank you so much for the boxing gloves, Evany. This is what they do when they get
under communist
Kamala. Script. Define
under
communism.
Communist Kamala, your little filet mignon is a little bit more expensive, isn't it?
Define communism.
It's when we have high taxes and the government controls everything. Like California.
Oh my God!
Great example. Just look to California,
Yo,
New York City.
Dude, under communism,
I lived in Oklahoma.
Under communism, there's no taxes because there's no money, and under communism, there's no overreaching government because there's no government.
So why does China have money?
They're not communist.
Yes, they are.
Oh my
the
God.
CCP, Communist Party, Communist China Party.
They're a party that wants communism. That's what the USSR did too. They're like, we want communism, so we're going to try to just be tyrannical upon our citizens and kill them all. But they never reach communism. Specifically speaking, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society where the workers own the
And where did you get that information? Was it your liberal professors?
No, I actually got that from my Republican libertarian professor.
And earlier I saw what you did to that woman, Jill. Do you remember Jill?
I remember Jill.
Yeah. You made her seem so, she was intelligent. She held herself very competently. And the way you kind of dismissed her was objectively wrong. And I would argue misogynist for sure. North Korea. North Korea is communist as well.
Were we watching the same person?
Absolutely. She had facts and evidence and you had no way to refute any of that. And she just followed me. Thank you, Jill. She did just follow me.
Is this a troll?
No, absolutely not. She just followed me, and the way you talk to her, like talking down her,
are you trolling?
Absolutely not. I was disgusted by the way you talked to her.
Jill was one of the most unhinged guests that I've ever had on my live.
She had a lot of facts. She had a lot of information. And the way you kind of were condescending to her didn't sit right with me. You're supposed to be supporting and uplifting women, right? I thought that's all the whole left,
like her fact that E. Jean Carroll, right, the woman that proved Trump had raped her in a civil court of law, was lying and based her story specifically off of a 2012 Law and Order episode when she had medical records from before 2012 in the 90s indicating that she had been raped by Trump. That was a good fact.
Okay.
Or like when she turned around and told me that. Yeah.
If you think about it, it is a little convenient that the story 100% matches with that episode of Law and Order. And I'm
just like it's a little bit convenient. Just like it's a little bit convenient that Donald Trump got shot in the top right-hand corner of his ear when one of my favorite TV shows, Limitless, released an episode called "The Assassination of Eddie," who was specifically running for president and faked an assassination attempt getting grace in his ear. That was a little bit too convenient. Does that mean that Donald Trump staged his assassination attempt and based it off of this TV show called Limitless?
I don't think so. I'm not saying she's lying.
Oh, so even though it's directly like the episode from Limitless, that doesn't mean that Trump based it off of Limitless. So even though her story is similar to an episode of Law and Order, how does that mean that she based it off of the episode of Law and Order?
Well, have you heard about and I've done some research on this recently. And, I don't 100% buy into all of it, but there's some things that are pretty crazy. Like, have you heard about the New World Order?
if Kamala Harris is elected, a new world order is going to be introduced, and if Donald Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive space lasers, very bigly.
I mean, he's anti-establishment. He could prevent something like this from happening if other countries want to impose a one world language, a one world religion, and a one world government, one world currency onto us. Donald Trump would be the person to stop something like that from happening. He's anti-establishment. He has no reason to be doing this other than the best interests of the American people.
He's so anti-establishment that he wants to put God back in school, and
that's great. We need that. We need God back in our schools. Ever since God has been taken out of our schools in our country, we've seen decline, a social decline, heresy, blasphemy.
Do you see how that's like? You can't say that he's anti-establishment, anti-government or ordained religion, and then turn around and say that we need government ordained religion.
We need religion. I know we need religion, and we don't.
Bethany, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo for the tinfoil hat fun.
Why
thank you so much,
so
Bethany.
anti-religion?
Yeah, well, so first of all, I think that inherently faith-based beliefs are fine as long as you use them as a tool of peace and love, not as a weapon of hate and destruction.
Exactly,
and I think
that's
that
what
we
we're
see
trying to do.
Christianity
If you
being
really
used as a weapon of
listened.
hate and destruction. People use Christianity to justify slavery. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Read your Bible. God says slavery is okay. People use it as a weapon of hate and destruction to infringe upon the limits and rights of access to healthcare of all 170 million American women and girls. We see that 1 Samuel 15:3 of the Christian Bible supports and ordains genocide. God ordained Saul to kill all men, women, and children.
In certain
of the
instances,
Amalekites.
it might
It
be
is a weapon of hate.
condoned. In certain,
Oh, then we don't even need to
like-
talk about the homophobia as perpetuated by the Bible.
Yes,
we're
I'm
going to talk
gay.
about
Did
God's
you get down to
perfect
that?
moral law in Leviticus 18:22, where
Right.
apparently all GAY people should be stoned.
I'm gay, and I think.
Do you think that you should be stoned because the Bible says so?
I think that maybe in a past life I might have done something that doesn't live up to the expectations, and this is what I have to.
So do you
live
think
with
that you
and
should justly be
confront.
stoned for having a natural, normal, unchangeable attraction towards the same gender or sex?
There's something inherently wrong with gay people, and I
Oh
am
my
myself a gay
God.
person. There is something inherently wrong with us. I'm not sure if something happened to me when I was a kid. I
Say
don't quite
lesbian.
remember.
Say lesbian. Don't say GAY.
Okay, so
TikTok
sorry.
doesn't like GAY. TikTok's
Okay.
fine with the word lesbian.
Yeah,
So
I'm
why
fine
is
with
it wrong to be lesbian?
Why is it wrong to be lesbian? Well, first of all, they don't produce any children on their own. We do need repopulation. There's
Is it morally wrong to be infertile?
It's God's will.
Is it morally wrong to be infertile?
It's God's will.
If you're infertile, can you have children?
No, and maybe you weren't meant to.
Well,
Maybe you weren't
if
meant
God,
to for
if
one
God
reason
willed
or
you to be
another.
infertile, why couldn't God have willed you to be lesbian?
God will bless you with whatever you need if you just listen to the good word. Okay, so maybe
Is
these
it
people-
wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman that's infertile?
No, I don't know. Well,
But we can't
actually,
reproduce. Wasn't that your
if-
argument
if-
insofar as why it's wrong for two men or two women? Literally, you take two women, you put them together, they engage in intercourse. You say that's wrong because they can't produce offspring. You
Okay.
replace one of those women with an infertile man, and you no longer think it's wrong, although they still can't produce offspring. Do
I
we
think
see how
maybe-
that's like incredibly hypocritical? How that's a double
I can see the
standard?
contradiction, but if you are married, I don't see a problem with that, right? I don't think gay people, or sorry,
lesbian.
Lesbian. I don't think lesbian people should have the right to use an institution that is derived from
Can you
religious
tell me why
doctrine.
it's wrong to be lesbian?
It's unnatural.
Okay, so can you define the term unnatural?
It is not something that occurs without I guess a life interference. I feel like you've had to have something really bad happen to you when you were young.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, you're just like analytically wrong in the sense that we know that being GAY is caused by natural biological predispositions. For instance, we have institutions of medicine and science, such as the Netherlands Institute for Brain Research or the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies at the University of Pittsburgh or UCLA, that specifically indicate that if you are GAY, it's because of natural predispositions, such as like a thicker anterior commissure in the context of your neuroanatomy, or differences in your dendritic densities, or
Okay,
differences
well now
within
you're just
A-
making up words.
AI NAH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. I'm not making up words. I'm giving you the findings of institutions of medicine and science. All right. And then second of all, right, we know that these are naturally developed during gestational development in womb. And third of all, right, it's also the case that homosexuality is prevalent in over 3,000 animal species, including babonos, who are 99.6% genetically similar to humans. Also the same for moose. 10% of moose will only engage in same-gendered intercourse. Your claim that it's unnatural is ultimately false and wrong. And Duncan, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Duncan.
You are more than welcome to have your beliefs on that. And I'm not saying you can't, but I don't think you can force us to believe what you believe. Right?
Okay, I'm giving you the science. I'm giving you the facts. I literally even named the institutions of medicine and science and what their findings were.
Science is a great tool. Don't get me wrong, right? But science, a lot of times, let's be real, is theory, right? It's not based on...
No, these are observations. The institution of brain research in the Netherlands specifically use MRIs, fMRIs, and post-mortem brain slices to conclude the neurobiological predisposition.
So they were cutting up babies?
For being GAY.
They were cutting up babies?
No. Corpses and morgues. Post-mortem brain slices. It's a tool that scientists use to study the human brain.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. I was thinking of something about the lesbian community, but I am ashamed.
Cammy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the facts. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Cammy in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
Thank you, Coach Carpy, for the $30. Thank you.
You didn't get a donation, I did.
Yeah, I did. Look at my thing. Look at my little coins in the corner. Does that make you upset? People believe in what I'm saying. People know the truth.
You have 271 coins. I have 20,000.
How much is that? $2.
Philip, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love for providing the science. So, anyways, yeah.
Okay.
Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump. But going back to the science thing, just real quick. After this whole COVID thing happened, I can't say.
Thank you for the boxing gloves.
Yeah. I can't say I'm a firm believer in what the quote unquote scientists are saying, because they lied to us so much in 2020. There were so many doctors that were come out and they were silenced. They were silenced. No, I swear to God, they were silenced. There's videos.
I just want to like, you know what? Go ahead and continue. I want to let this play out.
There was science. I forgot the name of the documentary. If anyone in the comments can let me know. But it was essentially all of these like chiropractors and doctors were coming out and they were denouncing COVID. Oh, what, are you playing cards? Are you bored? Am I boring you?
You're easily sidetracked from your point. Is this my cue to hop back in here and
you go ahead? You do what you need to, little boy.
You literally couldn't finish out your own point when I was sitting on mute, and you're calling me a little boy?
I think you absolutely are young, and it's cute that you have some ideas. You probably read a book or two. That's cute. I'm happy for you. But please call me when you're a tax-paying American citizen. Okay?
I am a tax-paying American citizen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think I don't have to pay taxes on like the income that I generate through the live? I absolutely do.
So that's why you should vote for Trump, because he's going to get rid of the tip tax.
Actually, that is a good proposed policy of Trump's, but good thing Harris is proposing the same policy.
We have a closeted Trump supporter, guys. How does that make us all feel?
No, you just have a rational human being that places country above party and can recognize good policy when it's good. This no tax on tips policy was.
Oh, aren't you just so holier than thou, right? Party.
Does that make you? Does that make you a closeted leftist because you agree with no tax on tips, and that was
no tax on tips was Trump's idea that was stolen and then botched by communist Kamala.
Once again, you don't know what communism is.
Yeah, baby. I do know what communism is. We already talked about this.
If I finish real quick?
You can try.
Awesome. So first of all, you don't know what communism is, and we already did talk about this. That's a fact. You told me that communism was higher taxes and government control. Communism, there's no taxes because it's moneyless, and communism, there's no government control because it's stateless. So your idea of what communism is just what has been pissed into your mouth by alt-right Republican alternative media sources like Project Veritas or directly from Trump's campaign. He incessantly lies. It's expected, unfortunately.
Okay.
Second of all, right? You also had made the claim that you don't trust the scientists. So I just think it's incredibly funny that you'll really sit here and tell me, Isabella, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. W's for Isabella in the chat, and tell me that you won't trust the like Netherlands Institute of Brain Research that has used MRIs, fMRIs, EEGs, and postmortem.
I don't trust foreigners. I don't. Why should we listen to what they have to say? They've been trying to destroy this country since day one.
So if they're not from the US, you don't trust them?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, so you wouldn't trust Gandhi because he was not from the US?
Didn't he light himself on fire? Why would I trust a loser like that?
You wouldn't trust Jesus? He's not from the US.
I think if he were around today, he would trust Jesus.
No, but he wasn't born in the U.S.
He would be a U.S. citizen if he was.
No. He wasn't born in the U.S. He was born in Jerusalem.
Yeah, you're telling me he would go caucus with the Hamas?
I'm telling you that he's not a U.S. born citizen. Jesus was not born. Jesus was not born in the U.S.
And I get
so
that.
You don't trust Jesus?
I think he would immigrate here legally.
So you think of when Jesus comes down again? So I just want to clarify here. If Jesus were, if Christianity were true and Jesus were to come back down again, that he would immigrate to the U.S. and become a citizen.
100%, absolutely. We have. I would argue that we have we're a high trusting society. We have good morals. We have good values.
Good morals, good values, and then you turn around and vote for the rapist womanizer who sexualized little girls and boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent. What kind of good moral virtues are those?
I think she wanted a payday.
Oh, E. Jean Carroll wanted a payday. So
Absolutely.
why specifically wouldn't she have brought these charges up earlier when she could have made more money and invested more in the long term to yield a higher gain in comparison to like pursuing civil litigation after she had already retired? And it is the case that she wouldn't be able to capitalize on that money as much.
I think it was politically convenient for her. Maybe she wanted more notoriety. Maybe it wasn't 100% about the money, right?
So she wanted a payday, so she faked medical
Didn't she write a
records
book?
in the 90s, then waited 23 years. She was a journalist. Of course she wrote a book.
So she wanted the #1 spot on that New York Best Time Seller now?
She's been writing books and articles for the last 35 years of her life.
Uh-huh.
So what evidence would you have to suggest that E. Jean Carroll wanted a payday? I can't name one of her books.
Okay.
Name one of Trump's policies that he passed in his first presidential term.
The First Step Act.
Oh, so how did he influence to get the First Step Act passed when that was proposed by Democrats in Congress under Obama, then passed and was signed into law under Trump?
So he signed it into law. I feel like that's good enough. He signed it into law. Do you know what the president does? Do you know their constitutional authority at all? Did you go to school?
What's the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution?
I think that's the right for women to vote.
What's the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution?
Hold on. So 13th was the slavery, and 14th was it prohibition of alcohol?
Okay, so yeah,
No.
so I just want to clarify though.
What's it?
It provided citizenship to formerly enslaved people.
Okay, that's great. I'm for that.
And it extended them equal protections under the law.
I love that. And you know what?
You got a real smart, real.
So they're
smart
free, they're fair, and let's quit the whole racism thing, shall we?
Oh well,
No-
if you think
no
that we should
reparations.
quit, if you think that we should quit the whole racism thing, well then why would you support Trump wanting to institute a Muslim ban, stating if you are Muslim you shouldn't be able to enter into the country? Isn't that
Because they're
quite racist?
radicals.
What do you mean by that?
They're very radical in their beliefs. Have you read the Quran?
Have you read the Bible? 1 Samuel 15:3 supports genocide, and Leviticus 25:44 through 46 supports slavery. There's going to be different interpretations of traditional religions. Some can be radicals, others aren't. You have to concede to this, because if you want to say you accept and read the text as it is, well, how radical do you think the Christian Bible it is when God commanded Saul and his men to genocide men, women, and children?
Right. So you're up here saying, wait, hold on. You're up here saying that you love the lesbian communities a lot. What would happen if we just imported all of them? We'd get thrown off buildings.
Imported lesbians would lead to you getting
No. What would happen to the lesbian community if we imported the Muslims? Would you be thrown out buildings and drug in the streets by donkeys?
So you're saying that Muslims are homophobic, but then
Absolutely.
So you got a Bible on you?
No, not with me currently.
You got like a computer or another.
I do
phone
have a
with
computer. I have a phone. I can access it. I'm on my iPad right now.
So I just want you to look up Leviticus 18:22 and read it out loud for us.
All right. Let me find my Bible.
Because apparently, like followers of the Islam religion are homophobic, which I'd agree, right? The Quran does support homophobia. I don't think that you need to equate this to fear mongering, the exclusion of Muslims from entering into our country. Because using your logic, we should exclude any follower.
Well, and they also endorse. Endorse.
But I'd love for you to read Leviticus 25.
Leviticus. Which one was it? Leviticus what?
18:22.
18:22. And not only that, they're how do I say this? TikTok friendly. PDF files, right? They endorse that.
Hey. So, how old was Mary?
Actually, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
so the typical woman in Jerusalem at the time specifically married between the ages of 12 and 16. It is estimated by Christian theologians and fathers of the church that Mary was 13 or 14 at the time, that she was impregnated by her own son. So I'd agree.
Okay.
Like Muhammad marrying Aisha, right? She was like a 6-year-old girl. They consummated the marriage at 9. That is terrible, right? But I think that we'd also have to agree here that that Mary's own son, right, impregnating her when she was 14 is also terrible.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think all of that's wrong. I think.
So are you going to read off Leviticus 18:22?
Yeah. In Leviticus 18:22 states, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman; it is an abomination." Right.
Now go read Leviticus 20:13.
2013, my favorite year. 20.
Cammy, thank you so much for the meteor shower. I appreciate you for the love, Cammy. W's for Cammy in the chat. Thank you so much for the meteor shower. I was thanking someone for a gift, silly goose.
Beggar. You're a beggar.
You're jealous. Now read off Leviticus 20:13.
Why don't you stand on the highway with a sign? I feel like that's easier.
Oh my God, you're so jealous that people donate to me because they enjoy my content. You don't know what you just did. Read off Leviticus 20:13.
Okay, 20:13. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, they have committed an abomination. The two of them shall be put to unaliving. Their blood guilt is upon them.
Oh,
right?
so what was this about the Quran being homophobic?
Wait,
you said
hold
because
on.
the Quran's homophobic, they should be excluded from entering into the country?
This was a mistranslation.
It was a mistranslation of what language?
It was supposed to be, I think the original had said...
Pops, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Pops in the chat for the $5 on PayPal for the begging. Thank you for the love, Pops.
And this is why I love...
Abel, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 on Venmo for the begging for money. You are bigly jealous, bigly mad.
I make my money. I make my money the best way I know how. Thank you. I live in Florida, by the way, and I'm supporting Carrie Lake.
Bigly jealous, bigly mad. So I just want to clarify here. What was the original language of the Old Testament?
Hebrew.
Hebrew. So actually, part of Levitical law was written in Aramaic, not just Hebrew. So you don't even know the original languages of the Old Testament.
I'm sorry, you don't know the history of everything.
Tell me that it's been mistranslated. Oh, come on.
I think it has been
It's gone
through
Connor, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for begging for money. Thank you for the love. Connor, thank you so much for the $5. And now, how about you read Leviticus 25 verses 44 to 46?
God, what are we doing here? Do I just have to keep reading everything? Is it because you can't read yourself? You need me to read it for you? You need me to spoon feed you?
So it is much better when
choo.
I like it more when the Christian self dunks. But yeah, particularly the reason I had you read these verses off was because you said that yes, we should exclude Muslims from entering into the country because some parts of the Quran support radical ideals. And I guess my counter response here would be, so does the Bible.
Sorry, I just don't want another 9/11. I'm just being honest with you.
We're fucking racist. You're so fucking racist. I don't want it. What do you think? What do you think the largest driving cause of domestic terror attacks is?
Antifa, probably.
White Christian nationalists. White Christian nationalists is the leading cause of internal domestic terror attacks. Does that mean that we should ban Muslims from entering into the country?
I think maybe they're prosecuted at a higher rate.
Yoshi Celia, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for schooling the trolls. Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to make
just burn it.
Shut up. Sin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well to make the guests jealous. I hope you had a good birthday. Jamie, thank you for the $5 as well, saying jealous Jill. And Michael with the $20 on Venmo to kick this closeted racist out of the chat. I appreciate you for the love. I'm almost done dunking and then I will cook. And Connor, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. And George, thank you so much for the fireworks as well. I really appreciate you so much. Let's get some W's for the bigly donor donation.
You are a queef stain on the world.
You are so jealous. Nicole, thank you for the $3 on Venmo to deal with this guest
stain, little queefer. Smell like queef and tuna, probably. You're delusional. Serious.
You just told me I smell like queef. What? Who's delusional? Elizabeth with the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's for Elizabeth in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Elizabeth says, here's your alms.
Thank you for the hand hearts.
Hey, 1 second. I'm bigly talking. Laura, thank you for the subscription. Elizabeth with the $25 says, here's your almstein. Kick this arrogant, jealous caller. Bigly mad. I've been donated $50 in total to kick you so far. People want you gone.
Wait, hold on.
And Connor, shut up. Shut up. Connor with the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the grift. Thank you so much for the love. Middle Child with the boxing gloves in Stanford with the $5 on Venmo to make this racist jealous. Thank you so much for the love.
Can I please ask you one thing, though, about the whole election in 2020 that we all know was stolen?
No, Van, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying, as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I feel bad for Kari. I hope they find their way.
My name isn't Kari. I support... Do you know who Carrie Lake is? Carrie Lake?
No, I don't want to.
She is a senator running in Arizona, and she...
Donald, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to kick the ignorant racist moron. Oh my God, I appreciate you for the love.
I'm not racist. I have black friends. I do.
That's it. Sunshine, thank you for the corgi. Lori, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal to kick this gross excuse for something. Massive W's in the chat for Lori. I got him gone, Lori. I appreciate you for the love. What's up, man? 1 second. Massive W's in the chat for Lori. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That is an insane donation, and we got him out. W's for Lori. Mr. Lucian, are you voting for Daipi Dan?
Daipi Dan? What? Yo, you say you're voting for Kamala 2024. Why are you voting for Trump?
Okay, wow. This is hard. Real quick, how old are you?
Okay, how old am I? I'm 18.
Okay, awesome. So you just said, you say I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Why am I voting for Trump? Did you mean to say, why am I voting for Harris?
No. In your live, it legit says I'm voting for Kamala 2024. Why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah. Why are you voting for Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Because legit, he makes America great. Why are you voting for Kamala that killed over 15,000 people because they smoke marijuana?
Oh my God, I really wish I could continue to talk to you. F1 in the chat. Bro, please re-request. I have to remove you because you said the name of a drug. I would love to talk to you. I would love to talk to you. Lily with the $2 on PayPal saying anyone that isn't Native American is an immigrant. Yeah, literally, dead ass. Thank you so much for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest. Do I even need to respond to that? Do I need to address that guy's misinfo? I really want to talk to them. I'm so mad that they said the name of a drug. What's up, Bobby? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I'm sorry. I'm voting for Trump.
Hey, man, you're good. Base, W's. Hey, if you're voting for Trump, let me know in the chat. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. All right. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. Oh,
Hey.
actually, yeah. Hi.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, no. Actually, I have like sort of a mission going around TikTok and warning everyone what could happen if people were voting for Trump, because I'm from Hungary.
So fucking real. W's in the chat. I appreciate you for coming up. You just said that you're from Hungary. I feel like you're going to relate that to your experience in your country. Feel free to hop back up in the box. I'd love to hear your perspective as an individual from Hungary. Honestly, I want to hear your perspective. Hop back up in the queue. I'll let you back up next. Yeah, I kind of want to. She's from Hungary. She has a perspective Let's hear her out. Let's hear her out real quick. And then we are going to move on to our next guest. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm only really up here to debate Trump supporters, but I want to hear you out real quick. Take it away.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick. I'll swear of God. So basically, I'm going around TikTok and I'm telling to everyone what could happen. You know, Orban and Trump is very good friends. We are repressed the last 14 years because of Orban, and we need a revolution in our country by now. So we can't even rid him of. So he came in with broken promises the same way how Trump did. Obviously, we've been a communist country apparently till 1992, and after that, in 2010, Orban got into power, and apparently he's a dictator, and we have autocracy. So that's what could happen. And if people don't believe in Project 2025, they should, because it's already tested on us, and actually all the paper trail and everything can be found on my page, and you can go and check it. And everything, basically the offshore accounts, which is sitting in Hungary and can be linked to Paradise Papers, to Trump, and all these things, literally, you can go ahead and check on my page, because that is my mission, is to tell you what could go wrong if you vote for Trump.
Hey, I appreciate you for popping up. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Anytime. I tried nearly every night with you because your live is awesome.
Well, hey, I appreciate you so much. Have a good rest of your day. Let's get some W's in the chat. I actually really appreciated that. Thank you so much for popping up. Lucian, I got you back up in the box. You kind of caught astray when you were just up. So I do want to clarify. Go ahead and unmute that mic for me if you could figure it out. Do not say the names of any drugs. That'll just get the live age restricted.
I didn't know that.
You'll just say M drug. So you said that Kamala Harris sentenced people to death for using the M drug. That's misinformation. Would you be able to provide me a source for that claim?
Source for that claim, bro. She said it on national live stream.
She said it on
CNN 10. CNN 10. She said on CNN 10. You
Also,
can look it up.
She had
That she unalived. That she unalived people for M drug use?
No, she does not. How you gonna kick me? I mean, I get it. It's a, you know what, but she's on CNN 10 saying, because it's, well, first off, this person asked her, have you ever SM? And she said yes, and she inhaled. How stupid is that?
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to give him a second chance. I didn't understand what the fuck he was saying. We're gonna go to move. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest for the 5.5 thousand people. We are so close to 1 million likes, so make sure that we're double tapping away. Everybody, just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up right now, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're gonna go to get Corey up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Corey loading up in. Corey, please do accept that invitation. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
You're welcome.
Hi, Corey. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Okay, I'm pretty sure.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. Have a good one, Corey. I don't think she meant to request. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Thank you so much for the little crown as well. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. So everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Let's go to get our next guest. We got Mari loading up. Everyone, do be patient. If you're voting for Trump, let me see so in the comment section. We got our next guest loading in literally right now, y'all. Everybody, just do be patient. Do give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump and you are here willing and ready to debate. While we get our next guest up in the box, Pagan, I did send you an invite to come up. What is up, McPlay? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, M. Clay's not here, so we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us 1 minute. Bro, Derek, I got you in the queue. Everybody, just give us a minute here. Be patient. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
Okay, actually, let me rephrase. I am, but I'm on the fence.
Okay, so, yeah, let me just ask you this question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman? Hey, thank you for the pinch face.
I haven't read through the case file. I've only read articles. I understand that he was found he was not found civilly liable for rape, but found civilly liable for sexual abuse. I didn't understand the implication of that.
I got you, Maria. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. I'll make sure to. Oh, you're. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, Maria. And Elijah, thank you for the $3 on Venmo as well. And Anonymous, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, so in the state of New York at the time, they defined grape as the male member entered into the female member without consent. They held Trump liable for inserting his fingers into her vajayjay without her consent, which is something we'd still define as grape and something that the law of New York has been since updated to reflect. They just had bad law at the time. But anyway, so yeah, would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a woman?
No.
Okay, so yeah, that's something that has occurred. So does that mean that you won't vote for Trump?
Right now, I think I'm leaning towards no is the thing. Can I ask you a question?
Phenomenal. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, feel free to ask me a question on Discord. And Diane, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying that he is phenomenal. I appreciate you for the love, Diane. Massive W's for Diane in the chat. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box right now. Everyone just give us 1 minute. Everyone do be patient. We are inviting our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. We got Clara loading up in the box right now, guys, so everyone just do be patient. Everyone just give us 1 second. We got... What's up, Claire? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence.
That is a child. I'm so sorry. Moving on to our next guest here, guys. Everyone be patient. I know that this sucks, but we got our next guest loading in. Spam the chat with MAGA if you want to come up and debate. We already had you up. We are still trying to get our next guest up at the box. IB Hoopin, I sent you with an invite. Jin, I sent you with an invite. Everybody do be patient. Give us a minute. Hi. Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. I don't know. I think I might, but I will vote Kamala if...
Pretty sure that was a kid. Pretty sure they weren't from the US either. They sounded British. We're going to move on to our next guest, Pam. Everyone just give us a minute. Shattering Illusions. I did send you an invite to come up. Everyone do be patient. Hype! Thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Parker. I appreciate you for that love. W's for hype in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for hype in the chat. What's up, Shattering? Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, first off, I just want to address something that you claimed. You claimed that he's racist. Now, what has he done that's racist?
Yeah, he's denied housing to black people because they're black. And so
actually, can I jump in here real quick? So actually, no, that's not what happened. So in 1972, what happened is there were allegations that they weren't renting to black people, in which in 1975, after denying that those were true, they reached a settlement. So clearly, there was no proof that there was any discrimination. Is a settlement?
Yeah, there was.
No, actually, there wasn't. A settlement is not proof of discrimination. A settlement is just a settlement. So anyways,
yeah,
what's your next
settlement
one?
isn't... Well, maybe you let me respond to that. So the settlement isn't the proof of discrimination. It's the fact that the DOJ of the state of New York at the time had sent black and white testers and to ask them if they had available properties for rent. And specifically what happened is they tell the white testers that, yeah, they do have available properties to rent, and then they told the black testers no. When the manager on shift was asked why he did this, by the DOJ, he said, well, it was an order from the boss, referencing Donald Trump. And then, of course, they brought Donald Trump to court. They reached a settlement outside of court, including Donald Trump having to go into the local New York State newspapers at the time and indicate that he would rent to black people, and he had a pledge that he would never racially discriminate.
Right,
So,
but again,
I'd say that's
so
more
you're
than
saying that the
sufficient
boss
to
said
prove
that is anecdotal hearsay. There was no proof that he said it himself, but that's fine. So we'll go to the next claim. So what's the next claim that he's racist?
Okay, I mean, do you want to move on, or do you want to like stay debating about that? Because
No, I want to hear your.
I'm fine with like.
No, that's
moving
fine. I
on,
want to
but,
hear your next. I want to hear your next claim that he's racist.
I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to like hit multiple points, we could also.
Yeah,
talk
sure.
about
Let's do that.
Obama. Yeah,
Let's
so
do
like proponing the birther movement of Barack Obama. Saying
Okay.
that
Well,
he was
first of
born
all,
in Kenya with no-
let me jump in here real quick. So the birther movement.
No, I'm going to go ahead and finish without interruption. Thank you. So he proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, stating that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence, even though Barack Obama was born in Hawaii, right? Saying that he shouldn't be able to run for president as he's not a U.S. born citizen. Incredibly racist. Go ahead.
Okay. So, first of all, claiming that somebody was born somewhere else is not in and of itself racist. And second of all, he was not the one to start that. That was actually started by the Clinton movement back in 2008. But that's fine. So we'll go on to the next one, because that in and of itself is not racist.
It is. So it wasn't
It
started by
absolutely
the
is
Clinton.
not.
I'm going to go ahead and finish. So yeah, first of all, this movement was not started by Clinton. It was started by Clinton supporters, and those people were racist as well. Like for instance, like maybe we could like locate like the white people that started slavery in America, but I'd say every white person that came after them and owned a slave was just as racist as the last. So even though Donald Trump didn't start the birther movement, the fact that he partook in it makes him racist as well. And yeah, it absolutely is racist to say that a black man should have less opportunity because he's black, of course, which was essentially what they're aiming to achieve by instantiating that he wasn't born in the U.S., even though he had a birth certificate from Hawaii without sufficient evidence to say that he was born in Kenya.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll disagree on that because, again...
No response, buddy?
No, I do have a response. For you to say that they're saying that a black man couldn't do what somebody else did, nobody ever made that claim. But that's fine. Okay, so what's the next one?
Yeah, so they did make that claim. Like, that was the whole point of the birther movement.
They said... So they said explicitly...
So that was the claim. The whole point was to instantiate that Barack Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he was born in Kenya, not born in the U.S. And what my claim would be, well, the reason they said he was born in Kenya was because he's black. Go ahead. Tammy, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to ask him a question. I'll make sure to ask him that question next.
So actually, no. Not at all, because Donald Trump was an avid supporter of Jesse Jackson running for president back in the 80s. So if he was so racist, and it was only because Obama was a black man, then how come he supported Jesse Jackson's campaign? Go ahead and answer me that one.
This screams I got black friends.
Oh,
that is
exactly, because that's fucking bullshit. So what's the next claim?
Oh, no, what's bullshit is saying that here's Donald Trump, the man that has attempted to deny housing to black people because they're black, tried to instantiate that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because of the color of his skin, and then you're going to turn around and say, well, he supported this one black man, therefore he's not racist. Listen, I don't care if Gandhi came down to earth tomorrow and did one thing that was racist. You wouldn't be able to appeal to his peaceful bringing together past.
Okay, so let me just ask you.
One thing that was racist, I'm still going to hold him to the same standard I'm going to hold the next person to.
Okay.
We could also reference to it, wanting to ban all Muslims from entering into the country.
That's not racist. That's a fucking religion, you dimwit.
We see, wait, is Islam just a religion or is it an ethno-religion?
Islam, okay, so by saying...
Insane, you fucking dimwit. And then how did they actually implement the policy, you dimwit? By banning people from entering from specific countries, you dimwit. Haley, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Yeah, I get dunked on. Then want to talk about the black jobs? What the fuck is a black job? We could also talk about the fact that, specifically speaking, Donald Trump said that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black. When did I turn white, sir?
Okay, can I go ahead and address those now?
Damn.
Okay, so first of all, those countries that he banned access to were the ones that were on Obama's watch list. So then let's go to your next fucking claim about he said Kamala turned black. Now, first of all, I'll agree with you on that. I think that is a very stupid talking point of conservatives, of which I am one myself. She is clearly biracial. I think that's a really fucking stupid thing to debate. So I agree with you on that. But that in and of itself is not racist. All he's saying is she's code switching. She's switching depending on who she's speaking to. Now, do I still think that's a stupid thing to go at? Absolutely. But that in and of itself is not racist. Do you know what the definition of racist is?
Remember, chat, if you say something's not racist enough, it will eventually not be racist. Yes, Barack Obama saying that he shouldn't be able to run for president because he's black.
What is the definition of racist?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'd personally uphold a systemic view, like referencing systems of power in which would disproportionately...
No, we're not talking about systemic. We're talking about what is racist.
Okay. So I was telling you how I define racism.
No, I'm not asking for your fucking definition. I'm asking for the goddamn definition. Are you
implying that there exists objective definitions of term? You dimwit?
No, I'm asking you what
how do you think language works?
Is.
Oh my God, listen, I'm trying to explain that to you. Will you learn a thing or two? Are you capable of that? I don't know. We'll figure it out though. So
sure, go ahead,
I think we first So Pookie, we first need to start off with a little bit of a lesson in literature. So language is a tool in which has been developed by humans to convey propositions from one to another, right? It's used for social utility and maximization of communication, okay? And then second of all, when we're referencing how we define terms, it's how we'd interpersonally define them. See, I may define racism in one way, you may define racism in another way. I could give you my definition of racism, or you could give me yours.
So can I just ask you a question here? Does this essentially mean that that you're picking.
Yvette, thank you for the $10 of Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Put him in his place. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much.
Are you personally picking your own definition of racism? Because if that's the case, then I guess we're all just moving the fucking goalposts. And then if that's the case,
that's
then
what everyone does.
Fucking racist.
Wait, you understand that even like dictionaries, what they'll do is they'll look at how people personally define the terms that they use. They'll take the majority consensus and then they'll put it in a book. How do you think language works? Do you think that objective definitions exist?
Anyway.
Now answer my question. Do you think that objective definitions of words exist?
What is your next claim that he's
Why
racist?
are you pivoting and not answering? Chad, he doesn't want to answer my question. Answer.
No, we're not going to get into semantics over definitions. That's not what we're going to do.
You don't want to get into a semantic discussion because you know that you'll lose.
No, listen, that's what you and fucking all the other little cunts like you and Harry like.
Oh, you're getting pissed. He's crying baby bottles down below.
No,
Yvonne, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well, saying happy birthday, Ross Lynch.
That, and then you ignore all the other shit. So what is your next claim that he's racist? Come on, let's get back to the substantive. What is your next claim that he's racist?
So you want to start a talk about semantics. You want to try to pull out the white Republican cards.
Fucking semantics.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. The man babies. The man baby's whining. The man baby's whining again, chat. Clean up on aisle 4. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Yes, of course I'm going to mute you when you interrupt me. Of course.
That's the guy who keeps muting my mic. Anyway.
I'm so sorry. So when your parents...
that he's racist?
1 second. When your parents would reprimand and punish you for doing something wrong when you were growing up, did that mean that they were emotional, or were they just simply merely acting as a responsible adult would? Look at this no differently. I am going to mute your mic when you lack the self-control to simply not talk while I am talking. If we can have that mutual agreement, well, then we will have a fine, clear, and hopefully productive conversation. But what we won't do is turn around and call me emotional, say that I'm whining when I cut you off for doing something wrong. Is that fair?
Okay, you know what? Fair enough.
That's what I thought. So do you think objective definitions of terms exist?
Sure.
Okay. What is objectivity?
Okay, now can we go to the next thing? What is your next claim that he's racist?
Yeah. If you don't have that discussion, it's fine. Because you know you'll lose. Yeah, I feel like I've already given a handful, but just to kind of
actually, you haven't though. But okay.
Me for harassment and hate speech, harassment and bullying. I think I called the last guest a crybaby one too many times, unfortunately. Anyways, what's up, Angela? What's up, Macy? What's up, Alonzo? What's up, Jay and Julia and KH, Solid, Shy, Zach, David, Lex? Welcome in. For everybody tuning in, for the first 300 of y'all, welcome into the stream. I've just clarified this, but I'll clarify it again. So we got a main, on the main account, we got a ban for a day. So we are going to be on here for the rest of the night. TikTok is just very sensitive when it comes to what you can and can't say. I think the term crybaby got me banned. But we are just going to go ahead and pick up our debates kind of where we left off. It would really help me if you could take this live, double tap on that phone screen, share it out with a couple friends. And then if you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue, let me know in chat. I would like to preface here that it may take a while to kind of get the debates rolling on this account because everybody who follows this account is a supporter. So we need to kind of get out on that For You page to get a hold of the Trump voters. So yeah, if you want to get the debates underway, help me out. Tap that phone screen, share that live. Let's do it all. You guys already know how it goes. It looks like we have a select few in the chat that are crybabies. Johnny Powers, I invited you up for a debate. And I'll just keep on checking the guest requests. Looks like we have one. Check them out, see if they're here for a debate. What's up, man? How old are you? It's like, I don't know. Like, this is a real person that was sitting on their phone, clicked the button to hop in the guest queue, then click confirm, sat in the guest queue, then click the button to get brought up on the live, and then they just sit here and say nothing. It's pretty astounding. Anyways, for the first 750 of y'all, welcome into the stream. It's so good to see you all. We're going to go ahead and continue our debates, pick them up where we left off. For everyone joining in, it's so good to see you all. Make sure that you're sharing out this live. We're still trying to get our first debate of the night underway. Christopher has MAGA Mobile, L for MAGA Mobile in the chat. But hey, real quick, guys, if you're voting for Trump, let me know right now in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No.
I appreciate you for coming up. I am just looking to debate people who are. Guys, remember, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And Aisha, thank you for the DJ glasses. If you're voting for Trump, let me know right now by spamming Trump, MAGA, or me down below, and I will invite you up. Rob got you with an invite. Charles got you with an invite. What's up, Nolan? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Okay, Nolan, you have a MAGA mic. So first we had the MAGA mobile, and then we had the MAGA mic. Let's go and get our next guest, Caden, up in the box. Everyone, do be patient. Give us a minute here. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Like, what is this shit? You know, like truly, what is this shit? All right, guys, continue to spam in the chat if you want to get brought up. Jay, I just invited you up. Hop in the queue as well. I do apologize. This probably will take a second to get our first debate underway, but just help us out here. Everyone, do be patient. I know this sucks. What's up, Alexia? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Hi, Jay. Are you voting for Trump? Like, what is this shit? What is this shit? I don't know. Let's go and move on to our next guest, Alexander, for the 1.1 thousand people in here. Welcome in. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? You're like,
yes.
Yes, great. Why so?
Because he's going to do better in the economy. He's an expert at business. He went to an Ivy League school. Okay, Joe Biden. And by the way, Kamala Harris failed the bar, and Joe Biden graduated Syracuse University in New York. 76 out of 85 students. They're dumbasses. I mean, I hate to put it that way.
Okay, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you're saying he's a businessman that would be good for the economy. So Trump wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. That's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. Alexander, how in the hell is he going to pay for that?
So I think that's going to spur GDP growth. That's what it does. That's why we cut taxes, to have companies go ahead and reinvest and all these other things. That's going to be good for you. It's going to be good for me, because when they need to reinvest, when they need to, spur the economy, they're going to hire people. They're going to pay people. That's good, right? You want higher taxes?
Yeah, so your hypothesis is false. So you could go ahead and reference Macroeconomic Effects of the 2017 Tax Reform, written by two Harvard professors, one Republican, one Democrat. And the TCJA, over the course of the last 7 years, only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04%. And then if we multiply that growth rate by our current GDP, that would only yield $10 billion per year. So over the course of the next 10 years, that would only increase the GDP by $10 billion. Then if you factor in the growth rate of the GDP insofar as what we'd see in government revenue, that would be about half as much, if not less. Right. So this would only yield about $50 billion, if not less, over the course of the next 10 years. That is not going to pay for the $3.9 trillion that the bill's going to cost. Try again.
Yeah. So, when we're talking about economics, it's really hard to put things in a vacuum and say this caused this caused that. We had the pandemic. We had a lot of things going on. So we don't necessarily know what's going, but in generalities, if you went to college, which I think you did, you understand what happens when you reduce taxes on corporations.
Wait, Alexander, I would like to make it clear, right? It is hard to be able to isolate for a particular policy to see its effect on our GDP, but it's not impossible, right? That's why we have professionals in the field. And I'm referencing two Harvard University professors, on both sides of the aisles that would indicate through this study, right? By the way, it's an incredibly lengthy study. I'm scrolling down. Let's see. It is 89 pages that it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04%. So no, the TCJA for another 10 years will not make $3.9 trillion in government revenue. So once again, how is Trump going to pay for it?
So would you say a professor who's has a PhD in economics, right? Who's never worked a day in his life, would you say that's an expert in industry, or is that just an expert in books?
Kenny, I appreciate you so much for the hand arts. It's going to be both. I'm still waiting for you to tell me how Trump is going to pay for the $3.9 trillion that his bill's going to cost in debt-related spending. Can you tell me?
He's not going to.
Oh, he's not. So he's just going to add another $3.9 trillion on our debt to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and corporations.
What's the difference? We're at $34 trillion. So what's
So this is why I say that Harris is better for the economy, because Harris has a tax plan. She wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. If you'd like to ask me, one second, Alexander, you could ask me, right, what her specific tax plan is. I'll tell you, right. And over the course of the next 10 years, this is going to cost $2.4 trillion. And she specifically intends to pay for this $2.4 trillion by raising the corporate tax rate, raising realized capital gains tax, and introducing an unrealized capital gains tax. So Kamala Harris has a tax plan that is going to benefit the low and the middle class, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. It's going to be self-sustainable. And then Donald Trump has a tax plan that's going to cost more, that's going to predominantly benefit rich people, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. So how could you say that Donald Trump is going to be better for the economy than Harris?
You need to pick one. You said that she's going to reduce taxes, and then you said she's going to raise taxes.
I said that she's going to reduce taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by raising things such as the corporate tax rate and introducing the unrealized capital gains tax for multi-millionaires.
But Donald Trump, the tax cuts, he cut taxes everywhere. There was no raising at all.
Mm-hmm. Right. And how is he going to pay for this? Because remember, we can't just cut government revenue without a plan for how we're going to pay for it, or else it's just debt.
Why? They need to send the money to Ukraine? Why?
Well, actually, we didn't send money in new spending to Ukraine. That was a reallocation of the DoD fund. And then second of all, we specifically did that because of the Budapest Memorandum. And then third of all, you're not answering my question. And I find it quite funny because it's the Republicans who are always asking the Democrats, how are you going to pay for that? How are you going to pay for that? How are you going to pay for that? But then when Trump wants to spend $4 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, all of a sudden you don't care and you have no clue how he's going to pay for it. That's why Harris is better for the economy. She cares about the low and the middle class, and she knows how she's going to pay for her tax cuts for them.
By raising your taxes. That's how she pays for it.
She's going to raise taxes on corporations by 7%, and she's going to raise taxes on people with over $100 million in assets. Alexander, I wish I had that problem.
Do you think that they're going to pass on that cost to you, or corporations going to eat that cost, or they're going to pass it on to you and raise prices?
Well, I think that we should look at what they've done historically. Like, for instance, in the 60s, 70s, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, we had some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've experienced over the course of the last 100 years, and we had lower rates of inflation as well, even though we had a corporate tax rate of 35 to 40%. Right. So actually, Kamala Harris supports one of the lower corporate tax rates that has ever been proposed by a Democrat running for office at 28%. And nice, thank you for the money.
Right.
What's that?
Obama's corporate tax rate was 35% before Donald Trump came in and brought it to 21.
Yeah, I know. That's why Kamala Harris is actually pretty in the middle of the aisle on this issue. She only wants to raise it by 7% to pay for a self-sufficient tax bill, cutting taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. She cares about the low and the middle class. Trump doesn't. He ran away. I'm honestly surprised. He was in over his head. Chat, I've been cooking on debates recently to do with tax policy and economics. That may be my new specialty. But anyways, for the 1.7 thousand people in here, welcome in. I just want to say one thing before we move on to our next guest here. Please help me out by double tapping on the phone screen and sharing out that live. We need to get on the For You page on our backup account here. What's up, Dakota? Are you voting for the violent rapist criminal?
Yes, I am.
Wow, what a way to start a conversation. And why is that?
You're the one that asked the question. It's a very fair
Kimberly, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate you for the love. So why would you ever do that?
Why would I vote for Trump?
Yeah.
I think that his tax policies are going to be better.
Okay,
One,
so they're going to cost
the economy more.
Yeah, they're going to cost $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending. How the hell is he going to pay for that?
Well, I agree with the last guy that was on here. Corporates aren't going to eat the cost of Kamala's tax policies. At 28%, it's just going to be passed on to the American people.
How is it going to be passed on to the American people? Through inflation or lower rates of hiring?
Corporations are either going to have to fire a lot of people to be able to afford those tax increases, or they're going to have to raise their prices. It's going to get passed on to somebody. They're not just going to eat it.
Okay, so we know that that's wrong. So a lot of Republicans like to reference Trump's historical 50-year low rate of unemployment. 50 years ago, our rate of corporate taxation was about 45%.
Okay, and what about unemployment?
Yeah, those are some of the lowest rates of unemployment that we've ever had, right? Under Trump, we had a what? A 50-year low. And under Biden, we had a 50-year low. So in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, we had some of the lowest rates of unemployment in the last 100 years, even though the corporate tax rate was near 40%. That's how I know that increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% won't lead to more unemployment, because historically speaking, it's never occurred. Can you point me to one point in American history where high corporate tax rates has led to high rates of unemployment?
Yeah, it's going to.
No, one point through history. That's already occurred.
No, I can't. Can you point me in one point in history where high tax rates have caused lots of employment?
Yeah, 1960s, 70s, and 80s. The high tax rate didn't cause the employment, but it was definitely correlated to it. Like, we didn't see high rates of unemployment. Not to mention, you also said inflation increasing the price of consumer goods. We had lower rates of inflation under Obama's admin, like towards the second half of it, than we experienced under Trump's, if not the same, even though we had higher corporate tax rates. In fact, higher corporate tax rates than what Kamala Harris is proposing. Boom! But now back to my question. He left too. I'm telling y'all, Chad, I cook on the economic debates. I actually cook on the economic debates. I think I found my new favorite thing ever. I cook on the economic debates. I love it. Oh my God, I found my new love. Like, dude, like, this is like just non-contestable. Kamala Harris's economic policy is so fucking good. It is unbelievable. Like, I actually cook on these convos. They don't have anything to say. They run away because it is legitimately good policy, dude. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure you're voting for Trump. And if you want to come up and debate, hop in that queue as well. For the 2.2 thousand people in here, keep on sharing that live out. We're having a phenomenal day with the debates. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh crap, dude! I accidentally did it, dude. My bad.
Hey, no worries, Sean. No worries. Guys, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. I'm going to start inviting people that spam MAGA. That helps get the debates underway faster. What's up, Jalen? Are you voting for Trump?
Am I here?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Am I here?
Yeah, you are. Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Okay. He has a bad connection. We're going to move on to our next guest. We got our next guest loading in the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone be patient. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yeah, Dean. How's it going, bro?
Phenomenal. How old are you?
24.
24, awesome. So why are you voting for Trump?
Mainly it's the issue of foreign policy and the safety of America, the future of America.
Okay, if you cared about the safety of America, one second. If you cared about the safety of America, then you want to be voting for Trump, the guy that staged the largest internal coup and attack on our government and our democracy since the Civil War when he tried to steal 2020 from Biden. You don't care about the safety of America.
Okay, is this going to be like a, fair exchange, or are you just going to keep cutting me off?
Okay, so let's act like I didn't cut you off, so then you could respond to that point.
Yeah, so there's 2 wars going on, right? And we're closer to nuclear war than ever. And Kamala's policy is to keep arming Ukraine, right?
Okay,
keep
so I just want to clarify. We're closer to nuclear war now than we were in like the 60s and 70s when like middle schoolers had to do nuke drills where they'd hide under their desks because of the Cold War.
If you take the threats that Putin is giving us, yes, and Kim Jong-un and all of Iran, yes, we are closer to nuclear war. There's
you know what Donald Trump said about Kim Jong-un's threats? You know what Donald Trump said about Kim Jong-un's threats, that he has the big red button, but his is bigger.
Yeah, but did anything happen out of that? No.
What's happened under Biden and Harris's admin to do with
So my problem with Kamala Harris is she doesn't want to talk to Putin. She doesn't want to negotiate with him. She doesn't want to negotiate with dictators. But that's important to me because that will bring peace. Negotiating, bringing people to the table and negotiating peace.
She doesn't want to talk to Putin, but she was in Ukraine.
No, because she wants to continue the war. She wants to continue arming
She doesn't want to talk to Putin, but like she was self-announced the last person out of the room trying to prevent Putin from invading Ukraine.
She wants to continue arming Ukraine and continue the war.
Okay, so do you
and
know
the same
why
thing
we're
in
sending funding and
Israel.
weapons to Ukraine?
She wants Israel to continue this war, and then it's going to bring all these Middle Eastern countries
Oh, wait. No. So she's proposed a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. And then specifically speaking, Donald Trump said at his rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey on November 16th that he wants to continue to support Israel to win the war. Donald Trump doesn't support a ceasefire. Donald Trump doesn't support ending the war. Donald Trump supports continued money, funding, and weapons to Israel to win the war. So if you were like anti-war, if you wanted to actually advocate for like negotiation in them, such as ceasefires, well, in this context specifically, you'd be voting for Harris.
Okay, but what about the Russia-Ukraine one?
Yeah, we are sending weapons and funding to Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum. We're contractually obligated to do so, and if we don't, we are not putting America first. It'll actually decrease our ability to negotiate denuclearization agreements with countries moving forward because the reason we are funding Ukraine right now was because that was the end of our denuclearization agreement with them. If we stopped the funding, we'd be dishonoring that agreement, making us seem more unreliable to make agreements like that with countries in the future, such as Iran or North Korea.
Okay, so my problem is like the start of the war, right? The Russia-Ukraine war. It wasn't Russia that invaded, like the news say. It was Ukraine. That started it because there's a Russian minority in that region that were complaining of Ukrainians that were oppressing them. The Ukrainian government was oppressing them.
Oh
right?
my
And
God!
their
Wait, you
army-
don't think that Russia invaded Ukraine?
It invaded for a reason. To
Oh my
stop
God!
the-
Wait! Do you think that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine?
Because of the Russian minority being oppressed there.
Oh my God! Oh my God! You're a Russian bot. How much is Putin paying
No, I'm not
you?
a Russian bot because I
Let,
know
let
the
me see your
history.
bank accounts. Let me see your bank accounts.
Ukraine has been instigating
No,
this war.
no.
We
Let me
want
let me
this.
see your bank. No, let me see your bank accounts. Let me see your bank accounts. I need to make sure we don't see the
I'm
Kremlin.
not a Russian
on there.
bot. You guys have blind following to
Yo, we
Ukraine.
got Putin's puppet up on the stream, y'all. We got Putin's puppet. Yo, is the Kremlin pretty fun? I heard it's big.
So anything the news tells you about Ukraine, you have to support them, right?
And anything that the alternative media tells you, you have to support that. Literally,
no,
you're an
go look up-
NPC
go
of
look up
alternative media.
what's-
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that COVID was made in a lab in China?
Yes.
Oh my God, do you think that Donald Trump won 2020?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my God, dude! I'm so good at this game. Dude. You should be I should be on Jeopardy, right? Am I good at this game or what? I should be at Jeopardy, right?
Anyway, can we go back to
Like
the
alt right
Russia-Ukraine?
conspiracy theorist for 500. I did. It is my
that's-
big winning day. I'm taking home the prize.
Right, Biden won, right? Because mail-in ballots counts.
Oh wait, you don't think that mail-in ballots shouldn't have counted in the 2020 election?
Why couldn't people come in person and vote?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So the mail-in ballots that were casted in 2020, do you think that those shouldn't have counted?
No. Absolutely
okay, so Trump
unnecessary.
voted. So Trump voted by mail-in. Does that mean that Trump's vote shouldn't have counted?
Let's talk about Russia, Ukraine. now,
Let's
because
pivot.
That's why I'm voting for Trump.
Yeah, so you want to pivot from getting dunked on
No,
about
because
the
we're
2020
going into all
election
these
to
tangents
pivot
now.
about in being Putin's puppet?
That's not being Putin's puppet.
Dude, let's finish the tangent. Let's
finish.
finish the tangent, buddy. So do you think that Trump's vote shouldn't have counted in 2020 because he voted by mail-in?
Did he vote mail-in? I don't know.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so I don't know. And no, it
You
shouldn't
don't-
have
wait, you
counted.
don't know?
No,
You
it shouldn't
don't
have
know?
counted because everybody should have voted in person. But even if he did vote in mail-in ballot, it did. Like, what's the
that's
point? Like,
crazy.
what's your
Can
point?
you give
I
me
don't-
can you give me any evidence of like widespread voter fraud that overturned the results of 2020?
Did they not find a bunch of mail-in ballots like the last second?
No.
After election day, out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, no, they found mail-in ballots after election day, but that wasn't out of nowhere. It takes about 2 to 3 days for some mail-in ballots to get shipped to counters, and that was
You
expected.
see, but that's the
normal, and
problem.
natural.
That's why we need people to vote in person.
Why is
So
that a
we have-
problem?
So we have the votes at the right time. We don't need. all
What do you
these-
mean by
because
right
that-
time or wrong time? That is the right time for mail-in ballots to come in. That's natural and expected and normal.
But that many, like that's crazy.
Why is that
shouldn't be-
crazy? Because there's no widespread. The reason that's not crazy is because there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. And in fact, the election of 2020 is the safest election in recorded U.S. history. Donald Trump dumped millions of dollars into his own election integrity committee to investigate the outcomes to find any evidence that it was stolen from him. They come up empty-handed, but then he turns around with what they did find, and he took it to 63 different federal courts, 17 courts with judges that he appointed, and every single one of them threw it out saying that he had no evidence for his claims.
I got
and it's been
flagged for-
incessantly investigated since then on the local, state, and federal level, and there's been no evidence found. You just cry about how Trump won 2020 because you're a loser that's not associated with the truth, and you'd rather engage in fringe conspiratorial hearsay, even if it's at the sake of the safety and sanctity of our civil and electoral processes. Earlier, you were yapping about how you wanted to protect America and put America first, but now you're actively engaging in fringe conspiratorial bullshit that
No, I
actively
didn't even wanna
undermines our
talk about that
democracy
stuff.
and led Trump to trying to steal the election from Biden.
I didn't want to talk about that stuff. My thing was strictly on foreign policy. That's what I'm concerned about.
Dude, yeah, beat a dead horse more. What more do you want to talk about how you think Russia had a right to invade Ukraine?
Why shouldn't we talk to Putin? Like, why are we ignoring him? We should bring him to the peace table.
Yeah, well, I've literally already responded to this claim. The idea that you have in your head that Harris didn't want to engage in negotiation and active communication with Putin is false. She was in Russia talking to Putin, talking to the Kremlin before their invasion, trying to negotiate them out of doing so. And in fact, she even prided herself on being the last one out of the room.
Okay. Anyway, I don't think we should keep arming Ukraine. I think we should just talk and bring people to the table. And
Yeah,
have
so
a
you
peaceful
think
dialogue.
that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine, and you think that Ukraine doesn't have the right to defend
because
themselves?
Ukraine has been
Beautiful.
oppressing a Russian minority in that region. That's why Putin felt like he had to step in.
Oh yeah, so it's just been
Not only to
oppressing the
mention,
Russian people.
there are Ukrainian.
So then they turn around, they commit war crimes. How do you
There
feel
are-
about Putin's oppression of the Russian people? Like Putin, like silencing and
That's
killing
bad
political
too. That's
opponents.
bad too. Yes, I agree.
Oh,
That's bad. But
that's
listen,
terrible.
hold on.
Silencing human rights, killing political opponents. When did
Sure.
Zelensky do that?
I'm not pro Putin either, but I'm saying we shouldn't arm Ukraine and keep this war going.
Okay, so
It
actually
doesn't serve
arming
our
Ukraine.
interests. It does
so
not serve our
actually, it
interests.
actually does serve our interests because we have a denuclearization agreement with them in the 90s that obligated us to protecting them if they were invaded. If we dishonor that agreement, all of a sudden we seem unreliable to other countries around the world that may want to entertain the idea of entering into a similar agreement with us. We can't make a contractual agreement with a country and then disregard that agreement because that makes our country and he was banned because of civil electoral protections. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and finish what I was saying. We can't make these agreements then back out of them because that makes us seem unreliable on the global scale. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. We're having fun today. What's up, Wesley? Are you voting for the tyrannical wannabe dictator fascist?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, so you're not voting for
I just wanted to say, keep up the good work and happy belated birthday. Keep slaying these MAGAs. And I'm proud of what you're doing, man.
Wesley, you're awesome. Thanks for coming up. W's for Wesley in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. What's up, Marty? Are you voting for the Grapist? Okay, Marty's not here. Silenced or silent? Moving on, we got Backquack popping up in the box. Here we go. We're having a good day. Quite frankly, we are. I'm having fun. You're having fun. We're all having fun. Hello, Backquack. Are you voting for the womanizer misogynist?
Well, I don't consider him a womanizer and misogynist. Only you do.
I definitely do. I think that like sexualizing little girls, raping adult women, boasting about grabbing women by the P word without consent is pretty like misogynist.
What proof do you have that he did things with little girls besides some hypothetical someone heard?
Day, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, so you just asked me what proof do I have that Trump has sexualized little girls? Here you go.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Phenomenal. And Kamala Harris, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love too. Silenced or silent? What now?
No, he was not. He was being sarcastic with the little girl, and her parents are right there.
Oh,
Only
so
you tried to
sexualizing
fall-
little girls.
No, he wasn't sexualizing her. What do you say it was sexual?
Yeah,
Did he say he
because-
wanted to get in her pants?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly
Did he say he
why
wanted
I
to
say
get in
it
her
was
pants?
sexualization
Did he
of a
say he
little
wanted to
girl.
get in her pants? No, you
He said he wanted to be
sexualized it.
dating her in 10 years. Absolutely,
That's
110%.
That's
We all have
sexualizing
standards
it.
and prep.
That's
Of course it
sexualizing
is.
it.
Of
That's
course it is.
sexualizing it.
We all have standards and preferences that we use to
Yeah.
evaluate who we do and
Yeah.
we don't want to date. What was the relevant quality
sexualizing
that
it.
Trump saw in that 10-year-old girl that led him to the conclusion that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years?
He wasn't sexualized. That's you libtards making it
And
what
then
you
he,
want it
and
to
then
be.
he, so first of all, I'm gonna go ahead and just clarify here. You shouldn't say that word because that's indicative of a slur. That's indicative of a slur. Do not say that word on my live. And in fact, I'm going to kick you out of my live for the use of that word after you answer the one question that I just asked you. What was the relevant quality that Trump was evaluating in a 10-year-old girl that led him to the conclusion that he wanted
I don't
to be
know.
dating her
How
10
can you
years?
speak for Trump? Were you there? You
Oh,
weren't
was it
even
her
born yet.
fucking
You weren't even born
personality?
yet. You weren't
Was
even
it
born
her
yet.
fucking? Was it the 10-year-old girl's personality? No. What Donald Trump meant to say was he thought that she was cute and he couldn't wait till she was legal to fuck her. Kick rocks, buddy. Don't use slurs in my life. I just wanted to silence you real quick. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see. All right, moving on. I just wanted to silence and gag him before I kicked him for his use of the slur. Phenomenal. What's up, Jordan? Are you voting for Trump? Jordan's not here. Mr. Bain, are you voting for Trump? Mr. Bain is not here either. That is a child. Okay, we're going to go to play a new game. If you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below. Mr. Hank, are you voting for the diaper?
I'm voting for Trump, yeah.
Now, why in the hell would you do that? Truly.
I think they try to paint him in a negative light, and I don't necessarily trust sources or information from a corrupt government.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Motherfucker, he tries to paint himself in a negative
rebuttal
light.
to that would be, what about those videos of Joe Biden sniffing young children?
Okay, so you want to pivot and talk about Biden. How about this?
We're not
I'll let you
pivoting.
cook-
I'm just saying, if you're going to make a statement, and I get it, you want to play that recording over and over again, you got to look at the other side too. Joe
Yeah,
Biden,
buddy.
there's
How about
literally videos of him sniffing little girls, bro.
Yeah, Hank. So we're gonna meet in the middle. I'm gonna let you cook about Biden. Don't worry. I'm gonna let you cook about that shit. I'm gonna give you your.
Don't
time.
be
I'm
don't
gonna
be a
give you the
dick.
mic.
Don't be a dick.
But
Don't be
before,
a dick.
calm down, bro. What the fuck? Why are you so emotional?
No, it's true though. You're
Okay,
a
think of
dick.
the
Don't
handouts.
be a dick.
Oh my God! Look at this
Like,
emotional.
we can have a
brat.
conversation. You don't got to be a dick.
Barbara, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying, Dean, you are on fire. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Barbara with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. How are you going to get so pissy at me for just saying
Bro,
that Trump
I'm
is
not
a
getting
POS?
pissy. Look at the way that you're up here and you're talking to people. You're the one who gets pissy. You believe that you should shame.
Do we
and-
need to
you believe
have
that
a
you should
lesson on
shame and be
self-control?
disrespectful to anybody who says they want to vote for Trump.
Hank, do we need to have a lesson on self-control? When I'm speaking, you're not. When you're speaking, I'm not. It's very simple. I'm going to go back to what I was saying. It's insane how emotional you will get when I come up here talking about the facts, speaking
How am I
truth.
emotional because I said don't be a dick?
There's a second
How is
strike,
that?
Hank.
How is that emotion?
Buddy, what grade are you in? Are you sure you're an adult? Are you a minor on TikTok Live? That's against the
Bro,
TOS.
I'm an adult. I'm 25 years old.
Then act like
Get on
it.
with no. You act like it, bro.
God, am I
Look
going to
at
have
the way
to put
that
the
you act. You're deflecting.
Hank, with all due respect, I'm going to have to put the pacifier in your mouth for you. There
Ain't
you
no
go.
pacifier. Get out
And
of
now
here.
that
You know what
you're
the
taking
funny
the
thing is about
pacifier
somebody
out
like
and
you, bro?
raging
You would
against
never
the
be able to
machine because
match
you're
this
so
energy
mad.
in real life. That's the thing about you, bro.
So the 20-year-old
you're a
online got
weak
you so
man,
mad
bro.
that
You're
you
like
wanna fight me.
120 pounds.
I'm the weak man, but then I turn around and I want to protect and preserve our democracy, fight for women's rights, fight for the reduction of income inequities, and fight for tax cuts for 100 million American workers. No, Hank, you're the weak man for voting for the rapist. You're the weak man for voting for the guy that says he likes to grab women by P-word without consent. You're the weak man for voting for Trump, who was insisted to Howard Stern that he loved walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA because he owned the place. You are a weak man because you will always serve yourself instead of serve others. You care about yourself, your own interests, your own desires. And Trump, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, but guess what? You're a white man. It doesn't affect you, so you're going to vote him in for office so Amazon can get another tax cut. Like, motherfucker, it's crazy. You cannot call me a weak man then vote for that guy. You do not have the moral
You
standing
are
to
a
do
weak
so.
man.
Define what a weak man is.
Bro, you're weak. The way that you're carrying yourself on this platform, you would never do it in real life.
Oh, I'm the
You're
weak
hiding
man, then
behind
you
a
turn
screen.
around.
You're a keyboard warrior.
I'm the weak man, but then you turn
Yes,
around.
you're a
after getting
keyboard warrior.
I'm
You're
the
a
weak
keyboard warrior.
Hank, the interruptions. Can we make them stop?
Bro, you do that all the time.
How about we both agree?
Go ahead. You want to
stop
mute me? Go
interrupting
ahead.
one
Mute
another?
me if it makes you feel better.
Hank, how about we both mutually agree to stop interrupting one another? Will that work?
Yeah, we could do that.
Great, perfect. So once again, I'm asking you what a weak man is because I don't see how I, as an individual who attests this moral abomination from being in the Oval Office for a second term to try to stress test the boundaries of our democracy again, attempt to overthrow our government again, maybe after his past of vehemently disrespect towards women by sexualizing little girls, boasting about grabbing them by the P word without consent, or even raping a woman, makes me a weak man. Might you be able to clarify on that point?
Bro, you're a weak man because you're a sheep and you believe in anything that the government tells you.
Okay.
All your sources and all the information that you're getting is from a corrupt government.
Okay, let's play that game. You're saying I'm a sheep. I believe in things that are false. Name one claim that I've ever made on live that is obviously false. That you could debunk.
The essay accusations against Trump.
Debunk them.
See, that's one.
I thought I was a sheep.
That's one.
I thought I was a sheep. I thought I was a sheep.
That's what I'm saying, bro. The information and the propaganda that they're pushing out is not true.
Let's hear the argument for the idea that it's not true. Hank, let's hear the argument that the civil court that suggested and proved that Donald Trump is a rapist was not true. Where's the argument?
He didn't do it, bro.
Where's the argument?
He didn't do it. They don't want.
You don't have one. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. I thank you so much. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Thank you for the $20 and thank you for the corgi as well. Now I'm gonna go ahead and cook, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and crank that heat on the stove up. I'm gonna put the flat iron on, and I got the filet mignon searing away. So here's the thing, Hank. You can't call me a sheep. You can't say that I believe in things without good reason. Turn around and say that I'm not engaging in critical thought, and then listen to every single piss and shit that is spewed out of Trump's mouth and the mouth of every single proponent of alt-right alternative media sources. I just asked you to give me an argument insofar as why the civil court that hold Trump liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman was false. And what did you have? Nothing. And that's how I know that you're a sheep. That's how I know that you're a weak man, just like you accuse me of being, because you listen to the words that come out of his mouth and you accept them in comparison to engaging in active critical thought and rational discourse on why a belief can be justified as being true or false. You don't have that ability. I'm still waiting on the argument.
All right, you had some good points there, man, but it doesn't excuse the fact that what I said is true. I see you and a lot of these other liberal people.
I'm waiting for an argument that it's true. You can't just say it's true. Buddy, if I say the earth is flat and then you're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. You're a sheep. How does that make me look?
I already made my statement, bro. You're a sheep because you're believing anything the government tells you. And you're citing sources that are coming from a corrupt government.
Heather, I appreciate you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
And I truly believe if Kamala gets elected in the years to come,
we need to catch up to how we got here. You said that I'm a sheep because I believe things that aren't true that are spread by propaganda.
Wait, can you let me talk? I'm letting you talk.
I'll let you talk if you could engage in an active production of a productive line of dialogue that's actually tracking. I just want to catch you up and then I want to let you speak. So you said that I'm a sheep because I believe in things that aren't true, that are obviously propaganda, and then I asked you for one fucking thing that I've ever said in my life that is obviously false and can be debunked, and then you said the claim that Trump is a rapist can easily be debunked. So I want you, Hank, to prove to me
I didn't say that it can easily be debunked.
Oh, so you admit that it can't be debunked, yet you believe that it's
No, dude, it can't be debunked. He didn't do it. I'm trying to tell you he didn't do it, bro. It's so obvious that it's just the left. The left is Democrats, right?
Okay, so just to clarify, do you know what his victim's name was?
I don't care because he didn't do it.
Oh, you don't know her name? Do you know one piece of evidence?
It's just a way for Democrats to weaponize this propaganda against him.
And Hank, do you know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court case?
What'd you say?
Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
No, but it's evident that they're setting him up, bro.
So you don't know her name?
They're setting him up. You're going to regret all this stuff that you're doing years later if she gets elected. Go ahead.
Mr. Hank, so you don't know his victim's name, and you don't know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to prove to the jury that Trump raped her, but yet you think that he didn't do it and this is government propaganda. This is like me living in a box in the middle of Colorado for the entirety of my life and then saying there's incredibly bad weather out in the middle of Australia. What information, what means,
hold on, wait, can you repeat that? How is that relevant?
Yeah. So specifically speaking, the analogy there was, so that's like me living in a box for the entirety of my life in Colorado, US, and then making my claim out that the weather is bad in Australia. I just don't have any information, no knowledge, no means to come to the conclusion that Australia has bad weather. I look insane making that claim. I obviously look ill-informed. So I'm relating that to you making the claim that Donald Trump isn't a rapist and it's deep state propaganda, when specifically speaking, you don't know her victim's name, nor do you know one piece of evidence she submitted to prove that Trump had raped her. Maybe if you wanted to be a rational, logical being,
it was her word.
Evidence submitted in the
it was her
case.
word. She used her
Katie, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Let's go. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Katie. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see some massive W's for Katie in the chat for the $30 on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love. Go ahead, Pooks. Go ahead.
Are we talking now?
I'm going to let you cook.
What the fuck, man? I can't take you seriously, bro. You're gonna regret this in 2 to 3 years. I'm telling you. You really are.
You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it.
You're going to, man.
That's like, yeah. Like
why do you put so much trust in the government and believe that Kamala is a good elect, bro? It's so obvious that they're corrupt. They're just gonna keep messing up the country, and they're lying on a lot of these statistics. Like, they're saying that crime is down, murder is down. That's not true at all, bro. Go out in the country and look for yourself. They're lying about those statistics so they look better in a better light so they get reelected for another term.
Did you just tell me to walk outside and that is supposed to be sufficient?
Yeah, Dean, go take a freaking walk outside at 4 a.m. You are a feminine man. They will attack you. I'm telling you. You should be. Go ahead.
Hank, first of all, I appreciate the compliment. Second of all, I can't believe that you just told me that you could debunk FBI crime stats by walking outside. Can I tell you what a sign of a low IQ is?
That's not low IQ, bro. It's evident. If you go and you see the proof is there. The proof is there, bro.
Believing anecdotes over statistics is...
What do you define an anecdote?
Significant. Like an anecdotal experience, like a first-person subjective experience that is also like applicable to you, your personal biases in your personal life, and you're going to believe that, like walking outside, and that is supposed to dispute statistics insofar as what law enforcement agencies across America have reported to the FBI to be gathered into a conglomerate of crime stats over the course of the last 3 years. If I live in like I don't know, a really cold state like Arizona, and I dispute climate change by walking outside and sorry, not Arizona.
That's okay. I won't make fun of you.
Alaska. So I just want to clarify. So do you think it'd be fair for me to dispute climate change by walking outside in Alaska and saying, well, it's real chilly?
No, but if you were to see like icebergs melting and stuff.
So then how can you dispute the FBI crime stats by walking outside and saying, well, it's real murderous?
But what about the part I said? If you see stuff is melting and the icebergs are melting and stuff like that, wouldn't that be proof?
Yeah. So what we use is like science, the scientific method, the like objective means of research, at least, most objective as possible to come to these conclusions. We don't use what people see. Like for instance, when you see the world around you, do you see like a flat plane or like a sphere?
I think, bro, I'm not going to lie to you. I think the earth is flat. I think it's like a Game of Thrones map. I don't think it's a sphere.
Okay.
You think it's a sphere?
Yeah. Quite frankly, I do. Abel, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Abel. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Abel. Thank you for the $25. And Jordan with a $1 on Venmo as well. W's for Abel and Jordan.
Comments, so you don't think the earth is flat? What'd you say, Dean?
You're saying that like we're the crazy ones. Why do you think the earth is flat?
I never said you were crazy. I think it's not a bad thing to trust your government because like they're supposed to be good and, not do you wrong. But I do think,
the government isn't who's telling me that the earth is flat. We've known that the Earth is flat before the American government existed.
No, but you like made the statement like you guys are crazy, and then I said I don't think you guys are crazy. And
Okay,
what other
so-
reason would I think you're crazy other than being a liberal?
Okay, maybe I could just ask you a very simple question. What's
Sure.
one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was already our president that you thought was great?
He really didn't do much, bro. And you know, if you do want to look at statistics and stuff like that, like Kamala and stuff like that, during this run with Biden, if you go and you look at the statistics, it will say.
I thought you don't fuck with stats, bro.
Well, you didn't let me finish my statement. I was going to end that I don't trust the statistics.
Okay.
Because if you go and you look at, you know, the inflation and stuff like that and border crossings, Biden and Harris kept it low. I just don't trust those stats, bro. I think they're up to no good. I also think that they want to continue wars, which is not a good thing.
Wait, no, there's no wars happening right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bro,
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Have you ever seen the war?
No, I've never seen the war.
Yeah, so it doesn't exist, obviously.
Why would you say that it doesn't exist? I mean,
Because I've never
there's
seen it.
videos.
You've never
People
seen
post
it.
videos on social media of the
It's
war.
CGI.
Okay, you could say the same thing about that recording that you just played of Donald with the 10-year-old girl or whatever.
Do you see how I just used your own flat earther stat denying logic against
Yeah,
you?
but that's a reach. Instead of actually talking about the topic, you just spun it all, or what do you call it? You say pivot. You pivoted into that.
So
I really think that's why people have such a hard time debating.
So
you.
it's not a reach to say that the Earth is flat, but it is a reach to say.
I think people have such a hard time debating you.
Thom, thank you so much for the $20.24 on Venmo saying, trust me, bro. Yeah, let's go. Let's get some W's in the chat for Thom. Thank you so much for the $20.24. And Jessica with a $5, Jordan with a $1, and Cassidy with a $1. Let's make sure we get some W's in the chat for Thom and Jessica. Thank y'all so much. As well as Riz, that is R-I-Z, with the $20 on PayPal. Massive W's for Thom and R-I-Z in that chat. Thank you guys so much for the love. Buddy, I just think that you're like too gone to even like have discourse with. Like if we can't operate off of like a base plate of fundamental reason, like what the hell are we doing here? How can you
Like
ever
my
expect to
argument is
come?
basically that the government is corrupt, and a lot of that corruption is Biden-Harris administration and stuff like that. And
But
a
it
lot
wasn't
of the
Trump, even though he
statistics-
was the one that tried to overthrow the government.
Oh my God! Look,
It wasn't Trump, even though he was the one that tried to steal the outcome of the 2020 election. It wasn't
they
Trump,
try
even
to
though
paint- they
he's.
tr- Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you got it, man.
I think they're just trying to paint him as something he's not, and I think when Kamala gets in, that's how or Kamala. I think when she gets into office, bro, it's not going to be good.
I'd like to clarify the reason I say that Trump tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden isn't because the demon rats told me so, but it's because Trump has admitted to it. Specifically in the January 6th indictment.
What do you mean, demon rats? What the fuck? What is a demon rat, brother?
Oh, sorry, I meant Democrat.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with that.
So, yeah, do you want to go and respond to that?
Look, they're painting him in a pit. Yes.
What did I just fucking say? I swear to God.
Repeat it.
So the reason I think Donald Trump tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020 isn't because the demon rats say so, and that's how the left is painting him. It's because Trump has admitted to these things in the January 6th indictment and ongoing litigation with the Supreme Court. He's seeking immunity for them.
I'm not saying he's the perfect person. In my opinion, it's a lose-lose situation, but it's going to be worse with Kamala.
What is
He's going to destroy this country.
Can you give me like an example of a more corrupt set of events partaken in? Can you give me an example of something that Democrats have done in Congress or just in the government as a whole that is more corrupt than Donald Trump trying to steal the 2020 election? Because your argument here is Democrats are more corrupt than Republicans, but I don't think you could denote anything that a Democrat has done that is more corrupt than the actions that Trump partook in January 6th.
Look, I don't think that the Democrat, like you and, all the Democrat fans and stuff like that, I don't think that you guys are wrong. I think that the people who you are controlling your party are.
Can you answer my question, though? You said that Democrats are more corrupt
Can I
than
name one
Republicans.
thing? No, I can't.
Okay, well, if you can't name one thing that a Democrat has ever done that is more corrupt than what Trump did in 2020, why would you say that the Democrats are more corrupt?
Because they're lying about certain
Republicans are more
statistics.
corrupt?
What was that?
Wouldn't this mean that the Republicans are more corrupt?
They're not more corrupt, bro. Look.
Laura, thank you for the rock star. Well, if they weren't more corrupt, then you'd be able to name one thing that a Democrat has done.
They're both corrupt. They're both corrupt.
Once again, Hank, if the Democrats were more corrupt than Republicans, you would be able to name one thing that a Democrat has ever done in our government that is more corrupt than what Trump
They're lying
did
about
in
statistics.
2020.
They're lying about the statistics.
Trump lied about the outcomes of the election.
Okay, and
That's more corrupt. Even if I accept that your worldview is true and the Democrats are lying about stats, which they aren't, that's still not as corrupt as Trump and his cronies.
That is corrupt, but it's not as corrupt as an administration that has done nothing but bad stuff for the last 4 years. And if they get elected for another term, it's going to be even worse.
Did you just make the claim that Biden and Harris haven't done anything good while they've been in office?
Yeah, they haven't. The sources that you're using,
Really?
they're false.
So investing.
That's what I'm trying to
nearly-
tell you. The sources that you're getting are false, bro.
Investing nearly $1 billion into the PACT Act to expand VA healthcare benefits wasn't good?
False.
No, you could reference congress.gov. This was a bill that was passed, influenced by their administration.
That's
and
false.
signed into
I don't
law.
care if it's a third party source. Okay, they're still.
It's not a
doing-
third party source. This is congress.gov.
Oh, then yeah, then exactly. Then all the more reason not to trust it.
What?
That's how. That's literally how corrupt our government is, Dean.
You
You're
think that they're
going to
lying
figure out
to you
one
about
day.
bills that have been passed?
Yeah.
Are you real?
Yeah. Did you ask if I'm real?
Okay, why do you think Congress is lying about literal bills that they've
Because
passed?
they're corrupt, man.
Can you give me any evidence that Congress is lying about the legislation that they're passing? Just catch everybody up, all 4,000 of y'all. Hank thinks that Congress lied about passing the PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into expansion of VA healthcare benefits. Give me evidence that Congress lied about passing the PACT Act. Government lies, just not about the bills they pass. They fucking lie, not about the bills they pass.
They didn't do too much good, bro. Look around.
No, answer my question.
4
Don't
years
pivot.
ago. 4 years ago was different.
No, Hank, don't pivot. Boo. Don't pivot. Give me evidence that the government lied about passing the PACT Act.
There's no evidence, man.
So you just willingly
I think
believe
it's
in
called.
things
It's what you
without
call an antidote, but it's not an antidote. It's true. The government is corrupt.
Okay, well, if it's okay to believe in things without evidence, can I just believe that Trump is a rapist without evidence?
Bro, I really don't think he is.
Well, I know, but I believe he is. I don't need evidence.
I'm telling you, man. You're gonna.
So what are we supposed to do? Just like scream at each other like cavemen?
We haven't screamed at
Well,
each other once.
Hank, I'm just trying to see like the reason you requested to come up in the live because you just conceded that you believe.
I was
in
trying to
things without
debate.
evidence.
I was trying to debate. I'm not the
Just one
best
second.
at. Go ahead.
Just one second. Just one second. What are we supposed to do? Because you just conceded to me that you believe in things without evidence, and that's okay to do, right? Just base it upon your emotions. So what did you expect this conversation to go like? You just me screaming what I believe in, you screaming what you believe in, us both not having any reason or evidence to believe in them?
No, I'm practicing my debating.
Okay.
I'm not very good at it.
At least you're self-aware. Let's go and see what our next guest, Michael, has to say. Everyone, just give us a minute. That was crazy. I don't know if I've met a more conspiratorial guest. That was probably the most conspiratorial guest I've ever had on the live. What's up, Michael? Are you voting for Trump? Michael's not here. Michael is not here. Michael lost very bigly. Moving on to our next guest here, Chad. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We are just looking for our next debate. We got Kyle loading in. If you want to support me very bigly, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see who we got. We got Key loading in. We got Kyle loading in. We got Dominus and Connor loading in. Let's see who loads in first. It is a battle to see which Trump supporter will load in first. And it was Key and Connor. Hey, guys, are y'all voting for Trump?
Nope. Keep voting these racists, Dean. I love you.
Hey, thank you, Connor. W's for Connor. Mr. Bentley, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Mr. Bentley. Okay. All right. What about you, Key? Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I love you, man. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Key. Thank you for the love. Guys, although I love y'all, please stay out of the queue. I love y'all so much. You guys are the best, but please stay out of the queue. Only hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. It is no big deal. No big deal. No hurt feelings. I love you and thank you for coming up and showing your support, but we are just looking for debates. Mr. Make Contractors Great Again. Are you voting for Trump?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am, man. I'm going to.
If you want to make contractors great again, shouldn't you vote for Harris? So you have more incentivization to build and develop new houses because of her $25,000 subsidy.
No, so here it is.
Properties.
So here it is, man. I know you're a fast talker. You're young. I'm 41. All right. There's reasons why I vote for Trump, and there's reasons why I don't like Trump. So I don't have a bunch of computers in front of me to do all the fact checking and all this and all the fast talking that you're going to do. Now, I do appreciate somebody you young so invested in talking and dialoguing. All right. I really do appreciate that. And I think a lot of people steer from that. They just want to do name calling and stuff like that. So the one thing that I would ask from you is when you dialogue is be productive, man. You know, you can't like.
How about this? I will be so productive with you. So why are you voting for Trump?
So let's go over a couple of things, man. All right. So like when you were talking about the Democrats with the most corrupt thing, let's go back to the 90s. All right. One of the biggest corruptions that the Democratic Party has done is global warming. All right. So I'm gonna put this fact. When was Plymouth Rock placed?
Oh, buddy, no fucking clue.
So Plymouth Rock was placed on the sea level, on the shore, almost 200 years ago.
Jamie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for dealing with the Trumpers King. I appreciate you for the love, Jamie. Go ahead.
So if Plymouth Rock was a rock that was placed on the shoreline 200 years ago, right? 200 fucking years ago. Sea level's been rising for 200 years, right? That's what the Democrats are saying. So why is Plymouth Rock, you can go to it right now, and it's at the exact same fucking sea level 200 years ago?
Okay. Oh, wow, buddy. Didn't they move Plymouth Rock?
They did not.
Let me fact check that. I'll look it up.
Fact check it. So then here's another thing. You like Kamala, though. All right. So I'm not. Here's another thing about Trump. The reason Trump talks and acts the way he does is you're talking about a man that has never had to worry about a thing that he's ever said to anyone. He's a fucking billionaire, man. He can talk and do whatever he wants. That's his downfall. There should be somebody behind him that taps him on his shoulder and says, "Hey, dude, shut the fuck up." I totally agree with that.
I also just want to clarify here.
Go ahead.
So about Plymouth Rock. So it has been moved multiple times over the last few centuries. It's been broken, split, and relocated. For example, the top portion was moved to Town Square in 1774, and then in 1834 to Pilgrim Hall. Two halves of the rocks were reunited on the waterfront under a granite canopy in 1888. And then it was entirely excavated and lowered onto the shoreline into a new location in 1920. And then it was moved again in 1921. And then, yes, since 1921, it looks like we have had an average of 2.98 millimeters per year in growth in the sea level. And then we'd see that it would be impossible to gauge the sea level by one photograph of Plymouth Rock at a location without knowing its position
what source did you read that from, by the way?
Reuters.
Reuters. All right. So, who is Reuters? Who funds Reuters?
I'm pretty sure it's either nonpartisan or bipartisan.
It is not nonpartisan.
Okay. Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Masshole here, Plymouth. Appreciate you for the love.
Let's go with something with Kamala Harris, and you can look this.
How about we just touch on that real quick? I just want to clarify. Like 97% of climate scientists agree that like climate change is a real thing. It's caused by humans, and it happens, and the sea level is rising.
I absolutely agree that it. I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
And that the sea level is rising. I mean, we have like independent third-party organizations that are not associated with the government in our own country across the country, institutions of academia of science, and we'd see these same institutions spread out across the world. Every single one of these institutions have come to the unanimous decision that yes, the level of the sea is rising due to melting ice at the North and South Pole, and that is treated as a fact, as a consensus that 97% of climate scientists agree upon. So I don't really feel like one picture of a rock that was moved in 1920 is going to dispute that. Do you?
Oh, absolutely. What are you talking about? If it's if it's placed in one, if you're talking about these sea levels that they're talking about is a fart in the wind. Is a fart in the wind, man. We have the
smartest guy.
41 years. I've been 41 years on this earth.
Y'all put me up to this shit. Y'all
I've been 41 years on this earth. Been going to the same places fishing on the coast for 41 years. And the same houses, the same docks, the same rocks. They're all in the same place. They have it. You're talking about what, a millimeter every 15, 20 years, 30, 40 years?
2.8. Since over the last 100 years, it's averaged 2.84 millimeters every single year.
Okay, so now we're looking at what? Maybe in a fucking 2,000 years, we got something to worry about?
Our only concern of climate change isn't the rising sea level. You understand that, right? Like we also have other concerns, such as like, I don't even need to go over the other concerns. Okay.
So here's how I look at scientists too. I look at scientists, that ones that are putting out all these information and everything, is fucking lobbyists. They only have a job. And they're only going to be. How many scientists do you know that fucking live in a normal house like you and me? Maybe you make a lot of money. I've been sitting here watching fucking. You probably had $500 worth of fucking donations already. So you
I wish.
You might have a better house than I do, but. How many of these scientists do you see live in a fucking house, $150,000, $200,000 house?
So Connor, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Connor says, meteorologist with a PhD here. Climate change is real. Guest is lost.
Okay.
And plenty, by the way. Like you understand that a lot of researchers at institutions of academia are severely underpaid. Like there's a lot of incredibly smart, phenomenal scientists and researchers that do great wonders for the world around us that are actually underpaid. Okay, and like something else I'd say here was even if it was the case that these people were paid.
Would you say that it goes in a cycle?
Would I say that climate change goes in a cycle? I don't know enough about it to speak on it. Maybe someone else in the chat does, so I could bring him up, whatever. But the point I was going to make there was even if it was true that like these researchers, these scientists were paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'd say that they should be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Their programs are basically lobbyists. So if you got a program...
So you think every single institution of academia, even if it's third-party, non-related to government fixtures, is paid for to create conclusions?
You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth.
How about you put the words out of your own mouth and just tell me what you're getting at here?
Don't fast talk me. I'm 41 years old and I've been out in the sun all day working my ass off. So let me think here a little bit. What I'm talking about is when these guys have these studies and they go and they get all this money to continue their study. When they run out of that money, they go and get more money. When they run out of that money, they go and get more money. It's just like campaign fucking money.
I just want to clarify, like predominantly speaking, we'd see that these researchers and scientists are funded by the institutions that they do research at. Like that is a part of why tuition can be higher, is because they delegate money towards R&D just for future generations, which I think should be a fixture of our government. We have government subsidies, we have funding, and this isn't like funding that is given to scientists to yield false conclusions to brainwash the masses. This is funding given because we should care about the world around us and what it can become with our current trajectory. We should know what our impact is on our environment and if it can create climate change. These things are important to consider and these things are important to invest in. I'd say that we should be investing more in this. There should be a larger part of, like the annual government expenditure that goes to these researchers. Institutions should invest more into paying their paying their researchers and scientists well, and that matters and it's relevant. But I just want to make it known that you are anti-science. You are denying 97% of climate scientists right now. You are in the fringe minority reality, there is no difference between you and a flat earther.
No, absolutely not. That's
What's
not
the difference between you and a flat earther?
What I'm talking about is going to the extreme. It's just like all these banks, man. You don't think banks sit with the top fucking scientists and all this bullshit talking about global warming and all this, and you're talking about cities being built on areas that they're talking about in fucking 10 years is going to be underwater. Why would these banks give hundreds of millions of dollars if they thought that in fucking 10, 15 years it was going to be underwater?
Oh, fucking knows. Why does that matter?
So what do you mean? Why does it matter? Why would it?
You're saying that you dispute 97% of climate scientists because banks have given loans for developers to create cities near the seashore? Like what? Wait, if banks didn't give loans to create, I just want to clarify. So if banks didn't give loans to developers to create cities near the seashore, would you believe in climate change?
I'm not basing it just on that. No, not you're.
I'm pretty sure. Like it's like seemingly you trust like banks and how they delegate their loans and funding more than you trust climate scientists.
That would make me.
Wait, I just want to clarify. So banks make you think more than climate scientists?
No, what I'm saying is this world revolves around money. So one institution is not going to throw away.
A rock in the banks will tell you it all. They'll tell you it all very bigly. The rocks in the banks are very big.
You get people caught up on one thing. All right, so you're voting for Kamala, right?
I'm voting for Kamala, yes. And Jace, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I want to read Jace's message off.
What do you say? So what do you say about her keeping in minority prisons, jails?
Don't say the names of any drugs, by the way. Just clarify.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not like that. In California, she did not release. In her own words, she kept prisoners in prison instead of releasing them to fight firefighters.
Oh, so you said this was in her own words. So where does this quote come from?
No, she's wanting free labor.
Yeah. So you said that this was in her own words. So seemingly, like Kamala Harris admitted to like keeping individuals past their sentence to do free labor. Where does this quote come from?
You'd have to look it up, man. Like I said, I'm on an iPhone staring at you. If I had
Donald Trump, one second. Donald Trump in his own words. One second.
I'm gonna follow you, and when later on the night or whatever, I'll pull up all that information and I'll send it to you.
Donald Trump in his own words says that he is a Russian plant and he is Putin's puppet, and he will continue the regime of his dictatorship here in America. That's why you shouldn't vote for him.
Well, Kamala Harris says at day one she's going to fix the fucking economy, but she's been there for 3 years, and that's why you're going to vote for her.
So where has Kamala Harris said on day one she's going to fix the economy? No, she has just promoted good economic policy, especially with how she plans to reduce taxes for over 100 million American workers. Why haven't they reduced taxes over the course of the last 4 years? Because they couldn't get Congress together until the expiration of Trump's tax code in 2025. Her name's also Kamala. But I want to talk about economic policy. Let's do that. So Kamala Harris intends to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. If you want to know the specifics, I'll tell you how. All you got to do is ask. And this tax cut will cost $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending over the next 10 years. Donald Trump wants to reinvigorate and reinstitute the TCJA for another 10 years, which predominantly cuts taxes for the ultra-wealthy and corporations. That is expected to cost $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending. How in the hell is he going to pay for it?
You don't believe in the trickle-down effect?
Okay, so the trickle-down effect is unrelated to the question that I asked you, but yes, I don't believe in the trickle-down effect, but how about we talk about that next, and you answer the question I just asked of you. How is Trump going to pay for his $3.9 trillion tax cuts?
I don't know. I didn't read everything.
He has no fucking clue, but Kamala Harris does. She wants to cut taxes for the workers, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. She's going to generate $2.4 trillion.
Where did she lay out her plan to where she's going to where she just told you where she's going to do that at? Besides,
of course, so she laid it out. She laid it out at the DNC. She's laid it out on social media. She's laid it out in press releases from her campaign, and she laid it out in her interview with CNN the other day.
Her 14-minute clipped, edited video
First of all, it was not 14 minutes, it was 40 minutes, about saying that it was clipped and edited. That doesn't change the fact that she laid out her economic policy. What is this pivot?
I found 3 8-minute, one video, 2 video, 3 video.
Well, God, what does this have to do with her economic policy?
Because she has none. She's bullshit. She's just saying that your argument.
Yes, she does. She has economic policy. I'll tell you, I'll literally recite to you her economic policy. She wants to increase the child tax credit for newborns to $6,000, for individuals from the age of 1 to 5 to $3,600, then individuals from the age of 5 to 17 to $3,000.
And who's paying for that?
I will tell you at the end. No, what the fuck? Fuck you. You say she doesn't have economic policy. I start. 1 second. Could you just shut up for 1 second, please? Thank you. You say that she. M Sharp, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love.
Hold on for a second. I've been very respectful. You just told a 41-year-old fucking adult to fuck you and shut the fuck up.
I did because you asked me what her economic tax plan was. I start telling. 1 second. Stop talking. I don't want to have to mute you. I don't want to have to mute you. Thank you. I did because honestly, I'm quite aggravated at you because you're treating me like a circus gig. You're over here asking me what her economic policy is. I start telling you, you interrupt 3 sentences in, then you're like, how the fuck is she going to pay for it? You don't even know what she's going to pay for because I haven't been able to explain to you her policy yet. But if you want to pivot to how she's going to pay for it, she's going to pay for it. And now you're interrupting me again. What the hell do you have to say?
Because I'm telling you to stop talking and you tell me what the fuck she said.
What do you want? Do you want to know? Let's clear it up. Do you want to know what her economic policy is, or do you want to know how she's going to pay for it? Which one?
I want to know how she's going to pay for it. Tell me how she's going to pay for it.
Great question, man. So over the course of the next 10 years, her proposed economic policy is going to cost $2.4 trillion in debt-related spending. She's going to pay for this $2.4 trillion by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%, which will generate $1.7 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. She will pay for the remainder $700 billion by specifically granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies, meaning that Medicare is going less out of pocket to cover the price, which will generate about $300 billion over the course of the next 10 years. And then to generate the remainder $400 billion, she intends to increase the realized capital gains tax for centimillionaires and introduce an unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires. This will generate an approximated $2.4 trillion over the 10-year span, paying off her tax plan, making it self-sufficient. Now, how are you going to pay for the tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy under Trump's tax code?
I'm glad you just said that now, because now you're talking about capital gains. My father just passed away and I get a fucking house. My capital gains tax on that is going to be fucking outrageous.
How much did the house cost?
I'm just a middle class person. And when I sell my house, when I sell his house, what it was worth this is how capital gains works, bud. If your father leaves you a house, whatever the value of that house is, right? Today, and you sell that house 5 fucking years from now, whatever the value has increased from today until 5 years from now, when you sell that house, you're going to have to give the fucking government 37% of that money.
Hey, buddy, is this like a fucking compound in the Hamptons? Because their capital gains taxes only intend to apply to individuals with over $100 million in assets.
No, that's not what capital gains tax. That's not what she said. She's raising capital gains tax. She didn't say anything about a specific price, how much a house is going to cost, or whatever. She is raising capital gain tax.
On centimillionaires.
Period. No, it doesn't matter if you're a fucking millionaire, a bum on the street, or whatever.
In fact, I don't think that we should be referencing people on the street as bums, first of all. And second of all, her proposed policy is for centimillionaires.
Now you're interrupting me. Capital gains tax does not have a fucking limit on what value of any type of building.
In her proposed policy, it does.
Then you talk about increasing corporate tax. Me, as a small business owner who goes out there and busts my ass, that I am an LLC.
No, don't pivot. Don't pivot yet to the corporate tax rate.
No, I'm stating
let's talk about the corporate tax rate second. First of all, we're going to talk about the realized and unrealized capital gains tax. What source would you have to indicate that she intends to raise the unrealized and capital gains tax?
You just said it, and she's just said it. She's raising capital gain tax
on individuals with over $100 million in assets.
No, that's not what it says in her bill. It's capital gain tax.
Would you like a source?
Period.
You're wrong. Would you like a source?
No, you read the bill.
It's a proposed policy. It's not a bill.
I don't want Reuters. I don't
wait,
want
what do you mean a bill? It's not a drafted bill on the House or the Senate floor. It's proposed policy for a campaign.
What she put in place, it says capital gains tax. And then she goes on talking about people with certain
I'm just gonna go ahead and give you a couple sources. So would you say that AmericanForTaxFairness.org is a fair source? You could reference the quote-unquote ultra-wealthy $8.5 trillion of untaxed income that talks about Kamala Harris' proposed policy to increase realized and unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. You could reference USAtoday.com, fact-check Harris' tax proposal only for those with net worths under $100 million.
What you just said, she's going to rein the capital gains tax on millionaires. But that
centimillionaires.
But that doesn't mean it's not going to affect normal people.
That literally means it's not going to affect normal people.
I already know, dude. I'm in the process of it. You think my capital gains tax is going to be less because I'm a fucking poor white boy?
I just want to clarify here. It literally means that it is not going to affect normal people.
This has never happened to you, so you are fucking oblivious, dude.
No, I'm not oblivious. I
gotta pay 37 fucking.
Can I clarify? Can I clarify?
I gotta
this
give
is
the government
insanity. How am I oblivious?
$40,000 for something that they don't fucking deserve because capital gain tax.
You know what? Here we go. PolitiFact. I'm giving you another source from PolitiFact. Just look up PolitiFact. Kamala Harris.
I don't need your sources. I can show you my fucking I can show you my fucking checks.
What the fuck does your checks have to do with the?
I can show you my lawyer's paper. What are you talking about?
Hey, so your checks have nothing to do with the policy that Kamala Harris has proposed. I'm going to go ahead and repeat this, and I would like you to listen closely. I'd like you to bigly listen very closely. So Kamala Harris has proposed economic policy, okay? And within her proposed economic policy, it includes increasing the realized capital gains tax and introducing an unrealized capital gains tax, but only on American citizens who have over $100 million in invested assets.
That's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen.
It is. I don't know where else to go. Can you indicate a source that would say she wants to apply this to all American citizens? I've given you four that would indicate what I'm saying.
Maybe my experience. Maybe my experience on how many times capital gains taxes, they're only going to affect the fucking millionaires. It's only going to affect the millionaires. And you know what? It never does. It always fucking affects people like me and you, dude.
Okay. So name a presidential candidate that has ran in the past on the idea that they wanted to increase these taxes for the centimillionaires, got elected, and then increased it for the average Joe.
If I had 3 computers in front of me, I'd probably be able to look up and say, probably Bush did it. Clinton.
Bush and Clinton. Okay, I want you to give me a source.
Oh man, what do you mean a source? I got to fucking come up here. I don't do this every day. I work for a living every day.
Okay, so what are we playing? The game where we could just say whatever we want and get away with it?
No. What are you talking about? Say whatever we want. I'm talking about
sources. Trust me, bro.
I'm talking about my
sources. Trust me, bro. Guys. So Sam, I appreciate you for the marvelous. So if you are if you're confident, one second.
Hold on 1 second. You just said so we're gonna turn around and we're gonna.
Mary, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for the support. Dunking on the guys. Thank you for the love, Mary.
Source from Kamala and fucking Biden. We're gonna do that trust me source because they said it.
Buddy, when we are looking at individuals,
what, the cat got your tongue? You're gonna change it now?
The cat does not have my tongue. I was actively responding. What? Come on. You made a claim. I was actively responding, and then you interrupt me and say, "Cat got your tongue." Hello? What the fuck is going on? I'm so confused. I'm just gonna go back to what I was saying. Anyways. So yeah. So when individuals such as Trump or Kamala Harris propose policy, right? The only thing we could do is trust it. We could evaluate their track record. We could see if they've proposed policy, not pulled through, lied about it in the past, or trust it. This isn't mutually exclusive to Kamala Harris. This applies to any individual running for public office.
So are you a far left? So you like totally 100% trust and believe everything that, how do you pronounce her name? Kamala? Let me make sure
Dude, what is going on today? So I just want to clarify. You're making the argument that Trump's tax policy is better than Harris's tax policy because Harris is going to increase your realized capital gains tax, even though Harris has explicitly stated that she isn't going to increase your realized capital gains tax. But the reason you believe she is because, well, you don't trust her. Do you see how weak and
See, now you're
ignorant
twisting words
of an
around.
argument that is?
No. You're twisting around. I'm saying.
Tell me where in that argument I
I'm
went wrong.
saying what I'm saying through fucking 27 years of my adult life of experience on running fucking realty and selling homes and getting homes and business.
What does your life experience have to do? What the fuck does your life experience have to do with the idea that Kamala Harris is going to realize her capital gains tax?
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 75 years old. I'm your grandfather. You're old enough to be my son.
Yeah, I hear you. So you're one of those ones.
The patience I have to exert to deal with people like you is insane. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I would be a fucking demon if TikTok didn't have such like strict rules and regulations. I would be a demon. I would be your worst fucking nightmare.
No, actually, if you were in front of people having a dialogue, you'd be very fucking quiet. You wouldn't talk the way you do in front of people if it wasn't for TikTok.
I'd say it to your face, little bro.
You talk the way you talk because you can talk behind a fucking screen.
I say it to your face, little bro. Now look at the emotional old man that has now reduced himself down to implicitly threatening a 20-year-old because the 20-year-old outclassed him and knowing more about politics. What did that life experience do for you? You've been boasting about your 47 years of bullshit since the moment you hopped on my stream, and now you're implicitly threatening me because I've outclassed you. Get dunked on. Oh my God. This is my victory parade. I'm going to go everywhere. I'm going to do a little jig. I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic wine, some grape juice to celebrate it because I'm such a young baby I can't even legally drink. What more do you have to say? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you've been boasting about being like 50 years old, Gen X this whole time. You probably don't know how to unmute your microphone. Don't worry, I got you. I want you to click on the picture of your face. If that is your face, then click on the icon of the mic. It'll be right about boop right there on your screen. Just click on that. See, you know, working with the younger generation can be beneficial until they know more than you, and then you get very bigly mad. You know what? We'll try it again. We got 5,000 people in here. I bet he's yelling right now. I know. He's probably not even listening. He's probably not even listening. Listen, I understand that you're bigly mad. I need you to listen. I just click on your profile picture, click the icon of the mic. See, guys, this is why I haven't muted him yet, is because when they're over like 25, I just suspect they won't be able to figure out how to unmute. So then I don't do it. Hey, Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying tell him to look up how Trump treats contractors. Look that up, man. I guess. And Maureen, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying he's had 1 year experience 41 times. That's hilarious. Thank you for the love, Maureen and Brad. I want to see W's in the chat for Maureen and Brad. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are awesome. Thank you, Maureen and Brad. I'm just kidding. I should clarify my last comment there that if you're over 25 and a Trump supporter, that you won't be able to figure out how to unmute. All my friends in here over 25, there's some frequent viewers that are like the age of my mother and my grandmother. I excel and I hope to be like you one day. I love y'all. We're going to go to just get our next guest up here while he tries to figure out how to unmute his mic. Jason, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Mary with the $25 on Venmo.
Hello.
Cheers to facts.
Hello.
Thank you, Mary. I thank
Hello.
you so much, Mary, for the $25. Hop back in the queue. He got his mic unmuted. Massive W's in the chat for Mary for the $25 on Venmo saying cheers to facts. And Kyle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying it's unfair because you have 3 computers. All the computers all in front of me, even though I'm looking right at the stream. Thank you, Kyle and Mary. You're back. Did you crash out? I think he crashed out.
I think I crashed out. Now, let's see you figure out while I was quiet, while I sit here and let you fucking ramble off and ramble on and fucking make fun and talk all this shit. I want to hear all the good things that's happened to you with all the great policies that you support. How has it directly affected you and your family?
Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Oh my God, Kathy. That is so incredibly kind of it. Thank you so much for the love.
That's how it works. You get on TikTok, you get this fucking platform, and you sit there and you talk shit while everybody sends you fucking money.
Listen, I did not intend to shit talk you, but then you just became insufferable. I will go ahead and continue to thank Kathy. Let's get at least 500 W's in the comment section for Kathy, saying thank you for teaching this 57-year-old a thing or two. This guy's a DUMB, and yeah, you have to walk me through unmuting. I love you, Kathy. Thank you for the love.
All these emotions of the Democrats, you're capitalizing on it. Just say, just
so
admit it.
I want to clarify.
Just admit it, dude. That's how you make your money.
Okay,
you
so
make money
if I
off of feeding off people's emotions.
We do this every day. We do this every day. So no, if the only reason I came on here was to make money, I wouldn't have came on here in the first place.
So do it for free.
How long do you think it took me?
Do it for free.
How long do you think it took me streaming 4 hours a day before I made $1?
Probably a long time, but why don't you still do it?
7
for free?
fucking months.
If it's such a good thing and you're helping the country and you're making people smarter about their choices and everything, and you really love your country, why not do it for free?
I'll tell you, great question. Yeah, because if I did it for free, I'd have to get another job to be able to sustain things like rent, groceries, car, insurance, phone, etc. And I would be able to delegate less time towards doing these streams. So the fact that I'm not only able to treat this as my favorite thing in the world,
so it's the easy road.
Oh, dude, if you think it's easy to put up with grown babies like yourself, you are unfortunately.
Dude, do you realize how fun this would be just to sit here and fucking argue with you all day? I would have a blast if this is all I did was to sit here and look at your little face and sit here and talk back and forth and fucking get free money.
Listen. So my last comment was a little bit of a dig. Maybe we can meet in the middle of the aisle here. I recognize that I am in a privileged position. I think that anyone who's in the same position as me should make that recognition. When I was on the opposite side of the phone screen, I'd be looking at streamers on here. I'd be looking at influencers. I'd be looking at people in the public spotlight making money, treating it as their job and enjoying it so much. And I'd be looking at them saying things like, oh, streaming is so hard. It's harder than the Olympics. And I'd say, what the fuck are you yapping about? You know, so I do. I'll recognize the position of privilege that I'm in. I am incredibly privileged to be able to hop on here every day, do something that I love, do something that's fun, do something that I enjoy, and be able to, make an income and make it generate my living. It's awesome. But does this discredit anything that I'm saying? No. Does this make you look jealous? Yes.
And I hope you make a bunch of money and you're successful and you have.
Joyce, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal for schooling him. Thank you for the love, Joyce. I really appreciate that. W's for Joyce in the comment section. And Julie with a $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Joyce and Julie.
So let me ask you this. With all the giveaway things that the Democrats like to do and helping this person, help that, like they say, they only say it every 4 years, first off. But with all the money that you make.
And then they do it the other 4 years.
How much do you donate to better the cause?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what percentage of my income I donate, but I do donate.
Why wouldn't you? Are you ashamed of the number because it's too low, or
no? I just don't think that
like
it's
invading taxes, and you don't want the tax man to know how much money you make.
No, I just don't think it's super simple. I just don't think it's your business.
So you want to get deep into everybody else's lives, politicians.
Have I asked you how much, like what proportion of your income? Have I asked you what your income is, or what proportion of it you donate?
I'll tell you what my income is.
Okay, I don't care what your income is.
Okay, well then if you ask me, I wouldn't be ashamed.
Barbara, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for the income for the job. I appreciate you for the love, Barbara. And Rob, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for the job as well. Thank you, Barbara and Rob. I appreciate you guys so much. If you want to support me, my Venmos, well, is my PayPal or in my bio. We're talking about it so much, I had to reference it. Thank you for the love, you guys. Y'all are awesome.
You still haven't answered the question, though.
Repeat it.
How has the policies and the decision-making of the last 4 years benefited you and your family's life?
Yeah, so I mean, thinking about myself, the one thing I might be able to say here is like a reduction in the rate of inflation, meaning that I am benefited by spending less at the grocery store because the Biden and Harris administration has ushered in the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. I've been benefited specifically through the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion across the U.S. into local communities to spur their economies and to create construction jobs. In my hometown, we've created roundabouts. In my hometown, we've redone our roads. In my hometown, we've rebuilt our infrastructure. Now, Teresa, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the payday as well. But now, if you wanna just kind of widen this, one second.
One thing at a time.
But if you want to widen the scope a little bit and just talk about how their policy benefited American citizens, not just me, we could talk about the PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into greater funding towards the VA. So now we see 1 million new veterans can get serviced through the VA healthcare systems. We could also talk about the CHIPS and Science Act that spurred investment in chip producers here at home in America, meaning that we will be producing 30%
Keep
of the
reading
global
off
chip
your
supply
list.
by...
Keep reading off your list.
I'm looking at playing cards. That was a flop.
Oh, okay. All right. So can we go one thing at a time before you just keep rattling on?
Yeah.
We're talking about inflation.
Yeah,
This is a serious question. And this is not to ask you to make fun of you, your age, or whatever. How old are you?
I'm 20. It was actually my 20th birthday yesterday.
Oh, you're 20 years old. So
20th birthday yesterday.
You're talking about 4 years ago, you were 16 years old.
I mean, like 2 days ago, I was 19.
What'd you say?
2 days ago, like 4 years ago, a 20-year-old was 16.
4 years ago,
dude, Mr. Dr. Scientist, I love you in your intellect.
Listen to me.
Mr. Dr. Scientist, your academic revelation that I was 16 4 years ago is phenomenal.
Don't realize how much inflation has happened in the last fucking 5 years, 4 years. How do you? You can't comprehend that.
I have a question. Wait, how much inflation has happened over the course of the last 4 years?
You really think inflation is down?
What do you mean by inflation is down? Is the rate of inflation down? Yes.
Okay, so let's do this. I raise pigs. I raise hogs too. I feed people. Okay? Since 4 years.
Can I finish fucking responding to your questions before you interrupt me?
I'm talking about fucking inflation. You're telling me
and you asked me if inflation has gone down, then you just interrupted me.
Inflation is down, and I'm about to give you fucking 7 different goddamn fucking items that inflation is not down.
Yeah, just cook, bro. Cook. Just get it done. Get it done.
So you're going to tell me 4 years ago, I'm paying 7 cents for to feed my animals. And as of today, I'm paying 32 cents.
Y'all are going crazy. Holy shit. Heidi, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Holy shit. Heidi said, keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much. And Shalika, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Molly with the $5 and Monica with the $10 as well. Massive W's in the chat for Heidi, Molly, Shalika, and Monica. Thank you all so much. Holy crap. Continue to cook. My bad.
It is 5 ingredients in my feed, and every single ingredient is affected by fuel, fertilizer, and shipping and employee cost. And all 5 ingredients cost me 300% than what it cost 4 years ago. And you're telling me that inflation is down?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. First of all, I'm not going to discount that the pricing of your guns may have gone up 300%. The market average over the course of the last 4 years is going to be about 20%. Secondarily, when I say inflation is down, I'm referencing the rate of inflation. The highest rate of inflation we had was about 9%. We are currently at a 2.98% or 2.8%.
So are you basing that at the peak of COVID?
Yes, that is the highest rate of inflation that we experienced. Do you mind if I continue?
No, go ahead.
Awesome. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the happy 20th birthday. That is so kind of you. Massive W's in the chat for Sandra. Thank you so much. And Amy, thank you for the $5 as well. And Danielle, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I really appreciate y'all for the love. And Moon with the boxing gloves. Let's go. Thank you for the love, y'all. You guys are going crazy. I appreciate y'all for the love. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you all so very much. Make sure to show some love to our donors. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, so when I'm referencing inflation going down, I'm saying the rate of inflation has decreased. But if you just want to talk about inflation as a whole, so inflation was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Inflation was a global response, or consequence more so, of the pandemic. Inflation happened in every single country across the world. It was all from the same thing, COVID. The same thing that caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression of 14.8% in April of 2020 when Trump was president.
And you
so
don't
if you want to
think-
make the argument
you don't
that
think-
inflation has been high under Biden and Harris, therefore Biden and Harris caused inflation, would you say because we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression under Trump, that Trump caused that?
And you don't think that this fear of this virus, of the bullshit, how dangerous it is, how much fucking people died and all that didn't cause this?
No, that is literally a part of what caused it.
And who do you
Yes.
think pushed the agenda of how dangerous this fucking virus is? And it's
Smart
on both
people.
sides.
Smart people.
And you don't think that the number is skewed?
What number?
Okay, so I'll give you an example. All right. My in-law, his mother was 82 years old, went into the hospital with failing organs, died at 82 years old of old age, got tested for COVID 3 fucking times. Negative. For three months, she was in the hospital. Couldn't figure out what was wrong with her besides old age. She died. When she died, I'll give you one guess what they put on her fucking death certificate.
I mean, you're making the implication here that it's COVID.
It's absolutely on her death certificate as COVID, and she did not die of fucking COVID. So,
would you be able to indicate a source to me that the death tolls associated with COVID were significantly skewed due to like
they're
misappropriation of death causes?
Absolutely.
Would you be able to
skewed.
indicate a source?
Would I be able to why is it always I have to indicate a source to you, and I just told you a fact of just my own happening with me? I can't tell what goes on with my neighbors and what goes on with Tom down the street, what happens with your family. I can't go by that. I'm not going to go by sources.
Yeah.
What
So
a
I just
Republican tells me, and what a Democrat tells me, and what a senator tells me.
Sure.
I'm
Sure.
not
Hey,
gonna go
one
by
second.
all that.
And one
I'm gonna go by
second.
what I learned
Hey, fine. Okay, so subtract 1 from the total the death toll of COVID because your sweet grandmother.
It's stories that you hear through everybody experience.
And that's why I'm asking for a
same
source.
thing. People talking, not just fucking Reuters or a bunch of people talking about that. It's people talking on social media saying, "Yes, it happened to me too. Yes, it happened to me too." Fucking people in Arizona, it happened to them. People in Alaska, people in UK. I don't just get on Facebook or Fox News or CNN. When I go for news around the world, I go for journalists that are on the ground in that country. I don't use.
Listen, I'm just gonna cut you off here. I'm just asking you for data, for empirical evidence that would justify your assertion that COVID did not kill as many people as it has reported to have killed.
How would I be able to
you are
prove
not
that?
responding to that question.
How would I be able to prove that if the hospitals that get funding for more COVID deaths are reporting COVID deaths? How am I going to fight?
Paige, thank you for the
that?
$2 on Venmo. This nurse would love to chat with a guy about COVID. Dude, look.
My wife's a nurse, so whoever.
Yeah,
chat about that.
I'm just like, so I don't know how to explain this. When you make a claim, you have to provide evidence for the claim. When you're making a claim that the total death toll of COVID has been significantly distorted, you'll have to provide evidence for that claim, right? And when we're talking about such a huge, massive, significant claim, the evidence must be overwhelming, right? And we'd be looking for data on like a little bit more of a grandeur scale,
But that's
like
the
an
problem,
institution
man.
of
Somebody
science
like
that
me
indicate
can't
that this
fight
is true.
that. I don't have enough power and enough money to fight hospitals, to fight government officials.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Elizabeth. She also adds a really nice little message here. I want to go ahead and read it off. W's for Elizabeth in the comment section. The COVID virus exacerbated other existing illnesses, hence the COVID on the death certificate. Dumb idiot. 8.
Oh, so they're going to say, so now they're going to turn around and say, oh, well, if she did not get COVID and she did not test positive for COVID, How can she say that COVID caused something else to make her die?
Bro, I'm not your fucking grandma's doctor.
You know, so that's, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your comment that you just read off.
Listen, here's the thing. You're currently trying to make an argument to me insofar as why you don't need proof for your claim. I'm going to go ahead and kick you unless you just want to leave.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to follow you and we're going to dialogue more because I don't want to take up your time with all your viewers and all that. But we'll keep in contact and we'll message back and forth if you want, and we'll dialogue some more, and it'll give me time to present you all the sources that you want at fucking right this second.
Yeah, re-request
cool?
with sources for your claims. Appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. If you are in the queue, make sure that once again you are voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Phenomenal. If you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We always have a fun time. Our next guest, Jesse's loading up into the box. All right, let's go and see what we have to say. Who's the worst? Yeah, I think the guests today have been a little bit overwhelming. They got me a little bit tired, I'm not going to lie. Jesse, my man, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you want like a misogynistic, racist, rapist, felon, fraudster to be your president? That's a little bit of an insane claim, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, if all those things were true, I would agree. I would agree with you if all those were true. What I'm a little skeptical is that I think the whole the people that are laying down.
Which one do you doubt? How about we just go through like the proof that like shows that each of those things are true? So like, which one of my claims do you
I think the
doubt?
people that are doing all the prosecuting are really hard liberal Democrats that are against Trump to start with, and I think they're being paid to make the decisions that they're making.
Okay, so if Trump was criminally prosecuted of like raping a little girl, you'd still vote for him because those are trumped up liberal charges?
No, you just missed what I said. So I think that the allegations that they're bringing against Trump, I think that the decisions that are being made is being swayed by money. I don't think they're honest decisions by honest people that are being made. I think they're being paid to make the decisions that they're making, so that therefore they're not honest truth.
Yeah, we're just following your logic.
If all that was true, why isn't Trump in jail?
Well, he is going to be sentenced for his 34 felonies on September 18th. The indictments and litigation about January 6th for the insurrection have been postponed by his lawyers until after the election. The civil court that held him liable for rape didn't send him to jail because civil courts hold people financially responsible, not criminally responsible. And then back to my question, if Donald Trump was criminally convicted of child rape, would you still vote for him?
You know what? I'm not sure, and I'm going to tell you again for the same reason, is that the whole system is against Trump because he's not good for big business to make them more richer than what they are. So everybody is colluding against trying to keep Trump out of office because whether you like him or not, he's for people like me and you. He's not for the big corporations that are making money off of these wars that they've started, where BlackRock has a contract with Ukraine for rebuilding for trillions of dollars of the destructions that is being caused. So if you don't know, war is money. And it took me a long time to understand that. And because I said, well, how is war money? Because it's destruction, and it causes money to build back, businesses and cities and all that. And I said, how can it mean money? Well, if you look back who owns the majority of the financing and the majority of the S&P 500 and the large stockholders of all those people, those are all evil groups that are just trying to fatten their pockets. So that's why when a president comes in office, all of a sudden a war is created, except under Trump. There were wars going on, but there were no more new wars. And it's because it's not good for the masses, the people that are the multi-billion, hundreds of billions of dollars worth. It's good for them to have war. Trump wanted to stop that. So with him stopping that, it's digging into their pockets. So nobody wants Trump in office because he has hurt so many people in the pocket, whether it's people that are the big pharma, big food, whether it's any type of big agency. He's not for those people. So therefore, they took a big hit the 4 years he was in office with all the tariffs that he put out, with all the things that he was looking out for the small people in our country. So he's not getting a fair shake because the people that are prosecuting him are 100% against him. So I don't know about you, but could you be bought could you be bought for money?
Can I be bought?
In other
for
words,
money?
would you make an improper decision or not?
Can I just respond to everything that you've said so far? Is that all right? So, yeah, you're painting a very gloriously misled picture of the idea that Trump cares about the small fry, the low and middle class, while Kamala Harris wants to fight for the rich people. That is so misled. Even when we're referencing the industrial military complex, Trump wants to add more money to the military budget. And if you want to reference the continued support for Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that's because of a deal we made in the 90s, not because of the industrial military complex. We haven't approved any new spending on Ukraine. We've only reallocated funds from the DoD. Third of all, how can you say that Trump would be worse on Big Pharma when a part of her healthcare plan is to limit the amount that any American can pay for pharmaceuticals to $2,100 a year and grant Medicare greater negotiating ability with them? How can you say that Trump stands against the big corporations when Kamala Harris is advocating for increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% to provide tax cuts and relief to American workers and families? How can you say he stands for the small fry when he passed no legislation during his first term that benefited the low and middle class more than it benefited rich people? Meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed the PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and American Rescue Plan, all benefiting the low and middle class.
If Trump is not for the small people, then why are the small people suffering under your administration that you enjoy?
How has the Biden-Harris administration caused the low and middle class to do worse?
Wait a minute, dude. Where have
the answer to your question is COVID.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely. COVID caused global inflation to happen everywhere.
Absolutely not. So
okay, just disputing facts and reality. Dude, Jess, you're fucking tiring me out, bud. You might be my last debate of the night.
I'm tiring you out because things were better under the Trump administration. I know you dislike the guy, and there's a lot of people dislike him, and there's things that I dislike about him, but what you should care about is your country and your fellow man. And
what policy? Can you name a policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Okay,
can you?
I don't follow policy. I follow daily life.
Oh, daily life. How about daily life in April of 2020 when we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression? Trump was president. Did he cause that?
Can you name one thing that is better now under your administration than under Trump? Name one thing.
Rate of unemployment.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. The lowest we ever had under Trump was 3.5%. The lowest rate of unemployment that we have had under the Biden-Harris administration is going to be 3.4%. Bullshit. We had the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression was had in April of 2020 under Trump. You asked me for one thing. How about I name two things? We also have had all-time highs in the stock market, Dow Jones, NASDAQ, S&P 500, high over high. You asked me for one thing. How about I name three things? Let's talk about let's talk about real median wages. Real median wages have increased under Biden and Harris term in comparison under Trump's term. You asked me for one thing. How about I name five things? We're currently drilling more oil today here at home in America than we have ever drilled in the history of America, even under Trump's term. You asked me for one thing. How about we name six things? We could also specifically talk about I had a good point. I lost it. You're tiring me out.
That's fine, but listen,
I was cooking.
That's okay, and that's okay. But what I don't understand is that everything that I encounter in my everyday life and all my co-workers at work and everybody that I know, there's nobody that is happy with what's going on. There's so much worth. Listen, dude, policy aside, money is money.
Let me paint a picture for you. Let me paint a picture for you.
Please paint a pretty one.
Pretty one. So you're saying that all the bad things that have happened in our country while Biden and Harris have been in the presidency can be blamed on them merely because of the fact they've been in the presidency. So your logic here is
That is correct. That's
Okay.
one correct thing you've said.
Okay, so if anything bad in the country happened while Trump was president, that could be blamed on Trump. So did Trump cause the record high 14.8% unemployment at the end of his term in April of 2020?
Trump didn't cause anything except bring jobs to America. And America
happened under
was
his term?
thriving, and America was thriving more then than ever in the history of your existence and mine.
So I just want to clarify here. Your logic is if something bad happens in the country while Biden's president, Biden caused it. But if something bad happens in the country while Trump is president, Trump didn't cause it.
I think the president has a little bit to do with things that happen in the country, but not ultimately everything. The president does not make every decision on everything that happens in the country.
So if Trump didn't cause the unemployment, Biden didn't cause the inflation.
No, Biden did cause the inflation because
how?
Well, first of all, if Trump would have been in office, we wouldn't be in a war with Ukraine, which is causing the taxpayers money.
How?
A lot more money. Well, I'll tell you this, because they're bringing in people, illegals from all over the world. They're flying them in, they're busting them in, and me and you are paying for it with our tax dollars. How would you
Ukraine undocumented migrant tax dollars. Name one federally
do you
funded
like that?
program.
Do you enjoy that?
Okay,
do you enjoy that it's documented? Your source is Google, right?
What the fuck does it have to do with Ukraine?
Well, that was one example is what's making everything cost more.
Okay, so you're saying that government. You're saying that government
did. They
You're saying
caused.
that, so you're saying here that government spending, like funding Ukraine, leads to inflation?
Yes.
Okay, so
They're
under
printing
Trump's
money they don't
administration-
have. They're printing money they do not have.
So Trump added $8.6 trillion to our debt. Biden and Harris added 4.4.
He done a great job of hiding of it affecting the American people, didn't he?
Can you repeat that? I'm not quite sure I understood.
So you're telling me that Trump increased the budget more than any president of all time? I said, well, he done a great job for protecting the American people and doing that, didn't he?
No, I'm saying that he spent more money than Biden.
And I'm telling you that whether he did or not, he done a great job of hiding it from the American people because things were better under Trump, whether he spent more or not.
Wouldn't this mean that your logic fails? Because your logic was government spending leads to inflation. That's why there's inflation now because of funding to Ukraine. But government spending didn't lead to inflation under Trump, which meant we'd have to hold the same logic here in the context.
And that's
of
what I
Biden's
said. He must be doing a fabulous job of hiding it.
I'm trying to figure out if this is even. Like
You're
a
saying he spent
conversation worth
more money,
entertaining.
and I'm
so
saying
I just want to clarify. So Biden and Harris, even the funding to Ukraine, that was because of the Budapest Memorandum that we signed with them in the 1990s, and it wasn't new money added. It was just a reallocation for the DoD budget. And then, second of all, right, predominant amount of the policy that they influenced to get passed benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people, like the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are policies that helped us. What's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that helped us?
Dude, the policy that he passed to help us was him being president.
Bro, you're a joke.
That's a joke. So
Yeah,
do you
you're a
pay
joke.
less for gas under Trump?
Amy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Amy. I just need to take a break.
You're an American, right? You're an American citizen. How do you feel about the fact?
I just need to take a break, chat. I'm whooped. It is like 4 guests in a row. It is like 4 guests in a row, chat. I'm whooped. I'm fucking struggling, guys. Listen, we're probably gonna do one more debate here, then I'm probably gonna end for the night. I am no lie whooped. Jesus fuck. Dude, it's been 4 guests in a row. You know what I mean? I love y'all. That's why I come on here every day. I love what I do. I love it beyond all belief. It makes the Republicans bigly mad, and it makes me so very happy. And right now I'm just a little bit whooped, not gonna lie. We're gonna go to get our last debate underway here. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. It goes straight to me, none to TikTok. And it allows me to continue to do this every day. I'll give you a shout out. You could even attach like a message there, and I'll read it off on live. Honestly, I really want to thank a lot of y'all because you guys send some clutch donations with like really impertinent information that helps me in some of these debates. We are going to try to get our last guest of the night up here. What's up, 5th Gen? Are you voting for Trump? Jason's even here. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves, Ribley. That is so incredibly kind of you. What's up, Andy? Are you voting for Trump? Thank you, Ribley.
Hey, can you hear me, Dean?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Nice. Yeah, I am, buddy.
Can I ask you a simple question? Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Yes and no. Is that fair to say?
No, that's a contradiction.
Well, I kind of wanted to, the whole reason I wanted you to bring me on was to just kind of kick off on that point. No, like we'll put everything else in a bag and just stick to that. The Katie Johnson thing. Can we just stay there? No other this and that, just the two of us on that topic for this particular conversation?
I don't really like reference Katie Johnson too much. I think that...
Well, the pseudonym, because like she's a minor, right? So Katie Johnson, it's just, it's a pseudonym.
I mean, I think that like it'd be much more like compelling to talk about the civil court that determined he was guilty of rape, because like we could use much more like fact-based reason in the context there. We could talk about Katie Johnson. It's just going to be more like how I feel versus you feel. Like I'm going to say like I feel like we should probably believe minors when they say they get raped, and then you'll be like,
well, hold on.
No.
I didn't say anything yet.
I want to talk about the civil court that held him liable for rape. So would you still vote for Trump, even if he was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Again, I mean, we're not quite there. I think that there's a little
We are there. There's been a civil court that's held him liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess if you're putting me in a yes or no context, I have to say yes. I mean, there's no point in beating around the bush, right? I'd be a liar if I said I didn't.
Okay, so would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman and tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government to steal an election?
In the context you're laying it on, I have to say yes.
Okay, so would you vote for a racist, misogynist rapist who's attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup to stage an election?
On your platform and your words, yes. I have to say yes again. I mean,
why would you vote for a racist, misogynist rapist who's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government to steal an election over Harris?
Yeah, I mean, if I get a chance to say why, then yes, that's why I'm here. I wanted a chance. You're kicking out.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it, man. Alex, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I appreciate you so much for the birthday present as well. Y'all been so kind, so kind. Thank you so much, Alex W's for Alex down below. Thank you so much for the $20. Take it away.
I just thought that, based on this case, again, going back to the Katie Johnson thing, and I know there's, more to Trump and everything else, but this case in particular, being dismissed over technical filing errors and the whole thing with Norm from the Jerry Springer show and all that jazz. There's a lot that goes to it. And I could come onto your platform and say, I could have, some 13-year-old girl in Wisconsin say that Dean raped her.
Why don't we just leave Katie alone? Like I've never referenced Katie Johnson in one of my debates because I think that we have so many compelling reasons to not vote for Trump, including the rape of a woman.
I was just
I just don't want to hear I just don't want to hear Trump supporters like just fucking demean a 13-year-old that got raped. It's just gross, dude. Like how about we talk about the compelling reasons here outside of Katie Johnson?
Dean, I think you do a great job expressing your point, and I think you're a wonderful debater because every time someone comes on and tries to say something, you start off by setting them on the back foot. I think it's a wonderful way to start off. But I also see you doing a good job of, I don't want to call it gaslighting. I don't want to villainize you in any way here, but I just feel like, you don't give anybody else the platform to jump off on. You're not giving me the debate starts with me on the back leg.
Here's where I stand, okay? So Katie Johnson had accused Donald Trump of raping her. There had been court proceedings that were inevitably thrown out for one reason or another. So in that position, you can make a seemingly like valid argument, that because they were thrown out, that this doesn't give us sufficient reason to believe that they occurred. And you could gaslight all day. I could try to make up a counter argument, like maybe kids wouldn't lie about getting raped. It goes back and forth, ping pong and around. But what I think we should talk about, right, is the civil court where he was accused of rape and it didn't get thrown out, but it actually proceeded through and the jury concluded that it happened. Why don't you want to talk about that court case?
Look, I'm all about for talking about cases that happen and moving forward and the way that things.
Let's talk about the court that didn't throw the grape accusations out. Let's talk about the court that had a jury that concluded that the grape accusations were true and Trump is a rapist. How about that? Why don't you want to talk about that?
Well, hold on. Again, I haven't had that many opportunities to get it off the foot here, but you're talking about when the whole spiel where and I don't know what I can and can't say on the platform, so if I say something that's not correct or I start to get into territory where, regardless, you're talking about when it was said that she was, and just correct me if I'm wrong here, like tied to the bed.
Aaron, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for defending minors. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Aaron. I really appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aaron. What is this guy's obsession with Katie Johnson? Why do you want to talk about the court case that had a minor allege that Donald Trump had raped her, and then the court case was thrown out because of technical errors, and she... Bro, because you want to talk about the court that threw out the grape charges in comparison to the court that accepted and delineated that the grape charges were correct. There is a court that determined that Donald Trump has raped a woman. Why don't you want to talk about that?
I'm okay with talking about it. Again, I really haven't had a chance to say anything, brother. I mean, you're talking about when she was tied down to the bed, Epstein was involved, and they had all that jazz. Again, there's a difference.
I haven't talked about that at all. No, I don't want to. I don't want to talk about a 13-year-old getting tied down to a head.
That's exactly what happened in that case. That was the evidence provided.
No, we are referencing the civil court that determined that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll.
Oh, you're jumping off Katie Johnson, another pseudonym.
I was never on Katie Johnson, you dumbass. You have been up here incessantly asking me to talk about a 13-year-old getting raped for the last 10 minutes. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. My bad, man. I was just trying to keep it to something limited and prove a couple of points. I wasn't trying to make your night tougher.
Aaron, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. Wait, that actually.
You can grab somebody else. I don't want to waste your time. If you don't want to talk, it's no big deal.
Okay, so you wanted to come up here and you wanted to talk to me about a court that had threw out grape allegations, but now you're refusing to talk to me about a court that proved grape allegations.
No, I'm okay with still going about that.
So so why would you vote? So why would you vote for a rapist?
Again, I think what you're talking about is an allegation that was made and settled out of court. What I see it as, what you see as someone is a rapist.
False. No, that was not an allegation that was made and was settled out of court. This was an allegation that was made in court. Then Trump denied it. Then there was about 3 years of court proceedings in which the jury then concluded that yes, Trump had raped her. It was not. The determination was not met by a settlement. No, the determination was met by guilt as applied by the jury. You could read the jury verdict.
He was forced to pay money as a result. The whole thing was to get money back as the way I
Leonard, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Leonard. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. And Mary, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo.
I will say
I really appreciate you for the love, Leonard and Mary.
Another wonderful play, and again, I still have to commend you as being a good debater because the interruptions to throw people off of their train of thought is a fantastic way to stay ahead.
But I was just reading my donuts. I'm sorry.
No, and I do. That's again.
So do you know anything about the civil? I just want to clarify. Do you know anything about the civil court that held Trump liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of an adult woman?
Yes, and there was a payout for it.
Yeah, so that's what is concluded in civil courts is financial responsibility. A quote-unquote payout would occur in any single civil court.
Sometimes when financial responsibility is something that somebody's going for, then there is a chance that there is a monetary reward is what that person is seeking. And personally, Yes, multiple cases of the world have
so
been.
would you do you reject all civil courts? Do you reject civil courts that have held priests, fathers liable for the rape of like what were minors at the times adults now?
And I don't
because they
think
were
I don't think a
obviously
lot of
just seeking
people
money?
feel that way, but it does.
So then why would you
happen.
reject the civil court that specifically held him liable for raping an adult woman? You're saying it does happen. It happens a minority of time. You'll have to provide me with extra good reason to accept that that occurred. And then secondarily speaking, it is the case that it does happen that people get falsely convicted of murder. That doesn't mean that we should go to the prisons tomorrow and release them all.
If somebody wanted to come after you and made a false claim, they could come after your money and your livelihood and think that it would be a monetary beneficiary act to do that to you.
And so what are they going to do? Fucking fake medical records, and then 30 years later accuse me of rape, get 7 people over the course of 20 years to repeat the same fucking story, and then specifically speaking convince a jury after 2 years of deliberation in a courtroom that rape had occurred. And I just want to let you know, right, I have had someone make false rape allegations about me. His name is QB. I bet there's a handful of people in the chat that know him, and that's why I know that this court was reliable and consistent.
You don't know anything about the court. You weren't there.
Name one piece of evidence submitted to the court, dum-dum.
What,
you don't know shit about the court. You don't even know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, but you're up here calling her a liar, saying that she was only doing it for the money. You're fucking delusional. You will do anything to make, because it's true. You are denying the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then proved it in a court of law, all because you don't want to feel like such as a POS when you vote for him in November.
I don't know where you get off on putting people down like that, man.
I will put you fucking down. I don't feel bad putting rape apologists down in the slightest. I actually don't.
I know you don't. And you know what? It just goes to show your true character, brother, and I can't fight you.
Oh, so my true character of putting you down because you're being apologetic to grape is bad, but then Trump being a rapist isn't. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is my problem.
It's a horrible thing. And again, you're taking this weird, I don't know, white knight stance, like you fight for something that's incredible.
I'm white knight because I think that grape is bad? What kind of fucking world do we live in when these incel alt-right idiots are saying that I'm white knighting for women because I think that grape is bad?
You're like taking any one of those cases and trying to victim. You're just falling into that mindset that any single person that gets accused of anything is a crook and a villain. And just because Trump is at the top of, the echelon, and there's no doubt he's done dumb, horrible shit in his life. So have you, so have I. But I still will stand to this day and say, you know what? At the end of the day, I just want to
let you know, right? He wasn't just accused; he was proven to have raped her. I want to see how much you know about this court case, though. So, do you know that? Do you know one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court that to prove that Trump had raped her? So then, how do you know she was lying? How do you know she was just doing it for the money? Genuinely, fucking genuinely. That's my problem. Right there's my problem.
Why do I think that she was lying?
No. I asked you to name a piece of evidence that she submitted to the court case to prove that Trump had raped her. You went quiet. You didn't know one. How do you know that she was lying? If you want to dispute
I was trying to reflect on that case earlier with you.
If you want to dispute the idea that Trump is a rapist by evaluating the evidence that the accuser had submitted in the court of law, seeing if it's consistent, see if it actually would lead to a preponderance of evidence that would suggest a jury to convict Trump on, that is something I would still have disrespect towards, but it's more respectable by not knowing the facts of the court case, not knowing one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, and then turning around and calling her a liar.
At the end of the day, Dean, it just boils down to everything that's been put in front of you, man. And up to this point, all you've done is just name call and bullshit me. And I've been lucky to get a few.
I've asked you questions. Like, can you name one piece of evidence? But I came on here and I tried to limit. Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to prove to the jury that Trump had raped her? Can you?
No, Dean, I can't.
So then how do you know that Trump isn't a rapist? What if the evidence suggests he is?
Again, when I walked onto this platform, I tried to, and you have talked about Katie Johnson in the past. I wasn't, just pulling that out of my fucking ass. I've watched you talk before. And I was trying, when I walked on here, I tried to talk about something that I'm educated on. You've now moved it into something that I'm uneducated on. Oh, he kicked me.
I didn't kick you. You're
Oh.
still right here, and you still
My
haven't
bad.
answered my question. How do you know that Trump is not a rapist? What if the evidence suggests that he is? The same evidence that we know suggested to at least 9 jurors.
I was trying to talk about something that I was educated about. I don't want you to pull me away from something that I'm not, because if I had to say why I think that case is similar to the Katie Johnson case, is that I feel like both those cases are correlated on the same. I'd call it a bandwagon case. I'd say that she jumped on the same boat that the pseudonym Katie Johnson, the Jane Doe case that involved her with the Epstein situation, was the same way. You're taking someone that's in a position of power and you're trying to benefit off it. Do I think that minors get used and abused? Yes, it's true. It happens way more than it should. But I think in would I be a liar to say that maybe Trump?
I can't. I'm about to just say fuck it. Like, this is my 4th account. I don't care if I get like a day or a week ban for going off on this guy.
Go ahead, Dean. Let it rip.
I don't give a shit. Seemingly, maybe I'll have to ponder on that a little bit more. I think we need. My question here is, what happened?
I'll answer. You asked
What
me.
happened to the Republican Party to push them so far? What happened to the Republican Party to push them so far to the extent of looking at Donald Trump and saying, even though it has been proven in a court of law that he has raped a woman, I will refuse to consider another perspective. And in fact, I will actively blame the accuser, blame the victim, without sufficiently reading up on the court case, learning why the accuser accuses, learning what evidence the accuser has. And I will instead turn a blind eye, shit talk them, call them a liar, say they're in it for the money, so I could vote for him in November. It doesn't make sense. I don't see how any rational human being can sit on the other side of this phone and hear the words that I'm saying and dispute them. How can you dispute a very basic principle of logic that in order to at least come to the conclusion that the civil court that held Trump liable for rape was incorrect, you would have to consider the evidence presented? If you don't know the evidence presented, what considerations are you making to yield the conclusion that he is an innocent man?
Why would a rational human being smoke marijuana if it was illegal?
Oh my God, he got astray. He got astray. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid Parker's stream. I'm gonna get off for the night. But the last comment didn't really make any sense. Anyways, guys, so yeah, everyone head over to @ParkerGetARealJob on TikTok. Spam Dean right in the chat. I'm off for the night. Every single guest I've had on this backup account has been so weird. I'm doing all right though. Doing all right. I'm getting used to it, bro. But like every single guest we had on here was like weird as hell, dude. Not going to lie. Happy birthday, by the way. Love you. Thank you so much, killer. All right, guys, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok. Spam Dean Raid. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my night. See you guys.